What is up, everyone? We are back. If you can hear me in the chat, all right, please let me know. And we are gonna see. I believe we have a drone shot up on Eldon that I believe picked up Eliza LaPierre, but it is currently frozen. We will see if we can clean that shot up. Awesome. I'm glad everyone can hear me. For the time being, while here we go. We got that cleaned up a little bit. You can see there's still quite a bit of snow over there. And it looks like this is coming down from Eldon Summit. So you kind of go down, and then they'll climb back up just a little bit before the road really starts to head down. Yeah, this is an excellent shot on the drone. You can just see some of the beauty that these runners are treated to. Yeah, so you can see they just came down from Mount Eldon. Now they're going to climb up just a little bit, and then they will kind of stay to the right. So over there to the left is, I believe, TV Hill, maybe, where the TV towers are. And then behind that, you're going to have Devil's Thumb, which is the more prominent set of towers that you can see from, or the set of towers that you can see from Flagstaff proper, or from downtown Flagstaff, are typically on the Devil's Thumb side, and then Mount Eldon proper is kind of directly behind us. So still moving forward here, which is at this point in the race is all that really matters. The approximate mile point of the drone is probably about mile 240.5 to 241, somewhere in there. It's not far before the Mount Eldon aid station. This is your second place female hero, Eliza LaPierre. Still pushing forward, which again at this point in the game is the most important thing. And we should be seeing Jeff Browning. Let's see. His last ping was 3 minutes ago, and he was getting ready to start the kind of main climb up Mount Eldon. So we will likely see Jeff in the not too distant future. Yeah, Michael in the chat. The mile point is wherever Eliza is on the tracker. That is, sometimes that's true. And you can see still some snow right off on the side of the road there. And it looks like we are going to switch back here. We will come back to Eliza in a little bit. It sounds like we may have a Kevin Goldberg sighting coming down. Trying to think of where this is, because that I don't believe. We'll see. So we'll get them again when they come through the tunnel here. Yeah, I'm inclined with the chat. I wonder if that's Garmeyer. This Goldberg should be closing in on the base of Eldon in the nearish future. Garmeyer already went by. So let's see. Let's see who we might have on the live tracker here. Yeah, okay, this is the area that I thought it was. Oh, could this be... This is probably Mika Thews. Yeah, this looks like it's Mika and Mike. Yeah, that's their close. Yeah, that's Mika. That is Mike Groenwegen in the front, and then Mika Thews right behind. And so that is our third place female, and they just crossed under the I-40 and should be slowly making their way back towards the 89A. And for right now, we're going to send it back to Jason with the drone. Looks like they're going to head into the aid station here. So let's go ahead and send it back out to Troy. make sure those gates get shut and locked behind you. So runners do have just this little stretch of road before they hop back on the trail. Zachary Thole, is Killian okay? Last I heard he was sleeping at Walnut Canyon, but that is the last update I've heard. If I get any other updates, I will let you know. Jeff Browning, has he finished? No, he's on his way up Eldon, up Mount Eldon via the trail right now. So we should be getting eyes on him from the drone in the not too distant future. So we are going to send it into the aid station. It's a little dark, but you can still kind of see the happenings inside the aid station here. And again, we are currently on Mike Groenwagen and Mika Thews. Mika is our third place female. And Mike is our sixth place male. looks like right here is where they kind of get off the road. I believe they take a forest, or a little forest road here until they get back on the trail to take them over towards Mount Eldon. And we are keeping our eyes out up on Mount Eldon as well. So there you can see back on the single track. This single track will ultimately take them to the promised land. That is the base of Mount Eldon, where they will then climb to the high point of the course before descending over the course of 8.5 miles to the finish of the Cocodona 250 in downtown Flagstaff. Albert, it's okay. You can go back. The stream is up on YouTube. You can go back and rewatch it. Don't fret. We didn't miss them, and you definitely can go back and watch them. And same thing, Jennifer. We were live through the entire night. We got all of the finishers so far. So I know that there have been questions about Killian Korth. The report we just got from Race Command is that he is up and eating and wants to leave soon from Walnut Canyon. And so we are taking a look at the Mount Eldon aid station here, aka the three amigos aid station, where they have all the meats. This is Eliza LaPierre having a little bit of a break, and I think that we will send it to our other drone pilot here. And just to give everyone an update, we have opened registration for the 2024 events here at Cocodona. So if you were interested, you can sign up for the Cocodona 250, the Sedona Canyons 125, or the Eldon Crest 36 today. These are special early bird prices that will only be available until May 15th. So go ahead and register today. Therese in the chat, is Goldberg in the park? What park are you referencing? I believe Kevin should be closing in on the he's closing in on the climb up to he's at the climb, or he was at the base of the climb 17 minutes ago, so he's probably part way up at least. Yeah, if Kevin's tracker stopped about 20 minutes ago, he is probably partway up the climb to Mount Eldon. I am trying to keep up with the chat here. Did Eliza sleep? She was moving quite slowly when we saw her at the top of Eldon, and then she was taking her time at the aid station. Might have been having a little nap in a chair there, so I'm not sure. She's definitely in a hitting a low patch, but I think that she's a strong athlete, and she's strong mentally, and she'll be able to get through it. So. Is Coop still pacing Eliza? Yeah, he was when we saw her at the aid station. Billy Goat Goldberg going up Eldon. Yeah, I mean he's moving pretty well. He knows this climb, so he should be good. Look at the beautiful snow. Melissa in the chat. I think I missed the comment earlier, but I think it was ESPN, yeah. But the question is, if ESPN broadcast it, would you still want me on commentary, or do I get the boot? That's the real question, Melissa. Where can I see the results of the first ones? You can find the results at the live tracker. If you go to the link in the description of this video, you can see who has finished in the leaderboard. And if you're looking for the live stream of that, it is the day 3, stream 3 live stream that went through the night. We captured all the top finishers live. And where can I see the results of the first ones? You can also see them. I know that I told you two places, one for the stream, one for the one in the live tracker. But if you also go to live.aravaiparunning.com, live.aravaiparunning.com is where the official results will be. So you can check them out there. And of course, we've got Troy Wicks, our trusty drone pilot, who must fly under the bridge above the train line. Otherwise, he would not be able to feel fulfilled. That's a bit of a tongue twister at this point. He wouldn't be able to feel fulfilled with his drone skills. So, shout out to Troy for always keeping it interesting here. And for those of you just tuning in, we have seen our men's podium come in. We saw Michael McKnight with a comeback for the ages, get the monkey off his back, finally conquer the Cocodona 250, and take home the win. We saw Josh Perry have a really strong finish with his pacer, Joe, come in second. And then just moments ago, we saw Michael Greer come in. He came into Buffalo Park with Sarah Ostaszewski and pulled away from her to stay on the overall podium, third place male. And then Sarah Ostaszewski, your women's winner. And when she first finished, you could tell that it took a minute for her to realize what she'd just done. And again, just such an incredible performance from all of these runners. And we did also see Eliza LaPierre in the Eldon aid station a few moments ago. She was sitting down, having some rest. She wasn't moving too quickly, so hopefully she can regroup and keep moving forward and pressing on towards the finish line. Beautiful, beautiful shots here of the Ponderosa Pine Forest. So, Coconino National Forest, home to the largest contiguous Ponderosa Pine Forest in the world. Just absolutely beautiful. We are definitely going to be keeping our eyes peeled to our live tracker here as we wait. And it looks like Jeff Browning is nearly to the summit of Mount Eldon. And he is your Sedona Canyons 125 race leader as it currently stands. And we did have a request. It looks like we do have some runners coming into Fort Tuthill here shortly, including crowd favorite Sally McRae. So we'll keep it on this static cam for just a few minutes, and I will keep my eyes peeled on the other camera feeds if we do get any movement. Chad Wright says 247 miles complete. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what your. Where do you see that? It says for me 206 miles complete. And it looks like that might be Nathan. I can't tell. Yeah, I think that's Nathan Williams, maybe. And I believe that we should be seeing Sally McRae come in the near future here. So we'll keep our eyes peeled here. And if we do get any other action on our other camera feeds, we will tune into those as well. Thank you, everyone for tuning in with us here. Sorry, I needed to check a feed there. We are at the Fort Tuthill aid station. Again, we're keeping our eyes on all the other happenings, including our live tracker. And as of 2 minutes ago, Jeff Browning had hit the top of Mount Eldon. Goldberg should be getting close to the top of Mount Eldon. And I believe we are going to try to get a feed on Jeff Garmeyer here. Not Jeff Garmeyer, Jeff Browning, rather. But he is our race leader. Yeah, Matt O'Brien in the chat saying that the drone shots last year were spotty and the follow cams were good. Yeah, we did. We also didn't have Starlink last year to help support our drone shots, so we're able to get a little bit better drone shots, and we just had less live stream volunteers this year, in part due to increased needs for volunteers on race day, more race distances for people to participate in. So we are doing the best we can with what we have, and we appreciate you all tuning in here. Yeah, Jeff Browning will hit the 24-hour mark in about 10 minutes. So it looks like he is not going to break that 24-hour barrier, which would have been pretty crazy when you start to sit down and do the math of what that would be for like a 100-mile split. But yeah, he's still cranking, having a good race. And is that we lost that feed? Yeah, and Michael Langwell, runners calling in last year was also awesome. Yeah, we've had a few call in this year, but probably not as many. I think that's something we want to do more of next year. We have had Sally McRae's crew check in. We've had Jeff Garmeyer check in, and we've had Mike McKnight. We had his crew check in, all while they were out on course running. So, but I do think that's something we would want to do more of in the future. And so this is now kind of the last little uphill bit. It's not even really much of a climb, maybe more flat in this section. Now you're going to start to descend to the aid station and then beyond. So we are taking a look at the Mount Eldon aid station. And Deb runs far in the chat, so McKnight got a course record for the official. Yeah, I believe that is the way that it will be treated. I don't want to say with 100% certainty, but I feel pretty confident that that is the way it would be treated, that the 2022 reroute wouldn't count towards records in the same way that some of our years at Black Canyon don't count towards records because they were reroutes. Matt in the chat, I'm sorry if I stirred that up. I wasn't trying to be mean or anything, but I do have a question now that you've said that you're from Kansas. Do you consider Kansas to be a part of the Midwest? It's that's the pressing question that we need answers to. We talked yesterday, I believe, about whether we think Nebraska is part of the Midwest. So, love to know, someone who's from a state. You're not from Nebraska, but Kansas, very similar, very close in proximity. And do you feel Kansas is part of the Midwest? I got to pull Rob's comment up in the chat because Rob was our steady volunteer out at Fort Tuthill last night, where we currently are, and he he stayed a little extra for me just so that we could get this camera feed set up and not lose our footage from Fort Tuthill. So shout out to Rob. Appreciate you beyond words for all that you do. And yeah, just thank you so much. And yes, I second this. Big positive vibes. Ann Sperling in the chat. Is Killian still asleep? The last report we got was from Race Command, and they said that according to medical, he was awake and eating and was ready to get back out there. This is an interesting take. So Nebraska is in the Midwest, but Kansas is in the Plains. What other states are in the Plains then if Nebraska isn't in the Plains, but Kansas is? Shout out to Samantha tuning in from Central Illinois. You'll have to... I think I just caught up, Matt O'Brien. I think I'm caught up now because you just told me that I was way behind. My chat froze, and then all of a sudden, everything just, caught up. But yeah, shout outs to Samantha. What part of Central Illinois are you from? You got to let us know. I'm from, I guess, East Central Illinois if you look on a map, but Southern Illinois if you talk to people who live in Northern Illinois. Yeah, so it sounds like we do still have Killian at Walnut, although last we heard he was wanting to get back out there. And we do have Eliza still at Eldon. Man, Springfield. Love it. Michael Langwell asking the pressing questions. Why is the country not East, Mideast, Midwest, West? That's man, we got a number of Central and Southern Illinoisans in here. Look at this. Galesburg and then Springfield. We got some Belleville, Illinois. Belleville, Eric Sensman was on the broadcast last night, and he's from St. Louis, so the other side of the border and a little bit away. Man, a lot of Illinoisans in the chat. I love it. And I believe that we have maybe some movement on the drone here. Oh, we got a guy riding his bike. It's so cool to see that there's still some water up in the high country. Tim Fitzgerald, yeah, it's on the previous stream. So stream 3, day 3, day 3, stream 3. which we started late last night and ran until 6 a.m. this morning. That's where you'll find the top 4 finishers coming in. Oh, Alex in the chat waving a hand from Atlanta, Georgia. Shout out to Atlanta. Matt O'Brien is trying to bamboozle us over here. Kansas is not flat. Matt, what are you trying to sell us here? From Olathe, Kansas. Olathe. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry. Kevin Goldberg is chatting in your work Slack. Well, tell Kevin if he weren't chatting in your work Slack, he might get up Mount Eldon a little bit quicker. He should. It looks like Kevin is nearing the kind of last little push. He should be nearing that last little push up to the proper summit of Eldon. We should still have a drone up near Eldon, I believe, that we may be able to try and catch him with. We will make sure as soon as we have a camera on Kevin that you all get that feed straight away. I think we are working on maybe a battery swap or a controller reset on our drone. sounds like maybe we aren't able to get our drone up on Eldon right now due to, and you can see it in this shot here in just 1 second. Give me 1 second here. So we aren't able to get our drone up on Eldon right now because there is a lot of low clouds that you can see kind of coming right over the top there. That plus the wind is making it tough to control the drone. And we've lost one drone. We've lost one drone this live stream, so we gotta be a little safer now. And again, this is the overhead shot right around where our runners cross the highway and start to head out onto the Arizona Trail, heading towards Mount Eldon. Radic in the chat. I didn't know Arizona had clouds. Up in the up in the high alpine, we definitely get some clouds. And we are gonna send it back to Fort Tuthill for a minute. And we will have runners coming into Fort Tuthill for quite some time. The cutoff for Fort Tuthill is tomorrow at 3:30 in the afternoon. And it looks like Kevin Goldberg should be nearing the top of Mount Eldon, and Jeff Browning is out of the aid station and heading down. Eliza LaPierre still in the aid station here. It looks like, according to Race Command, Killian is back out on course and is moving. So my guess is from the time Jeff left that aid station, we're going to probably see a finish time of an hour to an hour and a half after he left that aid station at Mount Eldon. It's pretty awesome to see Killian getting back out on course after a pretty sizable break. So shout out to him for still taking the time to regroup and now just kind of fighting for a finish here. Yeah, Anna, Killian is up and heading out of Walnut Canyon. Yeah, a lot of love for Killian in the chat. I agree with you, Deborah. He'll have so many lessons to take away, but an amazing job. We will go back to Fort Tuthill here. I think while we have a little downtime in the action here, we're going to have a commercial break here and show you a few advertisements and commercials from a few of our sponsors.
We created Gnarly Fuel 2.0 for endurance athletes or people that spend long days out in the hills. It has both sucrose and dextrose, easy to digest carbohydrates in it. 25 grams or 100 calories per 12 ounces. Has a full range of electrolytes, 250 milligrams of sodium, and then also chloride, potassium, magnesium, calcium. One of the things that kind of distinguishes us from other fuel products is that we have HMB, the metabolite of the branched chain amino acid leucine, which helps you recover while you're running. So it's an all-in-one fuel, electrolytes to replenish, and HMB to recover.
And there you have a few commercials from our wonderful, wonderful sponsors. Shout out to all of our sponsors for helping us produce this race and produce this live stream.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting as the reaction for some of our commercial interludes has been. Some of them have been very appreciated. Some of them have been actually even asked for on demand, which is not something you get very often in sports coverage. Obviously, we've kept our commercial interludes to a minimum, but we've had fun with it. So we appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah, and Chris, I know that you've gotten a little bit of rest, and you're catching up on kind of the happenings here.
Yeah.
You have the kind of the leaderboard pulled up. Are you able to just run us through kind of our four finishers, and then maybe give us any sort of insights, or maybe not insights, but kind of takeaways or surprises or thoughts that you might have from that?
I'd be happy to, Matt. When I went to bed last night, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that Michael McKnight was going to win this race. He was making his ascent up Eldon, and to nobody's surprise, Michael McKnight has won the Cocodona 250 in 2023, completing an amazing turnaround, an amazing comeback, having surged from essentially around, I think we said around 60th place on day one. Josh Perry, the UK thru hiker with the Arizona Trail FKT, my pre-race pick, actually finished second this year. And that's a testament to, again, those Arizona Trail FKT holders tend to do very well here as they show up, and we've gotten 2 firsts and a second in the first 3 years of this race from runners who have Arizona Trail fastest known times. Third place, Michael Greer, the Valley resident from just outside of Phoenix, Arizona, finishing third. And this one actually caught me by surprise, even though it was something that I predicted pre-race. Sarah Ostaszewski making the final jump in her progress at Cocodona. I joked that progress isn't always linear, but in year one she finished fifth. In year two she finished third, and in the third iteration of the Cocodona 250, Sarah Ostaszewski is your champion. So that definitely caught me by surprise, as Eliza LaPierre had about a 2.5 mile lead when I went to bed with about 12 miles to go. And it sounds like Eliza had a rough night into morning heading up Eldon. It sounds like she's at Eldon now, and hopefully getting ready to head down soon. Still, having an amazing race for the first time that she's, attacked a race of this distance. So that is currently where we stand as far as finishers go. Mentioning Eliza LaPierre in second, and in third place on the women's side, I believe it's still Mika Tews, and Mika is making her way towards the Eldon ascent. Mika, no stranger to the 200-mile discipline,
Yep.
having competed in several of the Triple Crown races.
Yeah, I mean, she's been moving strong as well. She's been working with Mike, and they've been just having a day.
Is this our camera from atop Eldon?
Yep. I mean, signal up there is not going to be the best, but when we have it, I will
that's beautiful.
Try to get it to you.
That's an Arizona morning shot right there. Is that a view of Eldon from the east, I'm assuming?
Yeah, so this is right where runners kind of cross the highway, hop on the dirt road, and then get back on the AZT.
That makes sense.
To head.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, that's 89 right there, Highway 89.
No, I think.
Isn't it?
I thought it was further.
Or is that possibly Route 66?
Yeah, I think it's Route 66.
So runners get a slice of Americana history as they're heading to the top of Eldon.
Oh, and sounds like Kevin's mom isn't too happy with our commentary. So we apologize for that. We'll make sure that as soon as we get the feed, we let everyone know more about how Kevin's doing.
Is somebody really operating under the assumption that we have not talked about Kevin Goldberg enough at this race?
No, I think that we haven't talked about how he's having a top 5 run at this race, although I believe I mentioned it a little bit ago, but it's okay. We'll make sure that we continue to do better and continue to improve and cover Kevin as best we can.
I mean, we do have about 300 or 250 or so runners currently on course, or possibly, including those who have withdrawn from Cocodona and Sedona Canyons 125.
Stephen Crawford.
I mean, we hung out with Kevin at Fort Tuthill last night for quite a while. Watched him eat dinner before and after his nap. Taking a look at the standings in the Sedona Canyons 125, which is going on as well. Jeff Browning, as you alluded to earlier, as I was rubbing the sleep from my eyes, has made it to the top of Eldon. Not going to break 24 hours, but he's going to come come close to 25, 26 hours for a 125-mile race. And again, the presumptive, the likely winner here as second place male Matt Kahn is at mile 95, which is about 23 miles back. In third place, Tobias Wenegren is at about 90, 91 miles. And Tobias is going to be paced by our co-host last night on Aravaipa After Dark, Eric Senseman. Eric is no stranger to these trails, having been part of the Flagstaff running community for many, many years. On the women's side, in the Sedona Canyons 125, it looks like Denise Barassa has maintained her lead at the 90-91 mile mark. Rachel Buzzard is in second, and having moved into third is a name that I hadn't seen last night, Leah Genth. So we'll be following the Sedona Canyons 125 runners as they make their way into Flagstaff and down to Heritage Square for their finish as well.
Where did you have Rachel Buzzard at there, Chris? Sorry.
I believe I had Rachel Buzzard at about mile 85.8.
Okay. Is that for Tuthill? I think that someone had said maybe her tracker might have
her tracker. I guess it has not pinged in the last 49 minutes.
Yeah, I think she's having a tracker issue that.
So she has likely departed Fort Tuthill.
Yeah,
then.
yeah. That's what we think. I can't confirm that with 100% confidence, but. I'm just going to say it. I love the live chat, no matter what.
People are animated this year.
These are the live chat is my spirit animal. No matter the mood, Chris, the live chat is my spirit animal. And again, we are at the Fort Tuthill aid station right now. We are trying to see if we can get any of our drone shots cleaned back up. It looks like we lost the drone shot up on Eldon, and I believe the other drone shot looked like it was.
Hold up, Spider Pena has a comment. Of course, Spider Pena is one of our follow filmers that was out on course earlier.
Whoa!
Word is that Matt Kahn and Denise Barassa both got bit by a dog.
The question
is he joking?
Was it the same dog?
That's
or
a good
did
question.
They get by two different dogs?
I mean, Dan, I don't know if you're joking or not, but I'm. If you've got some intel, shoot me. You know, we're connected on social media, so hit me up with the details if you've got anything.
We do have a shot here. Yeah, this is Route 66. You can see the sign there.
I like how the drone pilot, Troy Wicks, lowered his shot just so we could verify if there was any question as to where it's at. I believe, actually, I was out on this stretch of highway a few days ago on our way out to Walnut Canyon, basically heading the other direction when went out for a bit of a run there the other day. Going to keep refreshing our leaderboard to see what's going on. Of course, we've been following the front of the pack here for the most part this morning, and we'll be following the entirety of the race as we're going to be on until the final finishers cross the finish line. And if you followed our Cocodona coverage last year, you know that those last few runners on Saturday morning got their moment in the sun. That was one of the most energizing things about covering this race is that we were able to we had a smaller area, a concentrated area, and we were able to film pretty much everybody coming in, give them their moment in the sun. But today's cutoffs in particular, it looks like the main cutoff that the runners have to worry about is the cutoff at Sedona. At the aid station there, runners will have to be into and out of Sedona by 12:15 this afternoon. I'll take a look and see if I can figure out who has yet to enter and exit Sedona, as those runners still have a good almost 5 hours, about 4 hours, 40 minutes to get in and out. But they have to be at about the mile 162 point in order to continue their day by noon today. It looks like we've got about 15 or 20. I'll see if I can riff off those names really quick. The runners that I'm showing as not having hit Sedona yet would include Linda Trin, Kelly Lomastewa, Kyle Hammonds, Anna Robbins, Scott Davis, Nate Durbin, Eric Salgado, Mark Tetro, Sean Gibson, Sean Barnes, Rachel Bambrick, Monica Winnett, Brian Booth, Elizabeth Russ, Jimmy Dolick, Derek Kirkman, Jeremy Nicolosi, and I believe Christopher Rout, but if he's that far back at mile 125, then Christopher has most likely been timed out elsewhere, and they just simply haven't deactivated his tracking.
Yeah.
Matt, I listed off a handful of names, and I'm not going to be able to remember them all in a few minutes. However, I know that come Saturday morning, we're going to have some memories of some of these names as they cross the finish line.
Definitely, and we do have eyes on some of our runners making it, looks like, out of the looks like out of the Eldon aid station.
Is there that much snow on that side? I didn't get up that high. I'm actually really surprised to see it, to be honest.
Jamil said last night that the normal aid station location had like 3 feet of snow still.
That is impressive. I mean, like I said, when I was up there, I stopped just short of the summit, and there were just a couple of patches. I guess that just when you flip over to the other side, the sun exposure is far less. So, yeah, when I got up to the top, near to the top, there was barely anything on the ground. A couple of just small isolated patches. I didn't realize how much snow there was still on the other side.
Yeah, the side that faces town tends to get quite a bit more sun. So it melts off a little bit faster versus the side that faces away from town.
For those curious, some of our more notable DNFs in the Cocodona 250 include 2021 winner Michael Versteeg, former Badwater champion Pete Kostelnik, former top 10 finisher here at the Cocodona 250 Kerry Henderson, veteran ultra runner Megan McCarty, and Ed the Jester Eddinghausen as well. Those are some of the runners who started the race but are no longer participating. Looking at
got Andrea Moore there in the Sedona aid station. Seth Talala is also in there. So checking in with some of our kind of mid or back of the pack runners here as well.
Yeah, as we mentioned, these runners have to be out of this aid station by 12:15 today, so they've got time to get a rest there. They're in no danger of chasing the cutoffs if they leave right now, and that's one of the things. If you look at the cutoff chart, and a lot of times there are very generous section cutoffs, as I like to call it, where it might be a 5 or a 10-mile stretch, but it's an 8-hour cutoff difference from aid station to aid station. But the thing is, the runners have to sleep sometime in most cases, and those cutoffs account for that. And not only, I mean, look at the views at this aid station. It's pretty stunning to see those views. I'm sure Sedona is one of the most physically amazing looking, as we get a look at some of the breakfast offered to the runners there. To be able to sit down and with our friend here, Dee Woo, and sit and have breakfast as you admire that view. It feels like you're just in a cafe. somewhere along Highway 179.
Yeah, I mean, so this is actually, I feel like a common thing. Oh, I can unmute as well. Give me a second here.
Everybody's on. Okay, we are here. What? Wait a minute. Kept going.
Joshua here in the Sedona Cam
Keep
here with
going a little bit more. Nebbly is the next part. You're doing great.
D-Woo there, just having a cup of coffee and some pancakes and a nice relaxing breakfast with a view like that in the background. I like that shot.
There's a lot of restaurants in Sedona that, like especially in like the more touristy area, Main Street area, that kind of opens up to a lot of these views of the vortices.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what breakfast in Sedona looks like, and I've never run this race, but I know what that aspect of the race looks like.
I don't know if you know this or not, Chris. I know you've never run this race, but registration is open for next year's race if
Absolutely.
you're interested. And because I know that the chat will likely enjoy this, I hope. Jeff Garmeyer did text me and say, so wait, I can sign up for next year's race while I'm in this year's race?
Well, I think we have to be in a situation where there's going to be a race to register for Cocodona between two of our athletes. I'm assuming that the first active athlete in this year's Cocodona race to register for next year's Cocodona race is either going to be Jeff Garmeyer or Kevin Goldberg. We know Kevin Goldberg has access to his phone, and we know that Jeff Garmeyer was griping about his a little bit earlier.
I was going to say Jeff Garmeyer has a phone, but he doesn't have the same connectivity that Kevin has, where he's checking in the live chat.
Kevin Goldberg's connectivity is absolutely outstanding. That much we do know. So yeah. So if you're interested, you can head to the Cocodona website, or you can cocodona.com, or you can head right to Ultra Sign Up, head into the top window and just search Cocodona on ultrasignup.com. And we have a half dozen runners that have actually registered for the Cocodona 250 next year. And interestingly enough, looking at this entrant list, none of them are from Arizona.
Even better.
Yeah, we're bringing people from all over the country to Arizona. We have currently 7 entrants for the Sedona Canyons 125. And, we're already representing over 10 states, and the Eldon Crest 36 now has 6 entrants, including an international man of mystery that is entered in the Eldon Crest 36. As he posted to his Instagram last night, Aid Station Fireball is going to make his way down for Sedona Canyon, or for Eldon Crest 36.
I always forget that he's not American.
Yeah.
He's got such a great sense of humor that I just expected it.
And I already called this shot. I haven't even contacted him directly, but
he's going to win. That's what you're saying?
Possibly. I would not be surprised. Aid Station Fireball, Liam is a hell of a runner. I saw him run at the Arizona Classic race, the Pemberton 50K here. I believe he did the 25K out there when he came to town for a visit a few months ago. But he's got to come out here early enough that he can hang out with us in the studio. I want to hang out. And, we had fun hanging out when he was in town. We have a lot of common interests outside of trail running. He's a Toronto Blue Jays fan. I'm a huge baseball fan. He's a fan of pro wrestling, as I am as well. So, Liam, can't wait to have you out here for the Eldon Crest 36 next year, and we'll definitely give him.
Well, you know how how Mike and Mike back in the day would have like a stats guy, or like a lot of radio shows.
Yeah.
That's what we need. We can get him a little desk set up over here. We can get him a mic if he wants to talk. We need to make it happen.
Oh, I want that wit on the air. I mean, he's hilarious. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. I can't wait to have you out here, Aid Station Fireball. to join us for next year's festivities. Cocodona itself, the 250, is the main attraction, but it's becoming a bit of a week-long festival, culminating in a finish at Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Do we have a static camp set up down at Heritage Square yet, or?
It was set up. It looks like it is gone.
Okay, it's a great visual. You really kind of get a taste of what that setup in that area is like. Maybe if we can get that later on, we'll bring it back to you. But right now, we've got shots from the incomparable Enzo, who is
Surprised he's still allowed to fly.
oh, I wasn't gonna go there, but
Every time I hear of Enzo flying a drone, I'm gonna bring it up just because.
Yeah, Enzo is a member of the coverage crew here and does some great film work in general here for Aravaipa Running. And unfortunately, about 3 minutes into the Sedona Canyon's 125, there was a bit of an incident with a drone that caught a very visceral reaction from Jamil Curry. And that right there is bib number 121, Diwu, who we just were hanging out with as he had breakfast this morning, and now is heading out of the Sedona aid station. Yeah, this first little stretch kind of vexes me, as it almost looks like a dirt bike trail with how chunky it is. But I don't see any bike tracks out there. Are they even allowed to be on that stretch of trail?
I don't know. I would do some.
I mean, not that those are the biggest hills that the runners have to deal with over the course of 250 plus miles, but now Diwu is heading out onto the trails, going to be heading north then east out of Sedona. But at least when you head out of Sedona in the morning, you've got an unbelievable landscape in the background to follow. As the runners are exiting Sedona. Yeah, Liz, we are focusing on the top 5 at this moment because the top 5 are seeing their race draw to a close. But after they're done, we've still got a good 2.5 days of coverage remaining here at the Cocodona 250. So the runners that are not at the front of the pack will be completed and long finished, and we're still going to be doing coverage. So a lot of these mid and back of the packers are going to have their moment in the coverage that we bring. I mean, last year's July 2022 cover of Ultra Running Magazine was literally an amazing shot of our final finisher, Stephen Park, who joined us in the chat last night. That was a treat. Stephen Park, I believe Canadian, who took all the grit in his existence and focused it to finish about 4 minutes under the gun at the 2022 Cocodona 250. It was great to see him in here last night for sure.
Yeah, you gotta love seeing. We also saw Kerry Ward in the chat. You gotta love seeing past finishers. Cole Crosby has been in the chat from time to time. Seeing just past finishers who are coming back to get a little piece of that experience is pretty sweet.
We and the finisher, I apologize, his name escapes me at the moment. I believe that he was a UK runner who we helped to get a beverage, a very specific beverage at Fort Tuthill last year. I wish I could remember. Basically what happened was we crowdsourced a beer.
It was, what was it, JJ or JP?
Yeah.
It was 2 letters for the beginning.
I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, we had a runner who had a very specific craving for a beverage, and we were able to actually, somehow through the community that we have here in Arizona, somebody actually showed up to the aid station with that specific beverage of choice. We've got a very loving, accommodating trail running community here in Arizona. I'm proud to be a part of it. Yeah, I could see this shot all day. I mean, Daewoo heading out on the Sedona trails, and that landscape in the background is something to behold. I can't wait to see what kind of shots that our course photographers, Howie Stern and Scott Rokas, have put together, and what they're going to continue to do with the finishers as they head into Heritage Square. Howie and Scott are both masters of the craft of shooting a race such as this, and I strongly I strongly encourage you to follow them on social media. I believe Scott Rokas' photo is Scott's Instagram handle, and Howie's is Howie Stern photo. If you can follow them, between the two of them, Scott is a more prolific traveler than Howie, so he gets shots from all over the place. But Howie, if you like photos of dogs, if you're a big fan of photos of dogs, Howie Stern photo is going to give you a whole lot of what you love. So shout out to Scott and Howie being a part of the coverage of this race in an entirely different fashion. One of the things when I'm filming out on these courses, I do my best if I see Scott or Howie to stay the heck out of their way because what I'm doing in terms of follow filming, is capturing a moment for a moment. But in the case of Scott and Howie, their moments are immortalized.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible some of the content that they're able to capture out there. Absolutely amazing. So shout out to them. I haven't had a chance to scroll through the Instagram account or anything like that, but I look forward to kind of seeing what kind of content they've been able to put together.
Actually, I think we should probably take a quick moment, and let's see if I can pull it up where we can access it here. Because this shot is one that you're going to really enjoy here. This is the first one that popped up. As soon as I can get it, we'll look at that. 4th overall and first female finisher, Sarah Ostaszewski on the Aravaipa racing team, and also basically spent the last few days running home as she is a resident of Flagstaff. Sarah going from 5th to 3rd to 1st, this moment captured by the extremely talented Howie Stern. I wouldn't be surprised to see this possibly on the cover of Ultra Running magazine in a couple months. Wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is a great shot. Let's see if that's a nice photo here of the men's winner, Michael McKnight.
Yeah, and we got to also give a shout-out to Anastasia Wild. She's out there with Scott Rokas and Howie Stern.
Thank you.
She helps shoot the course with both of them. She was here last year as well, so don't want to neglect giving her
I apologize.
her flowers,
Yeah, no.
as well, so shout-out to her.
But it highlights the fact that we have a team as part of our coverage, not only in terms of the video coverage, but also on the photography side as well. And those pictures are going to be captured forever. As you can see, Michael McKnight's final time was 69 hours, 41 minutes, 31 seconds, basically cutting off 3 hours from the prior course record set by Mike Versteeg in the original course back in 2021.
Yeah, and I think why we have a little pause in the action, I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break here. I'm going on my 32nd hour of being awake. So
yeah, get some rest. I'll see if I can keep things on the road here.
We have the Mensch, Bryce Brooks going to come in and do some of the production, maybe do some commentating with Chris, and then I will be back here around noon to try and keep Finn and Brett on the tracks for a little bit here. So, yeah, and to the live chat, I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, and hopefully you are still tuning in a few hours.
I have to say, folks, as Matt goes to get some well-earned rest, when I was on last night, I tapped out. right around midnight last night, and I was expecting to go down for maybe an hour or 2 hour nap. My hope was to actually get up and witness Mike McKnight finishing the Cocodona 250, but I didn't set an alarm, and my body was just fried. So I ended up getting an actual night's sleep, and Matt has yet to do that. So I hope everybody understands how much effort he's put in this week, far more than my own in terms of the live stream. As we are following a runner, I'm trying to get eyes on who that is. It's around, I think it's bib number 118, potentially. Awesome. Thank you very much. That is Daniel Gilliam from California. Daniel leaving Sedona with plenty of time to spare in order to fade cutoffs at the Cocodona 250. Of course, those are the unmistakable red dirt trails in Sedona, and those rock formations in the background are something to behold. The runners here that get to Sedona have to depart by 12:15 this afternoon, so they've got plenty of time. It's just that they might need to take some rest, and that could delay them as well. Julie with a good question. Yeah, it is absolutely correct that the Eldon 36 is going to start tomorrow at 7 a.m. here in Arizona, and that will also be on the tracker. I don't know what color those bibs are. I'll take a look and see if they've been posted to the runner tracking as of yet. As we saw, like the night before Sedona Canyon started, you could see a big clump of different colored bibs on our runner tracker, and it hasn't been added yet, but those GPS trackers will be available as well. If you're actually looking to track the race in general, the way we're tracking it, you can head to the link at the bottom in the description of the video, and it has Cocodona runner tracking. It says Cocodona 250, but it also contains Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, and will contain Eldon Crest 36 coverage as well. Looks like we've got another runner coming down. That looks like bib number 89. Bib number 89 is Bart Lee. Great to see you, Bart. Don't think we've got audio here, but yeah, we're going to be following as many runners as we can as they hit Sedona, but also following the front of the pack. I'm going to take a wrap around and see what other kind of cameras we have on course right now. We are a little bit limited. I think that after the front of the pack, the front of the pack finished, that we have some people that are taking a well-deserved rest. This is Munns Park, which is one of the last aid stations before runners actually get to Fort Tuthill. Munns Park is about how far out? I want to say it's about a mile 180, give or take. Mile 191, sorry. Mile 191 is where Munns Park is. As we head back onto the trail, and we're hanging out here with our new friend Bart Lee. I had a barber as a child named Bart Lee. I do not believe this is him, as he was probably in his 60s when he was cutting my hair as a child and as a teenager. Not the same guy. As I'm joined here in the studio by one of my favorite people to hang out with during these events, whether we're doing live coverage of events or in the studio, Bryce Brooks. Bryce, welcome to the chair.
Hey, good morning, Chris.
Good morning. You've been out on the course all week, and this is your first time here on the call in the studio. I want to find, you've had a whole litany of experiences this week. You've been filming, you've been pacing. Tell us what you've been doing all week.
So I haven't really processed it yet. I'm going to have to go through this with you, I think.
Absolutely.
Got in here, I thought it was Wednesday. It is Thursday. Can confirm.
Oh, man, we had that dilemma last night where Matt and I had a moment where we looked at each other and could not ascertain which day it was.
Yeah, so Thursday. So Monday, the start, I recorded the start, ran out like 4 miles with them, had pretty good service.
Yeah, the very beginning of the Cocodona 250 coverage, you were bringing us some great shots from the area just outside of Black Canyon City, so thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they went out so fast, Chris. Like,
we were wondering how long you were going to hang with them, because when you go down into the canyon, you also have to come back out.
Oh, yeah.
So you got your workout in that day for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they went out of the gate like sub-9 pace.
As is wont to do in a 250-mile race.
Yeah, on the uphill. And so, yeah, did that, went up to Crown King. Been driving around a lot of equipment for the live stream. As everything, as the course moves forward, so does the gimbals, the static cameras, and so breakdown and bringing those out to the next aid stations. And Summer, my girlfriend's been pacing Sally McRae. I think she's up to 62 miles at this point.
Impressive. Summer's a great runner in her own right. So I was really excited for her when I found out that she was going to be pacing Sally. I'm sure that Summer was completely jazzed. She's had a heck of a year in her own right, having finished most recently on the podium at Whiskey Basin 91. So shout out to Summer for being able to hang with Sally McRae in a race such as this. Did you actually get any miles in as a pacer yourself?
So last night I did Schnebley Hill to Munns Park.
Okay.
Jumped in for 11 miles.
Okay. What was that like?
We moved pretty well. Like we were talking the whole time. It went by faster than expected. I think we went through there in 3 hours, 30 minutes. So.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, moving
that stage
well.
of the race in the middle of the night. That's great. Yeah, we did catch you with Sally and her husband as you were getting ready to embark on your stretch. So it's good to hear that everything went well. When you left Sally last night or this morning, how were her spirits?
Good. A little sleepy, I think, as everyone is after 200 plus miles into this race. So sleep deprivation is a factor, of course, but like spirits are high.
Good. She's
a class act as always. Just so polite, and even when she's in like the darkest of times, she has like excellent manners, and it's been a lot of fun.
Was she? I guess how do I want to put this? Did it seem like her expectations on where she was at aligned with what she was expecting before the race? I mean, Sally is somebody who is, let's say, used to being at the very, very front, and she's top 5 right now. But there was a pretty significant gap between the top 3 women and the 4 or 5 and beyond at the time we were talking to her last night. Was she satisfied with where she was at, or was she a little bit more like, oh, I should be, further up in the standings? Because Sally is a true elite level runner.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think her mindset going into this race was more of a training run.
Okay.
It's my understanding that she's going to be doing the Triple Crown or multiple 3 200s this year.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
So I think this is her first attempt at the 200-mile distance or plus mile distance. Her longest run to date before this was Badwater 135. So pretty big jump up, of course, and so I think she's in uncharted territory and just kind of embracing the experience.
Yeah, the 200 is the new 100 is one thing I'm learning, because we have several prominent runners who are making that jump from high level success at 100, such as Sally McRae, and the current woman in the front of the pack that's still on the course right now, Eliza LaPierre. Eliza has several high level, I believe 6 Western States top 10s. Eliza has made the move, starting to head down down from Mount Eldon. And we should expect to see her finish, if she's moving at a decent clip, probably, I would say around the maybe 10 to 11 a.m. range. So
okay.
That would be my expectation for the next anticipated finish in the Cocodona 250. Now we have another runner who is at the top of Eldon, and that is our leader of the Sedona Canyons 125, Jeff Browning. Jeff Browning, no stranger to these trails, no stranger to success. he's gonna win the Sedona Canyons 125, adding another feather in the cap of an already historic career. But Jeff is I hung out with Jeff a few days ago, and having dinner at a friend of ours, and Jeff is a big fan of meat. He and Pete literally split a cow together, and Pete Mortimer, Julian Galuzzi, Nick Paniche, all helping to create a spread of barbecue at the top of Mount Eldon. How much is this going to delay him from heading down, seeing all of these great meats available for consumption at the top of Mount Eldon?
I mean, I'm sure it could be a factor for sure.
Yeah.
he is not far from home, and I know his freezer is stocked, I would have to assume. So
yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Kiki, who is Kiki is the name for Browning and Mortimer's cow.
I seen it in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what we have eyes on here. I just got a message from Troy. I think this is Killian.
Killian Korth heading down over to the base of Eldon, if I remember correctly.
Is that the 89 they're going under? Or are they going under the freeway there? Let's see if we can.
Yeah, they would be heading under I-40 at that point.
Thank you. Yeah.
So there are two highways that the runners have to cross on their way from the Walnut Canyon aid station. They have to cross underneath I-40, and they have to cross over Highway 89. Actually, they do cross in between those the historic Route 66 route as well. So, but that is more of a more of a tourism road than an actual really high trafficked highway.
Sure.
So, but we do have just a handful of runners who have made it past the Walnut Canyon aid, and those runners will be making their way from Walnut Canyon to the finish. It looks like we've got. Actually, I take that back. Yeah, Jeff has left. He has pried himself away from the aid station atop Mount Eldon, as has Kevin Goldberg.
Resisted the temptation.
Yeah, Kevin Goldberg and Jeff Browning going to be heading down the mountain off Eldon here this year. And I have to admit, we got some shots from the top of Eldon, and I was a little bit surprised because I thought we had a runner in Sedona, but I apologize. But we'll head back to the Troy drone shot. There we go. As we follow former race leader Killian Korth making his way towards Eldon.
Oh, it looks like they did pick somebody up here.
Well, we'll see if we can figure out who that is.
It looks like which road are they crossing in Sedona?
Bib number 110, I believe that is. So let's find out. No, that's not 110, but we'll see if we can figure out who that is. I'll do it the hard way. Actually have to scroll down the map to Sedona. First world problems here in trying to figure out who these amazing runners are. We've got just a handful of runners at this point that are on their way to Sedona because they've got to be out the door in Sedona by just afternoon today.
Oh, looks like from the chat, Garmeyer is almost to Eldon as well. The legend himself. Yeah,
Garmeyer. I'm really surprised. Of course, Bryce, as you're aware, the registration for 2023's or 2024. What year are we in? 2024 Cocodona has opened up by popular demand, and I have to admit, I'm a little bit surprised at how many people have already signed up for a race that's literally not starting for another year.
What are we at?
We're at 7 entrants each for the Cocodona 250 and the Sedona Canyons 125, and 6 entrants for Eldon Crest 36. I mean, and we've got representation across the country as well. We've got out of the 7 entrants in Cocodona, none of them are from Arizona. In the Sedona Canyons, only 1 is from Arizona, And in Eldon Crest, it seems to be more of a local flavor with half the entrants coming from the home state here.
Oh, that's awesome.
But yeah, I'm really excited with Eldon Crest. A couple of the entrants I'm familiar with. Number one, Aid Station Fireball is Liam is going to
Liam's
be
in it.
Yeah, coming from Canada to run the race, and then Jan Rice, local runner and partner of Andre Lee, is going to choose that as her first ultra, calling her shot a year in advance. So shout out to Jan Rice, who I know is out and about around the course, crewing. Her partner Andre Lee, she's no stranger to this course, so I'm excited for her. She's gonna, be able to soak all that in as her first ultra in just 369 short days.
Just like that.
Yeah,
It'll come around pretty fast, I'm sure.
yeah, because next year's Festival of Running Cocodona begins on May 6th. And we'll go through I assume I'm going to have to use 2024 calendar math here, but I'm thinking it would be going through May 11th. Yeah, it would be the final Cocodona finishers next year will be crossing the finish line on May 11th, Saturday, in downtown Flagstaff. And so whether you're interested in running the Cocodona 250, the Sedona Canyons 125, or the Eldon Crest 36, you've got the opportunity, and those latter races have some very generous cutoffs. You don't have to be a highly accomplished runner to complete the Sedona Canyons 125 or Eldon Crest 36. You've just got to have the grit. I don't know of another 36-mile race that has a 27-hour cutoff.
It's true.
That's very generous. You can basically you can split it up into chunks. Head over from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon, basically the halfway point. Have yourself a nice rest. Gear yourself up for the climb up Eldon, because that is a beast.
Oh, yeah.
Eldon, have you gotten a chance to climb Eldon yet this week?
Not this week.
Okay. Are you going to do it before you head back down to the valley, or?
We'll see how the timing works out. I'd like to. Have you seen the snow conditions up there?
I did, and I have to admit, Bryce, I'm actually really surprised. And I have to offer up a mea culpa to the Facebook Cocodona 250 Runners group, because when I was up there, I didn't summit, but I was at about 8,850, 8,900 feet. So I was just below the summit. And the snow on the south-facing side is very intermittent at best. I mean, there's hardly any up there on that side. A couple of patches, none on trail. So when somebody asked in the group on social media, what the conditions were like atop Eldon, I was like, there's no snow up there. Oh man, I've seen these video shots, and I am sorry, folks. I did not know that we were. That we had that kind of snow atop Eldon. Now the road itself is clear enough, but the runners are basically running between 3-foot high snowbanks, which is something I didn't anticipate.
That's wild.
Such a great shot here of the trails in Sedona. I encourage people, even if they're not going to run Cocodona or Sedona Canyons, to come out to Arizona and check it out. Sedona is an excellent day trip or a weekend trip from the Valley of the Sun. But, pro tip on this one, you want to hit Sedona on a weekday.
Oh, yeah.
If at all humanly possible, hit Sedona on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Tuesdays and Wednesdays in Sedona are fantastic. Not that Sedona isn't amazing all of the time, but there comes a point where I apologize. We have a studio set up where I occasionally have to reach across Bryce's lap if I really want to see a shot. So I mean nothing by it, Bryce. I apologize. But as we were saying about Sedona, the weekends can get extremely hectic in Sedona. And if you want to go, I believe you'll make the most of a trip there on a midweek day.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was telling Sally, because last night she hasn't experienced a lot of the course so far, so a lot of this is new to her, including Sedona and Prescott. So That was one thing I warned her about if she did come back.
I wonder with a lot of these runners if they find themselves in a situation where they either weren't familiar with a section of the trail or some of the communities where they try and come back while they're not actually running the race, maybe even like the day after or something like that. If on their way back from Flagstaff to the valley, that they say, oh, we're going to head through Sedona or Cottonwood or Jerome. I think it's my understanding that our afternoon crew, Finn Melanson and Brett Hornick, are going to actually try and make their way through Jerome on their way back. It's really only about probably adds maybe, in terms of driving, maybe an hour out of the way in order to hit the Jerome Cottonwood area. And if you've never been there, it's absolutely stunning. Speaking of stunning, it looks like these shots are coming from our drone, our friend Enzo, providing these beautiful visuals here on the course of the Cocodona 250 and Sedona Canyons 125.
Do you recognize this part of the course here, Chris?
I don't, but just based on the background, I'm going to assume that's
the home stretch. Is that
Yeah.
the home stretch into Buffalo Park? Oh,
yeah,
yep,
that's
the
right. That
Buffalo
is
Loop
Buffalo
there.
Park. Yeah,
Do we have any runners who might be coming into the shot soon on this?
Let's take a look on the runner tracker as far as runners that are past the aid station. I mean, I know that Jeff Browning is, so actually that might be our next person that we're catching. Unless
that might have been Jeff Browning before, yeah.
That would make sense. Yeah, Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy himself, basically making his way to the streets of Flagstaff on his way home.
Love it.
Yeah, and going to be the first finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125. And I don't know if you caught this, but I had reached out to Jeff this week to see if he wanted to join us. And I was thinking that maybe we could have had him on like Tuesday night or, maybe, late Monday afternoon or something.
Okay.
And he said, yeah, I'll see you Friday morning. He called his shot that he was going to be done. Obviously when you're an athlete of that caliber, you know what you're doing. And somebody with that much experience, I mean, having run as many 100-milers and having won as many 100-milers. I believe that he is second all-time in 100-mile victories to Carl Meltzer. So
Okay. I got to see him a few times along the course. And every single time he was smiling and running real fast.
Well, we caught him last night in a candid moment at Fort Tuthill when Jamil let him know that Mike McKnight had worked his way back, and you could see the surprise in his face. And because he's coaching Mike McKnight, Jeff Browning is.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So you could see he was beaming with excitement and pride for his friend and for his runner. So Jeff Browning, one of the true elite athletes that is participating this week, and definitely a great guy in terms of what he brings to the sport. Just as friendly as all get out. Got to hang out with Jeff a couple weeks ago, but also really my first time to spend any significant time with him was with Pete Mortimer and my son up in Silverton, and Jeff came and joined us for lunch, basically hanging out right off of finishing Hard Rock. And, with a fifth place finish last year, and the first thing he wanted to do was talk about how great the runners in front of him had done. It was so cool. Like, the first thing he was like, man, I can't believe, Dakota went for that move, and, you got one move and you got to make it. But he was so excited.
Even when we were catching little glimpses of him through the aid stations on the live stream, that's like all I heard is him talking about other runners. Like,
yeah, he gets genuinely excited about seeing other people succeed, and that makes me happy to have gotten to know him over the course of the last couple years. So. These great shots provided to us by Joshua, one of our follow filmers out in Sedona. Even the more, quote, I don't want to say mundane trails, but the more smooth trails, I guess, the less technical stuff is, you still got a huge reward out here. Look at that background as you're making your way through the trails in Sedona. Just soaking it all in. The runners have 125 miles or 250 miles rather, beautiful landscape after beautiful landscape, and a diverse set of landscapes as well. I mean, we look at the Red Rocks and the kind of high desert of Sedona versus the more I guess greens and browns down in the Black Canyon area where you were follow filming.
Yeah.
And then when they get to Eldon, I mean, you're in a full-blown pine forest where there is still in some places several feet of snow on the ground.
Oh yeah, the contrasts are so drastic. I almost think of this as like a condensed through hike. Like you really get to tour like the heart of Arizona and see. I mean, I don't know if they call them sky islands if they're not in Tucson, but I mean, you just go from such a low point in the low desert to Crown King. I mean, even in the first 50K of the race, like you have a drastic change in like ecosystems and surroundings, and it's really special.
Yeah, and you've through hiked the Arizona Trail.
I have.
And I believe that's how you got to know Jeff Garmeyer. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
more or less. So.
We've talked about this before.
Yeah.
We've had a long week, folks. Our memory recall is sketchy at best, but Bryce and I have had talks about this in the past. And having been a through hiker here on the Arizona Trail, we've seen a high level of success on the men's side come from runners who have completed the Arizona Trail and possess an FKT. Do you have any thoughts as to why that? Is that something that is a coincidence, or do you think that that's more of like, okay, this shows their experience, on these trails?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at how it kind of shook out from the beginning, like they did not lead out the front pack, until like significantly late into the race, I would say. Maybe it's just that all those hiking miles, and it just, I mean, people like Josh Perry, like later in the race is where they're going to shine.
Yeah.
They have that sleep deprivation experience, especially Josh Perry, Michael Greer, both done FKTs. And I know Michael Greer did, it was the rim times 5 or something.
Yeah, something ridiculous, like 170 miles. As we see Harley Guy making his way through Sedona. Harley has a few respectable finishes. Finished the Coldwater Rumble here in Arizona earlier this year. So shout out to Harley. Is that I think is his pacer possibly Holly Hovius, who completed this race in 2021? Yeah, that is. Harley Guy being paced by Holly Hovius, who finished the Cocodona 250 in the inaugural year. Also a super strong runner in the Prescott area.
It is a cool date out there. It's John just put in the chat. Looks like it's, what did he say, 56 in Sedona?
Yeah, the
57?
temperature on our widget in the upper left-hand corner is not pulling from Sedona. I believe it's actually pulling from further down the course. So
Sure.
we'll I don't know if we're going to be able to get that adjusted, but just something to keep in mind. But yeah, seeing Harley Guy make his way through the trails of Sedona, being flanked by his pacer Holly Hovius. Holly and her partner Jeff Hemperly ran the race together. I believe they might have been the first quote couple to finish Cocodona together back in 2021. We've had that happen with a couple of them, most notably Jeff and Holly in 2021, and last year Saul and Colleen Vidrio, the two of the final three finishers, the third to last and second to last finishers in 2022, finishing arm in arm as they headed down Beaver Street and Birch. It was truly a very captivating moment. But you got to wonder with some of these people in Sedona, I'm sure they know what's going on, for the most part, at least the locals do. But, somebody out for their morning walk with their dog, as we just saw there, seeing all of these people with race bibs on and kind of trying to, put it all together. And, they're invariably going to ask the question, what's going on here?
Well, sure. And I feel like Sedona might be the one place where they would fit in the most along the course in the current gear. Like they look a little bit out of place in, Crown King, running through Whiskey Row. But here it's like, I mean, Sedona is just so connected with trails.
That's actually an excellent point, because if you think about it, Crown King, during the week, I would assume that most of the traffic that's coming in as far as visitors is going to be ATVs. and even on the weekends. I mean, Crown King is we run up there, but I've had that conversation with so many people having run that race several times. They're like, "You okay? Where are you headed, Crown King?
Yeah.
That's 30 miles away, right?" Yes.
Yeah.
And then in Whiskey Row, the normal clientele is not carrying trekking poles and backpacks as they make their way down that road. I can speak from personal experience there as well that when I'm heading down Whiskey Row, that's not what's on my mind at all.
Oh, sure.
And then, Sedona is one of the municipalities here in Arizona where these runners fit right in their hiking and running gear.
Last time when we were in Crown King for the race, there was one guy who was blown away that we had run from Lake Pleasant up there to Crown King, and at the table next to Summer and I were Pete Mortimer and Jeff Browning, and it's just like in my mind, like, do I even tell him? Do I open up this can of worms?
Yeah, that Crown King race, and of course Crown King is the first major stop on the Cocodona 250. The town is very, very accommodating. They love having us up there. At least they make us feel loved.
Yeah.
But it gets a lot of visitors. The guy got distracted by this beautiful shot that we've got from our filmer. That's what it's all about right there. But Crown King definitely has people who, when we tell them what we're doing in town, they're a little bit
taken back.
Awestruck. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. We had to ask about how Killian is doing.
Killian Korth. We'll see if we can take a look and catch that in a little bit. Thank you so much for keeping this shot right here, Joshua. Look at this. This is our playground in Arizona. This is what we get to experience here in the state. So I'm going to give Joshua a chance to recharge and get to, whoops, we need a static Munns Park. Looks like we have a little bit of a light issue here, but it is bright and early. It is not snow covered at Munns Park as it might appear to be. We'll see if we can grab another shot here on the trail. But one of the things we can do, actually, we can just pull up the iPad if we wanted to. And we had a question in the chat about Killian Korth. Killian Korth right now is currently. Oops, there we go. That's Michael Greer. Killian Korth is actually making his way to from Walnut Canyon over to the base of Eldon, and we'll see if we can get eyes on him a little bit later. One of the cool things about where we're at right now in terms of our coverage, the course does compress, so we'll be able to use our resources in a more efficient manner. And for instance, where Enzo was filming from, Buffalo Park, it's really kind of just around the other side of Eldon, so it's not unthinkable to think that he can catch runners both on the way or to the base of Eldon and on the way down. Now, we are limited on what we can do, I believe, atop Eldon due to FAA restriction. Is that what I understand?
I do not know the drone legalities around Eldon. I know that it's really windy up there, and
that's true too. Yeah, you don't want to be taking a small drone in 25, 30 mile an hour winds. Otherwise, we might have to pour one out for a second drone here this week.
Right. Yeah. So the drone pilots throughout the week have just been absolutely burning through their batteries due to this wind. And they've been complaining about it.
Well, we're grateful for any sorts of shots and coverage we get. As we mentioned here, Enzo, our filmer extraordinaire, is hanging out in Buffalo Park. Buffalo Park, for those not familiar, is a Flagstaff institution. It's a series of trails on a relatively flat area, but the park itself sits at about 7,200 feet. And one of the cool things about Buffalo Park is that as you're traversing these seemingly basic and simple trails, is that you could basically be sharing them with Olympic hopefuls, Olympians, world-class runners and athletes, as Flagstaff is a happy training ground for many of the best athletes in the running space, whether they be running 250 miles or they be running something a little bit more more relatable, such as the 5Ks and 10Ks, but at an extremely high level. So Joshua, our follow cam. Yeah, Joshua has been doing work this week. We get to know some of our follow filmers and see how many miles they log. I'll be curious to see how many miles Joshua logs here this week. Of course, the gold standard in terms of miles logged was our friend Shad last year, who logged a staggering 83 miles, and while he was filming Cocodona 250. But the thing about Shad is that not only did he log 83 miles, he logged them all basically on Beaver Street and on Birch, which means that if there are any Strava segments on those, he was definitely the local legend, if only for some time last year.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. And if it's not a segment, he should have absolutely created one the day after.
For sure, for sure. Looks like we have a runner there. I missed the bib number. I'll see if I can capture that here in just a moment. And that is...
It looks like Browning is getting real close.
Nice. We've got bib number 203 and 202 on our shot right now. Let's see if I can pull up who they are.
Running together.
Bib number 203, Jeff Kent, and bib number 202, Catherine Ginsberg. So they're heading out of the Sedona Aid well ahead of the cutoff. No worries there. They seem to be moving pretty well and in good spirits. If you've got the capabilities to run this race and you're wise, you can get it done. This is not an impossible thing to accomplish. But, speaking back to our other distances, the Sedona Canyons race, the Sedona Canyons 125, which begins on Wednesday, runners have 75 hours to go 125 miles. That's a very, very generous cutoff. And if you're just an avid hiker, you can get that done. You know that you can move at enough speed to not only move 125 miles, but also to be able to get some rest along the way. Now, you may be fully miserable when all is said and done from a physical standpoint, but really, that's how you feel after any race where you left it all out there.
Oh, so, sure.
I mean, Bryce, you've run several races here, and I have to say he's going to be modest about this, but Bryce has been absolutely tearing up the circuit here locally in the 50K to 50-mile range. Is something like Cocodona in your peripheral vision?
Maybe in the distant future.
You've got a few other goals that you're looking to accomplish between now and then?
Yeah, not quite 250 miles yet, but I mean, one of these days it's just like, it's probably the most inspiring endurance event that I've been witness to personally, and it's
plus you're also quite young. So one of the things that we've seen is that there's kind of a migration to the 200s as runners tend to age out of finishing on the podiums a lot of times in those, 10Ks, half marathon distances. So not to say that there aren't some amazing athletes who can do great things. I mean, Jeff Garmeyer, I believe, is around 30 years old, and we do have a few younger athletes. But for the most part, the age of the Cocodona competitor would skew older in relation to some of the shorter trail races that we have.
Sure. I'm liking this idea of having a running partner through this event, and you don't even need a single pacer.
That's true.
You have one the whole time.
See, I look at it different, Bryce. When I'm running a long race such as this, I basically just hang out at the back of the pack, so the sweepers are my pacers.
Smart man.
Yep. We all have different ways to approach our races. Bryce is a pace setter in himself when he's out on the course. So.
It would be very difficult to go out at a reasonable speed for something like this for me. From right now, I think I would be probably in that front pack and then probably blown up sometime around Mingus maybe before.
Yeah, I mean, you really, you mentioning that some of the runners going out at the very beginning of this race in a sub 9 minute pace on some rugged terrain.
I was really surprised.
The first 50K of this race, or first, I guess, say maybe 36 miles up to the top of Lane Mountain, there is some debate as to what the toughest portion, but I would have to stake my claim there. Now, as I mentioned, I've not run this race, but I've run a fair amount of the trail systems that make up the Cocodona 250. I've hiked some of them. I've run some. I've raced on some parts. Other parts I've just been out there for casual, leisurely runs. But that first section from Black Canyon City to Lane Mountain is absolutely a soul-crushing section. And we saw that in the first year of Cocodona, where in 2021 we lost a sizable chunk of the field and some pretty solid runners, both locally and in terms of a national profile, who were just cooked by the unforgiving nature of that territory. Now, granted, it was super hot, and we've added a couple of water drop stations since then, but it's an absolutely unforgiving race in the first stages. So, if you can get through that part, I believe that the finish rate is going to increase significantly. Shout out to Joshua. He knows what we want here in the studio. If I weren't in the studio, I would probably be parked out somewhere along the way where I could just sit and enjoy a view such as this. Deb Baker, enjoying the views in Sedona, lives and works there, but is still, enjoying what she's seeing here. So, shout out to Deb for tuning in on the coverage when it sounds like all she'd have to do is look out the window or something.
That would be the dream.
Actually, you know what? If that is the Deb Baker I'm thinking of, I met Deb. Speaking of running partners, Deb and I shared some suffer miles at Crown King one year, if I remember correctly. At the back of the pack, yeah. Because if this is Deb, she actually is from fairly close to that area. So yeah, a shout out Deb Baker for tuning in on the live stream. Fellow back of the packer at Crown King a few years ago. So so something is developed in the chat, and you just picked up on it.
I did.
Jeff Garmeyer, one of the crowd favorites. I don't know who's more popular, Jeff Garmeyer or Kevin Goldberg, but I'm going to call it a tie just in the interest of making everybody feel good. But right now there are some Garmeyerisms making their way into the chat.
Luke is dropping some hot lasagna in the chat, as
yeah.
I would say.
Is that what the kids say now?
Yeah, I think so.
Jeff Garmeyer doesn't breathe. He holds the air hostage. Jeff Garmeyer once beat the sun in a staring contest. Jeff Garmeyer once built a snowman out of rain. These Garmeyerisms are fantastic. You can keep them coming. Oh yeah, okay. Marjorie Rich, thanks for the flavor text on that. Talking about the situation last year where a crew, it was Carol Northrup's crew who provided the beer for one of the British runners last year at Fort Tuthill, and actually I want to talk about Carol Northrup really quick because she is a Flagstaff local, if I remember correctly, and I am thoroughly impressed with her race this year. If I remember correctly, she's actually in the top 10 of the women right now. Just to kind of recap now in terms of finishers and placement for the women's side in the Cocodona 250. Sarah Ostaszewski has completed the race, becoming the winner of the third Cocodona 250. Eliza LaPierre is in second. Mika Thews is in third on the women's side. There is a significant gap between third and fourth. Sally McRae is in fourth, though, having just completed the stretch up through Fort Tuthill.
It looks like we have our first Cocodona Canyons 125 finisher.
Sedona Canyons finisher?
Yep, sorry.
Jeff Browning, congratulations, Jeff Browning, adding another feather in the cap of an already historic career. Jeff Browning will get his finish time here in just a little bit. Noel shooting me a text confirming, thank you, that Carol is from Prescott. Thanks for tuning in. You know what? You know Noel Kingston, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I think Noel Kingston would be fun to have on the live stream. That dude is fun to hang out with. So maybe I'll shoot a text to him later, see if he wants to pop onto the live stream sometime later this week. But where were we? I was just reading off the women in Cocodona. Sally McRae currently in 4th. Alicia Jenkins in 5th. Dawn Greenwald in 6th. And it looks like, unless I missed my guess, Carol Northrup is currently in 7th in the Cocodona 250. Okay, yeah, so Carol and her husband Parker, managed the Sundog aid station at Whiskey Basin every year. Giving back to the community. Love Whiskey Basin trail runs up in Prescott. If you want to experience one of the other sections of the course, the Granite Dells, you can do so by running Whiskey Basin. Not Whiskey Raisin. That sounds like a dare in a bar on a
Whiskey
1 a.m. on a Saturday morning. But yeah, Whiskey Basin, another opportunity to experience the trails here in Arizona, and some bits of the Cocodona course. I believe that was bib number 50, if I am correct here. I'm going to see if I can. Kevin Hadfield, perhaps. Oh, bib number 59. I apologize. Bib number 59. That is Stephen Epifano out of California. Stephen making his way out of the Sedona aid station and heading beyond for the final 90 miles of his Cocodona race. Another Garmeyer-ism that hit the chat. Jeff Garmeyer was once bitten by a rattlesnake while running. After 5 days of excruciating pain, the rattlesnake died. Jeff Garmeyer can gargle peanut butter. So, thank you in the chat for keeping us going here. Jeff Garmeyer. I'm going to see if I can get his final finish time as the inaugural finisher of the Cocodona, the Sedona Canyons 125. No matter how you slice it, he has the course record, as this is the inaugural running. It looks like his finish time was 8:36:23 in the morning. So having started at 7 a.m., it's a 25-hour, 36-minute finish for Jeff Garmeyer in the Sedona Canyons 125. It's pretty astounding because that is not an easy course. You've got, basically you're traversing the same trails as Cocodona, and you get 2 of the big climbs along the way. So hats off to Jeff Browning rather. Jeff Garmeyer's gotten quite the love in the chat as well. Looking to see who we might see next. Heading into Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Kevin Goldberg, you may have heard of him, is likely the next person. I would expect it looks like he's actually made the descent down from Eldon and is making his way through the connecting trails to Buffalo Park. So we'll keep an eye out for him. And neck and neck with him at this point, it looks like our second place female at this point, Eliza LaPierre. So we'll be keeping an eye out to see if Eliza and Kevin Goldberg make their way to the finish line here fairly soon. Garmeyer is on his descent from Eldon, having pried himself away from the amazing aid station provided by Pete Mortimer, Julian Galuzzi, and the crew up there. We coined a new nickname for them. We don't know if it's going to stick, but I'm going to just throw it out here. So we've got Pete Mortimer, Julian Galuzzi, and Nick Paniche up there.
Oh, yeah.
Slinging meat up there. The 3 of meat goes.
Oh, it's great.
You're so kind. Folks, not only is Bryce an accomplished runner and hard worker, he's also a very nice guy that tries to make everybody feel better around him. So
I'm a little bit out of my mind right now. I think
we're
I'm
all out of our
sleep
mind, folks.
deprivation.
We are grateful that you're tuning in here. Over 1,600 of you hanging out with us on this Thursday morning, doing everything you can to avoid actually opening that spreadsheet, because we know what you're doing. Because I'm doing it too on occasion. You have the the race on in the background. Maybe you've got a home setup where you've got it on your TV, your smart TV in the background, or you've got maybe a window open in the office, and you occasionally get called out whenever there's a sudden scream or holler on the live stream, and all of a sudden,
awake. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. We're so happy to have you joining us here at the Cocodona 250 coverage presented by Aravaipa Running. Thank you very much to the recent Super Chat donations. We are grateful. I believe the most recent one was Jeffrey Chin, sharing his time. Jeffrey has been in the chat all week. I believe that his favorite runner is Kevin Goldberg, but I can neither confirm nor deny that. Coach Kendall, exhausted from just watching nonstop and haven't run a step in days. Yeah, so my coach is on the course right now and actually working up at Eldon Aid, and I keep seeing the notifications on Training Peaks, and I feel so terrible. But I think at least he knows where I'm at and why I haven't gotten the miles in.
I think Summer is on the opposite end of the spectrum. Summer is also coached by Pete Mortimer.
Yeah.
And had a relatively easy, lower mileage week this week.
And she went and blew it all up.
Yeah, she's already over 62, and she's doing more.
Is that bib number 167? Let's take a look and find out who that is. And then I see that we've got a feed that I really want to get to over there.
Oh, we got, yep.
Bib number 167, Kyle Hammond, making his way out of Sedona. But we're going to spin now over to
Corinne Chalvoy.
That is Corinne Chalvoy.
Sure is.
Aravaipa Racing Team member, Corinne Chalvoy, coming down from Colorado to partake and help in the coverage. But I'm really excited about this. In any regard, I'm going to call my shot and you have to.
Yep.
You have to rig it.
Here.
So, folks, we're going to see what we can do to grab a brand new vantage point here on the Cocodona 250 coverage.
We'll go back to Josh for the time being.
Back to Josh and that's also bib number 78 right behind Kyle Hammond. Bib number 78 is Patrick Atkinson. So congratulations to Patrick for making it through Sedona Aid. About 90 miles to go on their respective journeys. One more coming up along the way. Bib number 45. Bib number 45, Kenny Krieger.
Here we go.
All right. We've got one of the vantage points that I've really been looking forward to having.
So, Corinne, we're going to throw it to you now. Well, shoot.
We'll see if we can get that back in a few moments. Basically, we're working on the back end things to link up the video that we want to bring you here. Corinne Chalvoy is currently at downtown Flagstaff and Heritage Square, basically about 3/4 of a mile from where we're at. And we're looking to try and bring her video once we get it back up. So we'll do our best to bring that to you here shortly. We're a little bit limited in what we've got to offer right now. This is the Munns Park aid station. I don't know if anybody has made it through there recently, but we'll be keeping an eye on every available viewpoint that we have on the course. We'll have more cameras out there later today when you'll be, the coverage will be manned by Brett Hornig and Finn Melanson of the Single Track Podcast.
We might have some more mobile cams heading out to the finish line now.
A heads up, if you're interested in specific runners, you can head to the live runner tracking on the Cocodona website. The link is in the description of this video right here, just below the video window on your YouTube app or on your YouTube browser page, cocodona.com/live. We only have, as we mentioned, a few runners in at this point. Just 4 runners have completed the Cocodona 250. They are Michael McKnight, who has set a new course record, basically dropping about 2.5 to 3 hours off of Mike Versteeg's 2021 running. Second place, Josh Perry, through hiker with, I believe that this might have been the first time he's pinned a bib on for a trail race, finishing second. And third place, Michael Greer, who has had the training regimen that people have been whispering about for the past few days. Basically rim to rim to rim to rim to rim to rim, and et cetera, et cetera. That's your men's podium at this point. Your first place female finisher, Aravaipa Racing Team member and Flagstaff local, Sarah Ostaszewski, with a successful run home. Congratulations to Sarah with her win on the women's side of the Cocodona 250. I don't know if I'd like to take a look and see if I can figure out what her time was. She finished at 5:51:47 a.m., so just over 72 hours. That is actually really impressive. That drops, if I'm doing my math correctly, that drops over 10 hours off of the prior female course record held by none other than Maggie Guterl.
Wow.
Yeah, I want to check that out. I'm going to pull it up really quick here. And see if I can get a little bit more Cocodona, the inaugural year. So it's hard to kind of figure out which, how to look at the record book, because last year Annie Hughes finished the race in 71 hours, 10 minutes, 22 seconds, but it's a significantly different course. Maggie Guterl, the first year, finished Cocodona in 85 hours, 30 minutes. Now, the race is not exactly the same as it was, but if let me see if I can pull up Sarah's final official time here. Sarah Ostaszewski's final finish time. So, yeah, 72 hours, 51 minutes. So, on a far more comparable course, she dropped 13 hours off of the standard originally set by Maggie Guterl. So, Sarah Ostaszewski, not only with a win, but a statement win here in the 2023 Cocodona 250.
She knows this course as well as anyone.
Absolutely. Looks like we've got a shot from one of our filmers, Troy Wicks. That would be the tunnel, I believe, underneath I-40 as the runners are basically making their way between Walnut Canyon and the Mount Eldon, the base of the Mount Eldon climb.
Last I heard, Troy was going out to find Christopher St. John.
Okay.
Christopher
St. Jean. So Pete had an interesting story about Christopher St. Jean. Apparently, he's a Flagstaff local, and a few years ago he had an interesting nickname.
What was that?
Van Life Chris.
Van Life Chris.
Yeah, but apparently he is now domesticated and is now House Life Chris. We have a runner. Who is this that we've got in the viewpoint? Is that fan favorite Kevin Goldberg hitting the connecting trail from Buffalo Park as he hits the streets of Flagstaff? So this is the Shad Cam. You're going to get real familiar with the Shad Cam here over the next few days. Do we have
I was about to see if we get audio here.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do to bring the fan favorite Kevin Goldberg. Kevin Goldberg taking a selfie with Shad right there. There we go. We've got audio of Kevin Goldberg, fan favorite, as he makes his way. He's already through Buffalo Park. I forget what the name of this connecting trail is. You would know better than I. What is that called?
I don't know the specific name of it. I know they're maybe like a quarter mile from the hospital.
Yeah. So basically, what they're going to do is they're going to.
What did he say? What did you say, Kevin?
31.
Has Kevin Goldberg registered for the 2024 Cocodona yet? Because he has to do it before he finishes.
All day today and all day tomorrow and part of Saturday.
That would be legendary.
See if I can break that 100-mile mark. I'll come give you a break.
I would love to see Kevin Goldberg whip out his phone right now and register for next year's Cocodona.
I think he just offered to help out with some filming duties. Is what it sounded like.
That would be insane. You know what? We should bring him in studio. I think a person or two would watch that.
Yeah.
I mean, we're only a less than a mile from the finish line. So, we're going to get a little bit crazy here in the last few days because, frankly, Matt, myself, Finn, and Brett have been fried now for a little while.
It's already Thursday.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Green's actually been pretty nice today.
Yeah.
Good. I was in my face the whole time for pushing, you know. Made it for like. I didn't have to take off all this clothing.
I just ran Jeff Browning down, and he hit coming down that hill, like right when you get to that little flat spot, a big old headwind, and he was like, what the heck is this headwind?
I was really looking forward to Jeff passing me and trying to hang with him for like 30 seconds. But I was sleeping in a tunnel, he stepped over me.
Oh.
Sounds like Kevin Goldberg and Jeff Garmeyer have been having a bit of gamesmanship over the course of the last 247 miles.
I was talking about Browning.
Oh.
That's how I
possible, too.
interpreted it.
Oh. Yeah, there's a couple of Jeffs, a few Mikes out on the course. You know, you guys with your common names, we need more Bryces out there.
Yep, it'll be the second light.
That he's rocking the Mountain Dew in the pocket there. It's a wise decision, I think.
Yeah, his pack setup is pretty robust. He's got his trekking poles there, and I would assume by the size of that pack, that's not just your typical little windbreaker. That's a puffy that's hanging out in there. But
Most definitely.
enough energy to actually run across the street here in the streets of Flagstaff.
I thought last year you were training for something big yourself.
I had a couple things on the horizon. This is gonna kick off my training block for UTMB though.
You're in UTMB?
Yep.
Oh, Shad's running UTMB. Fantastic.
I get there like the day after UTMB ends.
Oh, I'll be there another week after that. So.
Let's see.
Both doing tour.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so we do have a drone shot of Christopher.
Right now.
We did. I don't know if you lost him or not. But it looks like he's making his way. He's getting pretty close to Eldon from the sounds of where Troy is
Christopher
going.
St. Jean?
Yep.
Excellent.
Well, thanks for coming out again.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you were going to be here.
I love doing it.
You got a memorable name, so I was like,
Yeah, at this rate, Shad is going to end up running this race next year for free.
Kidding.
what did you say?
Said I was gonna earn my way into this race for free at this rate.
Yeah, if you want to run it, I feel like it's you could probably get close to 250 of the whole, just doing everyone's.
Do we know if there's a Strava segment between or on Beaver Street? Because if so, then Shad will be the local legend once again here in May of 2023.
Chris, I was the local legend last year when I got done.
Yep.
That's fantastic.
That sounds right.
I want to see, like, of course you got the graph, following that on Strava, like how many more times he had done reps as opposed to other people. And now Kevin Goldberg is making the left onto Beaver Street, where he will be passing Beaver Liquors, I believe, is the first
yeah, I
landmark
remember
that he hits. Yeah, of course, inside intel from John Marushek mentioning that the wind is cranking up. If it's cranking up now, then it's going to be really big later on. Demetrio, thanks for the super chat donation. We appreciate your generosity. Yeah, okay. Looks.
He's having fun.
They totally are. Does Kevin know that registration for 2024 is already opened? Oh, I love it.
There's the energy.
Yeah, so in case Kevin hasn't been notified yet, registration for next year's race has already opened. Kevin Goldberg making his way down Beaver Street in Flagstaff, just a few short blocks from the finish of the Cocodona 250, something he is not a stranger to, as this is going to be his third finish. And this would make Kevin Goldberg the second third-time finisher, I believe, of the Cocodona 250. Oh, I was mistaken. Actually, he had not previously passed Beaver Liquors. He is coming up to Beaver Liquors right now. Okay, I'm gonna say, listen. If you've got a problem with what we're doing here, come out and volunteer. Help improve it. Give us more camera angles. Right now, we've got the incomparable Shad, who puts in dozens of miles each year to follow these runners into the finish, doing work that other people can only sit back and criticize. So thank you very much for those that are supportive in the chat. If you've got umbrage with what we're doing, come out and volunteer. Make the coverage more robust.
We do fortunately now have finish line camera active.
Yeah. Yeah, part of the issue is that
like way too long since I checked my
several of
phone.
these runners finish faster than we anticipated. It is very hard to handicap the finish of a 200-plus mile race and to make sure that our resources are adequate. Plus, I mean, Rob and Jamil have to sleep sometime. I mean, not Rob, Matt and Jamil have to sleep sometime. We did have some, I believe, some drone footage of Browning earlier as he was running through the trail system into Buffalo Park. And, of course, we didn't have anything at the finish line. But I do believe we have one of our other filmers, Corinne Shalvoy, there at the finish line now. Is that update? I think that might be...
It is behind.
Yeah.
But
I saw Goldberg grab his phone. Was he registering for Cocodona next year?
I'm not sure what
I need to know this. I don't know why, but I have to. I feel like I have to see Kevin Goldberg register for next year's Cocodona while he's still running this year's Cocodona.
Something special about that.
Yeah. Of course, we already have a magnificent 7 entries for next year's Cocodona 250. 8 entries now for the Sedona Canyons 125, and currently 8 entrants as well for the Eldon Crest 36 2024. Yeah, Crazy Pants. Every time someone says Goldberg, you think of the wrestler. They might as well be chanting his name in the chat, as popular as he is. He has a very vocal fan base. So, the super chat donations simply go towards helping us cover the expenses of covering this event. Yeah, there was a question about that in the chat. I think that it's good to be transparent about that. This is not exactly what we would call a high revenue operation. This is a labor of love that Jamil Curry has brought forth. He is very insistent on seeing this through. The growth of trail and ultra running coverage in this space. I mean, 5 years ago, coverage of trail races in America was practically non-existent. You might have the best coverage in the country at that point 5 years ago was Keith Dunn tweeting at Barkley. I mean, for the most part, but Jamil and Aravaipa Running truly believe in doing coverage of these races. And bringing it to the masses and hopefully encouraging people to get out and see what your community has to offer. I mean, we'd love to see you come out here and run Cocodona or Sedona Canyons or Eldon Crest. However, we're happy to hear that you're getting out and being active. Is that looks like we've got, I can see our other camera, Corinne Chalvoy, in the background as well. And I believe that was the trail gangster himself, Rory Monahan, hanging out. And what's so funny is that, okay, so here we are, left on Birch. We are at the left on Birch.
The iconic left turn.
Yes, and the man himself, Kevin Goldberg, taking the left on Birch. And what's funny is that I took a photo and shared it on social media, and it got some traction that...
I'll take you the rest of the way in.
Birch is a one-way street going the other direction. So all of the signs are to the contrary. Like, you're not supposed to be able to go left on Birch. You're supposed to go right only. But we at Cocodona, we don't play by those rules. We cross and we take a left turn on Birch. And now Kevin Goldberg is heading past, I believe that's LaRue. Whoop, nope. Where's... Did they change the finish line setup this year?
No. Not that I know of. I believe it's still Cocodona Alley.
No, he's approaching. That's not. He's not.
Oh.
Shad, is he going the right direction? It looks like there might be a slight modification. I did not realize that.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations to Kevin Goldberg. Congratulations to Kevin Goldberg for finishing the Cocodona 250 here in downtown Flagstaff, Heritage Square. The moment being captured by, I believe that's Scott Rokas on the camera right there. Could be Howie Stern. Whoever it is, they're bundled up. Nope, that's Scott Rokas for sure. Being greeted at the finish line by Jeff Browning, the Sedona Canyons 125 winner. Jeff will be joining us here in studio tomorrow. At least we're anticipating that. So congratulations to Goldberg, improving upon his finish from last year. I believe that Kevin Goldberg finished. Did he finish 6th last year? He finished 5th last year, so he finished 5th last year in the men's section and finished 4th. Or actually, no, he matches his finish from last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we can get some audio on this on Corinne's cam here at the finish line. Celebrating with his crew, his team. Let's see. Asking for
somebody with a question about Jeff Browning's time. Yep. Let me see if I can pull that up. I believe that Jeff's final finish time was about 25 and a half hours. And after this, Bryce, I'm going to have to actually duck out and unfortunately have to work the day job here for the day. But let me see if I can pull up that information on Jeff Browning's finish time. Jeff Browning finished at 25 hours, 36 minutes, and 23 seconds. Kevin Goldberg, we'll see if we can get an official finish time on his completed race as well. Just need our leaderboard to finish refreshing. Oh, is that what happened? The gate is shut on Cocodona Alley. That would make sense then.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's at the finish line. That's, and it's not exactly like there's a way to shortcut through the building or anything. So if they had to modify the, it's not like, it doesn't make anything any easier there.
Right.
And thank you to Aravaipa Racing Team member Corinne Chalvoy for providing us these shots here at the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Kevin's time last year, if we were to try and use that for basis comparison, was 74 hours, 24 minutes, 58 seconds. This year, it would be 74 hours and just a few minutes. So any way you slice it, Kevin Goldberg had a more successful run this year, shaving what looks to be about 15 to 20 minutes off of his prior finish time. So congratulations to Kevin Goldberg. Yeah, I'm not down there in downtown Flagstaff, but perhaps somebody who is in the house will let us know a little bit later. I believe Finn and Brett are going to go down there, but Kevin Goldberg did come in from another direction. So basically, from the corner of LaRue and Birch, there's a large, there's a building at the corner, and apparently they had to go the other direction because a gate that was expected to be open was closed. So it does not change the mileage, elevation, profile, or anything whatsoever with regards to the finish of the Cocodona 250. So I was just taken aback because I didn't expect to see somebody come from that direction.
Hard to beat Heritage Square. It is a very, very cool finish line.
Cool. Well, and there's a couple of restaurants right there where you can literally grab a table and I believe that there's a Diablo Burger right there, and there's also a Mexican restaurant basically on the other side of that tent where you don't have to stand around at the finish line. But I'm gonna try when I'm off the air for a little while, for a few minutes here or there, to go down to Diablo Burger and grab one of those tables that's right on the finish line chute, because that'd be really cool to see them come in like that. It's one of my favorite aspects of being at these races is having a seat right at the finish line.
So I'm trying to figure out right now who Troy is on. Last I heard, he was...
That was Goldberg's pace. Oh, who Troy Wicks is on.
Troy Wicks is on. Last I heard, he was near Chris's location, Chris St. Jean. It looks like whoever this is on the approach to the Eldon climb.
How long do they actually stay on the road there?
I don't remember it being too long.
Yeah, this seems a little bit longer. I think this might be further back on the course.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
He did just cross underneath, but yeah, that doesn't look right.
Yeah, that seems like a long time to be on the road at this juncture of the race. Yeah, if that's the case, then I'm a little bit concerned. But we'll see if we can get clarification on that. But I'm not even sure what road that would be. It's Route 66.
Yeah, so it is.
Yeah,
that is
so,
Chris.
Okay, yeah.
I thought so.
There is a stretch where they go along Route 66 for what looks to be maybe a quarter to a half of a mile. So apologize for our confusion. One of the things about 250 miles worth of coverage is that there are sections of the trail that we're not familiar with, even if we've sat and watched it for for hours on end.
That's a great shot, Troy. Bringing us the live drone shots.
Yeah, I love that aspect of this race, and that's one of the things about when we were talking about the advancements of coverage. Um, Jamil Curry has been extremely insistent upon leveraging drone technology, and I know that if you're a licensed drone pilot in Arizona and are interested in working a side job, we know a guy who might be interested in working with you. I've thought about teaching myself and learning to be a licensed drone pilot, but it's a bit of a commitment. Plus,
it is.
I like being in the studio, and I like running the races. If I add one more ability that Jamil happens to know about, I'll never have the opportunity to run again.
It is now no easy task to be one of these drone pilots for an event like this, for sure.
Yeah,
they definitely stay busy.
They're not only staying busy in terms of the filming itself, but also just getting around the course. They're basically playing leapfrog with one another over the course of a 250-mile trail race. So yeah, that's something that we're grateful for, to have these great drone pilots and drone footage. So. Yeah, I see some people talking about some of their favorite places to eat in Flagstaff. Yeah, there are a lot of great restaurants up here. I'm a pizzicotta person myself. I would eat most of my meals there if I could, but lots of great places to eat here in town. I love getting my coffee at Macy's. I feel like I have not had a proper Flagstaff visit until I've had my coffee at Macy's. As we lock back onto the Enzo drone cam in Buffalo Park.
Let's see if I can pick up Valerie, who looks like she is at the finish line at the moment.
And on that note, Bryce, I really need to get going. I probably overstayed my welcome, but thank you very much. Folks, keep tuning in. We're going to be having coverage here all day into the night, and stay tuned for Aravaipa After Dark. I don't know what we're doing yet. I've got a couple of guests who might potentially be coming around. I might head down to Heritage Square and see if I can pick up a couple of the finishers to come in and talk about their experience.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Go do some recruiting.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the beautiful things about this coverage is that we're not beholden to any sort of networks or our sponsors are great. We have to make sure we take care of them, but for the most part, we can do largely what we want as long as we make sure we're doing a responsible job of covering the runners and the racers here. So if I wanted to bring in some friends who have something that something interesting to say or some experience with the race, I can do it, and I have done it. So that's a lot of fun. Folks, thanks for tuning in. I am going to sign off for the day, but Bryce will be hanging out here, I believe, driving the car until noon when Finn Melanson and Brett Hornig from the Run Single Track podcast make their way to the desk. So thanks for hanging out, and we'll catch you later.
Thanks, Chris. Alrighty, we're going to take it back to our remote guests. Corinne Shalvoy at Heritage Square. We still got eyes on Kevin there, taking a well-deserved rest. Let's see if we can get another view here. And Valerie, if you can see if you can unmute it on your end, we might be able to get some audio from the finish line. Awesome, thanks.
You have Verizon like VIP.
He does always see that service when I do.
I have Verizon too, but it wasn't great out there.
He makes it happen.
Let's keep me awake. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it was just you and Jeff. We were doing chatting.
Let's see, a couple questions in the chat. Bryce, what parts of the course have you been on? So I've done Iron King through Deer Pass, my first year with Jeff Garmeyer, and then did Walnut Canyon to the finish line. I've done most of the sections that are paceable outside of, I guess, before Iron King. Has the Dark McKnight slept since finishing? That's a great question. I saw him just a moment ago at the finish line. So if so, probably not enough.
I don't know. It's the 36 miles. Let's go, boys. I think you boys will crush it. Yeah. We got it. Hey, my shoes on. I used to wear that over there. That's the best one to use. They're all broken in. All 4, right? I don't have the bills.
So Eliza has to be getting close. Yes, take a look, see where she's at with the most recent ping. I am hoping we have some boots on the ground there who's able to run her in, give us a close-up of her home stretch finish. So it looks like she is, from her last ping 2 minutes ago, was just about to exit the Arizona Trail and begin making her way into town, just about. Yeah, it looks like maybe a little less than 2 miles for Eliza at this point. Yep, Jeff Garmeyer has not pinged in a while. 26 minutes, so Jeff Garmeyer can be actually getting pretty close to Buffalo Park, if not there already. Who is the guy in the beard? I believe that is in reference to Ben Light. He is on Mike McKnight's crew and did a lot of pacing with him this year.
Let's go filter.
Me figure it out. All right, let me know.
So I'm going to see if we can throw it to our Eldon aid station cam. And we might be able to get some audio from there, hopefully. But let's see, who is currently up there? I'm going to have to refresh my feed. So it looks like there are 2 runners currently at Eldon Aid. Which would be Mike Growegan and Mika. So it looks like they are both up there getting taken care of, getting ready to take on that home stretch. Oh, and that's Brett and Finn up there, it looks like. Awesome. I know they were going on a run before their noon shift today, so it looks like they took a little trip up to Eldon Aid. We do a little course scouting. Let's see, we got Mike and we have an update on Jeff. We do. So he's at 2:44.9. Yeah, I'd say a little less than 4. A little more than 3 to go until he joins Kevin in Heritage Square. And it looks like we do have Corinne is going to go out a little ways to see if we can get a glimpse of Eliza. Looks like Killian pinged 5 minutes ago, so he should be under the 89 at this point. So he is getting close to the Sunset Climb Trail up Mount Eldon. I'm going to see if we can throw it back to Corinne here, who is making her way up the course from Heritage Square. So this is still the view from Valerie, but once Corinne makes contact with Eliza, we're going to switch it right over to her feed there. It looks very windy in the square right now. right, and we are looking at Corinne's view. And I believe she is making her way up Beaver Street at the moment. It looks like she is making that climb up towards the hospital. And I'm going to throw it over the iPad here just a moment. Give you a bit of a picture. So, as of 0 minutes ago, she is on Schweitzer Canyon Trail and looks like just a fraction of a mile from hitting the actual road of West Forest Avenue before making that left on Beaver. John in the chat letting us know current winds of 23 miles per hour up to 40 to 50 miles an hour this afternoon. I'm assuming that's Flagstaff, so I'm going to guess that Eldon's going to be even significantly more windy than that, which I believe is was the reason, or at least a major factor in the change of moving the aid station from its position formerly close to the Sunset Trail, kind of down into some of the vegetation. So there's a tree surrounding it that kind of breaks up the wind. So Valerie's last ping was 3 minutes ago. Still that last one that we just saw, so I'm imagining she has hit the main road by now, and Should be making that left on to Beaver Street soon. Oh, we do have a shad cam here. Let me see if I can get him pulled up here.
Hey, Coop. Hey, Chris. Coop just said that she's in a really low spot, and he doesn't want her to be filmed.
Okay. Yep. Roger that. We'll go ahead and switch it to our Eldon feed here. Give me just one moment. So it sounded like Eliza wasn't feeling 100%, so we're going to let her take her time on her own through the finish. Hopefully we get her final moments crossing the actual finish line. Massive kudos to her for finishing it out. Right now, I think we're seeing, is that Mika and Mike up at the Eldon aid station right now. Yeah, you can tell even with the trash can in the background, lots of wind up there. But it looks like they're staying warm in front of that heater. And I know that they are being well taken care of up there. Question about Mika's knee. It does look a little fresher. I did see that she did have some scrapes and bruising on her knees when she was in Munns Park, so it would have been prior to that most likely. So it doesn't seem like it's a new injury. It's something that she's most likely been dealing with for at least the last 50 miles. Oh, and we do have a Garmeyer signing. Let's see.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jamil. Can you hear me?
Great. Yeah, amazing. If the audience can hear me, please comment. This is Jamil. Wow, that Garmeyer cam is really windy and really loud. Can you still hear me, Bryce?
I can.
Great. Can the audience hear me is the question.
I believe so,
I can
yes.
feel amazing. Can we turn the audio from that camera down, potentially?
Yep.
It's just wind noise. Awesome. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to be doing a little remote commentary with Bryce here as he sets up some of these links. Maybe I'm just getting wind in my earphones really loud, but all I can hear is wind noise.
I'll mute it completely there.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
All right, and I'm going to take a look and see exactly where Jeff is at right now.
If you just go to the director room, you could mute that feed.
Are you still hearing it? Okay. Got it.
Oh, yeah, I'm hearing it.
There we go.
That is way better.
Cool.
That's incredible. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so where are you at right now, Jamil?
I'm down in Phoenix for the moment. Came down for a quick little swim meet this morning.
Got it.
And I'll be heading back up later today. But Bryce, how is I feel like I haven't seen you in a day. How'd your experience go the last couple days?
Oh, real busy. It's been a whirlwind, but we made it here. Picked up Summer this morning, had a few minutes to spare, and relieved Matt for a bit. And now we got Eliza is definitely on the home stretch, getting very close to Heritage Square. And this is Jeff, and it looks like he is on the final stretch of the Arizona Trail, getting close to popping out on that main road here.
Yeah, so this is the section that's past Buffalo Park, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes. Let's see. Oh,
I think
it
it's
looks
past
like.
Buffalo Park.
Yep, you're right. His last.
It's like a slight downhill, and then you'll actually pop out onto the streets of Flagstaff right after this part right here.
Yep. It looks like 4 minutes ago he was right in the middle of Buffalo Park. So that's yep.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he's coming in probably maybe his best performance yet in terms of time-wise. And there's the little bridge. Perfect.
His stride looks really good right now. He
Yeah,
doesn't
he looks
look
great.
like he's like tight or sore. It looks like he's just kind of going on an easy jog.
That's awesome. And another one of our triple finishers. We had Sarah Ostaszewski earlier finishing up her third, and now we've got Jeff here.
It's awesome. The Aravaipa Racing team members are making a statement this year, and it's fun to watch.
Definitely. Were you able to, I wasn't able to catch Bronco Billy. Were you guys able to follow him in for the win of the Sedona Canyons 125?
We unfortunately did not have a camera live for it.
Ah, gotcha.
Yep. But we do have a few cameras in the area now. And so
nice.
Eliza should be coming through the finish. I need to make sure I'm keeping a close eye on this here, because we do have.
Yeah, I heard that they were saying they didn't want to film her at the moment coming in. But hopefully we can get that finish line camera on.
That's what I'm thinking.
When we spot her.
Yeah. Give her some space on that home stretch segment through town, and
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's that is one of the interesting things with live streaming these days is, there are those moments where you want some privacy out there. So it's always great to respect that.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially this deep into a 250-mile race, like understandable. So yeah.
But we'll hopefully at least get that finish line camera though, and capture that moment.
Right. Let me just make sure we have everything dialed for that real fast. Oh yeah. And thank you to all of our filmers out there. We have Corinne and Valerie, who are both in the vicinity of Heritage Square. Corinne, fellow Aravaipa Racing team member from Colorado. So thank you both for being out there and for bringing us some great shots of the action.
That's awesome. Excuse me for 1 second, Bryce. I'm going to hop right back in here in about a couple minutes.
Okay.
Thanks.
And here we go. We got Jeff is officially on to West Forest Avenue. So he's going to be making his way down to Beaver Street now. And I believe as of this point, it's about 2 miles or less. So Jeff, this is Jeff's third year. This will be his third completion of the Cocodona 250. From a more of an FKT through hiking background, he kind of came into this, especially in 2020, with the idea that it's going to be a moving buffet, and basically took little to no time at aid stations besides grabbing handfuls of snacks. And the plan was to basically hike the whole thing and just see how it played out. And then since then, his crew has evolved exponentially, and he now has multiple pacers. His aunt, he has family out, and they support him along the course. And apparently it does help, because this is clearly Jeff's fastest performance on this course yet, and it's really cool for me to see. The legend himself. Let's see how Eliza is progressing here. So the last ping was 3 minutes ago, so she is definitely getting close. I'll just bring it here for just a moment so you can take a look. Just a few blocks now from the Heritage Square there. And we're going to throw it back to Shad.
I had it. Yeah.
That's our whole crew.
Yeah, I know.
We're all close.
And you can hear screams in the distance. So here he's going to be passing down Hospital Hill. This is going to be his final downhill descent into the race, or into the finish line here. Jeff is moving very well right now. It looks like he's just on his weekend long run. Just bouncing down. I love to see it. And let's see. And still no action at the finish line, but we will be keeping a close eye on that. And now I'm going to throw it back to Shad here. And so I believe that Jeff is running into a direct headwind right now. I thought I missed it there for a second. That was not Eliza. Matt O'Brien. Jeff is going to yo-yo to his car in Rock Springs. I don't know where the rumors had started about that, but I actually had a couple people reach out and ask me if that was the case. And I believe if it were the case, that Jeff would not tell anybody, and I think he would get to the finish line and turn around and just start making his way back, if that was the case. Patiently waiting. That had to feel like the longest 3-second stoplight of all time. Nope. That's a vehicle. That is not Eliza. You can't be too thorough. You don't want to miss this. And anything here? It seems like they should be getting very close. So we'll keep back on Jeff Garmeyer for the time being. Jeff is really wasting no time through this final stretch. It might be pretty close finish. I'm not exactly sure where Eliza is at the moment, but I do know that Jeff is progressing very well.
Bryce, does it look like all runners are having to run in the road due to that construction there?
Yeah, Chris and I noticed earlier when we were watching Kevin finish that it didn't look like the traditional route into the square. Oh, sorry, let me mute this real fast. Are you getting noise? How's that, Jamil?
Oh, that's way better. Thank you so much.
Yep.
There we go. He's back on the sidewalk now. He's in the home stretch here.
He is getting very close.
I believe Birch. Oh, he almost hit that light post, I think.
He's been moving very well this whole time.
This should be Birch right here. Should be taking that left on Birch. And he is literally 2 blocks. I guess technically it's what, 1.5 blocks because of the alleyway. 1.5 blocks from the finish here.
Jamil, we haven't seen Eliza come through yet. So, and she's in front of Jeff.
Oh, so maybe, do you have a finish line cam?
I do.
Yeah, maybe keep it on
Jeff's
here.
Crew there on the right side. I believe that's his aunt in the tiger stripe
Are you
leggings.
Hmm.
They're easily identifiable.
Well, I guess we'll see here in a minute. Sometimes those trackers are back and forth. You for sure know that she was ahead.
Here comes your second place women's finisher.
Oh, here it is. Here's Eliza. So they're going to be super close to each other here.
Go back to the shad cam for a second here, and I'm going to keep an eye on this.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he came in from the wrong way.
And he's through.
He missed the alley turn.
His third completion of the Cocodona 250. I love to see it.
Here's Eliza.
Welcome.
And here is Eliza.
Bryce, do you know if they rerouted that last turn?
So congratulations to both Eliza and Jeff. Eliza is our second place female. Jeff is coming in.
The gate is, oh, they're telling me the gate is closed. Gotcha. I must have missed that earlier. Thanks, everyone.
6th place, 7th place overall.
Bryce, were you asking about her place overall? Bryce, can you still hear me? So yeah, Eliza, second female, 7th overall. Her finish time is recorded as 77 hours, 4 minutes, 14 seconds. And just ahead was 6th place, Jeff Garmeyer, 77 hours, 3 minutes, 46 seconds. Can you guys in the chat still hear me? All right, I'm just going to talk to the chat. It sounds like Bryce may not be able to hear me at the moment, so we're just going to covertly chat here without him knowing. We need the gate opened is what everyone in the chat is saying. We need the alleyway finish. Yeah, Eliza did look like she was in quite some pain there at the finish. That was honestly kind of tough to watch there, and I can imagine why they would be requesting her to have a little privacy finishing off there. So hopefully she's okay. She had such a strong race all the way through. You know, you never know what's going to happen with these 200s. When I ran that inaugural year, things were going overall well for me, and my feet, I had some blisters on the balls of my feet that really gave me problems in the last 10 to 15 miles, whereas before it didn't really give me any issues. So you never know what's going to pop up and when it'll pop up like that.
There's something. I know. This is the footage everyone wants, right?
Looks like Jeff is enjoying a beverage over here. Enjoying some moments with his crew here. Awesome to see.
Just so you actually have that.
Yeah.
And he's clearly got an appetite still. I was wondering that, Verdi, in the chat. No floata. I thought for a minute that was a floata. Yeah, it sounds like people in the chat say sometimes the gates periodically close. Maybe they're doing some morning deliveries. Of course, this is an active downtown, so they have normal business operations, deliveries, pickups, trash cleanups, all kinds of stuff going on. So still the same distance. Question about what shoes was he wearing? I believe he's wearing Topos. Rico's uncle's saying that the gate has been closed for over an hour, so we'll try and see what's going on with that. Maybe. I can hear you, Bryce. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Nice. Glad you figured that out.
We're back.
Awesome. Love it. Great to be back. So, yeah, that was a close finish. That was a good call on your end. So it looks like Jeff passed Eliza right there at the end.
Like right at the very end. They were so close.
Yeah.
And it's tricky the way they come in. I was not expecting them to like show up from the left side of the screen.
Yeah, people were saying, I guess, I mean, I haven't, even in the last couple of years, I haven't been at every single,
Jamil, it sounds like they can't hear me.
finish.
I don't know what, it sounds like only you can hear me now.
Oh, they can't hear you? Can you guys hear Bryce and me? Someone's saying they can hear both. We got to turn that sound down. We're going to get caught on the stream, Bryce. If you can mute there. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, people were saying I guess maybe in years past, they've periodically closed the gate. Speculation is maybe it's like morning deliveries or something for the downtown businesses potentially.
Got it.
So hopefully not a permanent thing, as I do love that straight shot down the alley to the finish. It's great.
It's iconic, Cocodona Alley.
Exactly. Cocodona Alley. We love it. So Bryce, they're saying that Bryce is very quiet potentially, but they're saying, I guess they're just saying that your volume is low, Bryce. So maybe you can take a look at that when you get a second.
Let's see. Maybe if you guys could let me know, is this any better here? Some speculation that Eliza might be having some neck trouble.
That's what it looked like. It looked like she was kind of holding her neck or her head. So that might have developed in that last climb over Eldon potentially. I mean, She was running so strong up until then. I mean, even with the second place finish, her time is still fantastic.
Oh, absolutely.
It's really incredible.
Yeah.
People are saying volume sounds good.
Love it.
On you, Bryce.
Thank you all so much.
Bryce, appreciate you jumping in and giving Matt a little respite. I know it's funny because we were chatting in the lead up to this year's race and kind of our planning. As you know, it's a bit of an unknown with this type of event, and having, running on a brand new course in some respects this year. It's kind of a combination of the 2021 and 2022 courses. We didn't really know exactly how fast it would run this year.
Yeah.
And so we were, I know Bryce, me and you were talking that maybe we would get that overnight break where if the leader didn't finish until closer to the 72-hour mark, we would shut down the broadcast through the night. And once Michael McKnight was making that rally, it was pretty clear that we were going to have to stay live through the night. And big shout out to Matt for making that happen last night, but he needs a well-deserved rest here.
Yeah, I fell asleep sometime early morning and woke back up at like 5 a.m. and noticed he was still rolling. And yeah, massive kudos to Matt.
I'm embarrassed to say that last night I was kind of hitting the end of my line. I was able to get the finish line camera set up, get a gimbal out to one of our volunteers. I was going to come back to the house, just, kind of lay down for a minute on the couch.
Yeah.
And I woke up to our top two runners had already finished. So I feel a bit bad on that one that I wasn't there in person for it, but huge shout out to both Michael and to our second place finisher. It's amazing.
Yeah, and that was is that Josh Perry?
Josh Perry, yeah. I was going to say I got Jason in my head for some reason. There's too many J's involved in the sport right now, I think.
Yeah, the thru hikers are really stepping up in this race specifically, and it seems like they played it smart with their pacing and were a little more conservative in the first half of the race than the second.
We're getting some comments about the gate situation. And I don't know the details of this, but John Yazzie is saying the gate is for federal prison transfers. Is this real, Bryce? They say there's a courthouse building to the east. There's a double gate system where they bring them in. So I did not know that, if that is the case.
I did not either. This is news to me. There's always something. There's always things you have to work around, but as long as we get them into Heritage Square some way, somehow. Yeah, true. Yeah, we'll climb the gates. Oh. Yeah, so Summer Summer was pacing the section between Munns Park and Fort Tuthill. And about an hour or two into her pacing section, I want to say she started a little before midnight. So probably around midnight, she texted me and said that they were getting hailed on. She sent me a video of it, and sure enough, there's light rain and like decent size, like pea-sized hail coming down on them. And I look up in the sky where I'm at Fort Tuthill, and it's clear skies, but I could see to myself that there was some darker clouds. So yeah, they got hail for like up to 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Yeah. Totally. And apparently they also had a herd of elk in the middle of the night, Sally and Summer. It came out, like multiple elk came at them and went in multiple sides of them as they stood still in the trail. So it sounds like they had an interesting night out there. It looks like, let me see, 0 minute. Nah, I got to refresh. I'm not going to say anything until I refresh here. Be safe. Oh, really? So 8 minutes ago, Mike was at 242. And 3 minutes ago, Mika was at 243.4. So they are not, it doesn't seem like they're together at this point. It seems like that's too much distance to cover in that little time. So yeah, I'm going to say that they are both descending separately. Oh, let's see. Give me one sec.
We just lost Jamil's audio.
Oh, okay. Let's throw it back to this one. I think this is good. If the chat could let us know, can you hear Jamil's
I'm back.
voice?
Am I back? We might have had a scene where my audio wasn't added in.
That definitely could be the case. I'm popping some of these up on the fly.
Gotcha. We can't hear Jam Jam.
Interesting. Oh,
Can you guys hear me in the chat? Now they're saying I'm back.
Okay.
Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay in the comments.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to get flooded with like 50. I can hear you. So yeah, I was just commenting on Mike and Micah or Mika. And you were saying they did separate?
Yep. They are both.
Okay.
Yeah, they're moving down maybe around a mile apart.
Nice. And I was just commenting, I was chatting with one of our drone pilots. He photographs some of the Destination Trail 200s, and they run a lot of the events together. So it's interesting that, yeah, I guess they help each other where they can, but still.
It's awesome. And, I mean, they'll be able to cheer each other in for the finish line. It's pretty neat. Come this far together. And oh, we might have lost Jamil here. 1 second, Jamil. They're going dead on me, so I'm swapping the camera feed around, and 1 second here.
Yep, here I am. Okay.
All right, and I believe we are back.
All right.
Got a little bit of an echo on Jamil. Let me see if I can tweak this.
I'm still here. Hopefully you can hear me again now. Jamil is here.
And in the chat, can you let me know if you hear an echo from Jamil?
Do you hear an echo? They're saying yay sound. Audio's up. All right.
All right.
They say we both sound awesome.
All right. If they don't hear an echo, then we're going to roll with it. Let me make sure.
No echo. Do you hear an echo?
I do hear an echo, but if the crowd
that might.
Oh, and I lost you. 1 second, Jamil. Are currently having some issues with Jamil's audio, so trying to work on this, and I'll be back as soon as I can. And I am back. Thanks for the patience there. Grabbing a drink, using the restroom, and let's take a look and see how the field is looking. All right, and it looks like we got Mike and Mika. Let's see if we can figure out how close together they are. They both pinged about 3 minutes ago. And about mile 243.7. So it looks like they are running together on Lower Oldham Trail, which will connect them to Buffalo Park within the next couple miles there. And we had a couple feeds drop here. Let's send it out to Brian, who looks like he is most likely nearing where Mike and Mika are. It is a bit hard to gauge, but I'd guess we would see in Mike and Mika in the next 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Would say no more than 10 minutes based on the position of Brian. This section does get tricky with the amount of service once you get back into the park a little ways. So we may be getting some pictures coming in for a little bit, but once they get to town, we should start seeing some higher resolution videos coming through. And behind Mike and Mika, making his way up to Eldon Aid Station, is Killian. Korth at mile 237.9, which means he's got, a decent climb. It looks like he's just kind of getting warmed up on the Eldon Lookout climb, but he should be technically within about a 5K, although it's no easy 5K to get there. And behind Killian, Christopher St. Jean. About 3 minutes ago, looks like they're making pretty decent time. They've been averaging around a 3 mile an hour pace, so a decent hiking pace, and should be hitting this climb, say in the next mile or so. And let's see how things are shaking out a little farther back down the course. I'm going to throw it to the iPad here for a second. So it looks like we've got Matthew Kahn, who is, I want to say, second place in the Sedona Canyons 125. And he's about to make his way over the I-40, or under rather. Followed pretty closely by Rachel Buzzard, who is the first place female in the Sedona Canyons. And then followed not far behind by Jason. We've got a pretty decent sized group of runners at Walnut Aid Station, which is mile 229. You got Kevin, Dominic Grossman, and Nathan Williams are all within a few miles of Walnut Aid Station. And then a pretty tightly packed group of runners are making their way up to the halfway point along Walnut Creek here. So they are probably seeing some pretty cool views. This section through here is running a lot more than normal. So you could actually look down over the cliff and see like Walnut Creek completely full, which is not typical. But it looks like we got Sally McRae through that section. And she is making her way along 2.3 miles an hour. That is a little bit of uphill in there, so it actually does look like she's most likely doing a little bit of climbing right now. Making her way to Walnut. And let's throw it back. Let's see if we have any action on the feeds here. Got Brian in the Buffalo Park area. Actually, I may have mistaken where Brian actually was. It may be a little bit longer until we see Mike and Mika. Let's see if we had any updates. Wow, Jason Coop paced Eliza for 92 miles. That's some serious pacing. Let's see. So we haven't actually had an update on Mika or Michael in the last 9 to 10 minutes. So a little tricky to say exactly where they are, but shouldn't be too much farther outside of Buffalo Park at this point. And let's see which other feeds we have going here. Take us back to Heritage Square here. Alrighty, and then chance we'll have a feed from Eldon Aid in the not so distant future here. And thank you, Corinne, for bringing us these shots of Heritage Square.
What is up, everyone? I am back here. Shout out to Bryce for holding it down here, and shout out to everyone in the live chat for keeping him company here.
Welcome back, Matt. Welcome back, Matt.
Hey, thanks so much, Bryce. Thanks for giving me a little reprieve here.
A little bit. How much did you sleep for? Like an hour?
Yeah, about that.
Oh my gosh.
What more do you really need? You know, oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Yeah, I haven't been following along. So can you get me up to speed on what I've missed here?
You missed the second place finisher come through, Eliza, with her coach Jason Coop, who paced her 92 miles.
Consecutive? No, he paced her at 2 different times. So, yeah, that was a silly question.
I wouldn't imagine. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm sad that I missed it.
Garmeyer finished.
Garmeyer finished. Is Jeff registered for next year's race yet? He sent me a text while he was out on course and said, wait, so I can register for next year's race while I'm in this year's race? But that was where our conversation ended. As you know, he was probably going on no sleep and still trying to make his way to the finish line.
I honestly doubt he remembers it at this point. Yeah. I'm sure he still has. He probably would do it again. Is he going to do the double? Do you think he's just going to stand up and start walking opposite way, walking back up Eldon?
You know, I would hope so, but who knows? I don't know what this is meta means, but I think it's good. It's coming from TJ, so I trust that it's great. You know.
Oh, he must mean metal.
Oh, it's metal, like
yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense. All right. And we have eyes on the Tiger King himself here.
So, we got Michael and Mika. Last ping 14 minutes ago. We should be seeing them on Brian's feed soon.
Sorry, I had your audio turned down, I think, Bryce.
Yeah.
I think you sound beautiful now.
I've been having some audio issues today. I appreciate everybody in the chat who has been patient with us through this. Yes, so Michael and Mika, their last ping was 14 minutes ago, but they're running together and they're not far outside of Buffalo Park. And we have Brian out there who should be catching them hopefully soon. My prediction was off, I think, a bit. I thought Brian was a bit closer to them than he currently is, but
shout out to Brian for being out there, and to all our filmers for helping us here, and to all of you in the live chat for bearing with us here. We appreciate all of you in every sense of the word.
Shad's been running them in. Corinne Chalvoy is out there at Heritage Square. Is that Corinne Chalvoy, correct? Yeah.
Yep, and can you all in the live chat let me know if you can hear Bryce again? I'm tweaking his audio levels here. And I'm curious, do we think that those shoes are for Jeff post-race and that he ran in the Crocs, or the opposite here? I'll see. I don't know what the music situation is like at Heritage Square, but it looks like... Yeah, we may have to stay muted there. Oh, you guys can hear Bryce, and he sounds good. Yeah, Bryce is low. Bryce is good, or Bryce is low?
Am I low? I think I need to talk louder. I'm afraid to yell into this.
Yeah, and Bryce, you are very good at using your inside voice, but sometimes you gotta dig deep down, and you gotta find that broadcaster voice within you. I also talk loud, so my levels maybe need to come down so that we're more even here. But while we have a brief minute, we are also going to, if you're low, have some Flota and rally. We are
Project Bryce.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems all over the place as to whether people can hear Bryce or not hear Bryce. But we're going to take just a peek inside the Fort Tuthill aid station. This is at mile... What do we have here? 211.3. And the cutoff here at Fort Tuthill is going to be tomorrow at 3:30. So still plenty of time for all of these runners here.
There is nobody at the Eldon aid station at the moment. It is a ghost town. It's on an island.
Well, and that's how it's going to get from time to time here. I feel like we're going to get, you know, a lot of people coming in all at once, and then we're not going to have anyone for a while.
So next person in line to reach Tuthill.
I apologize. There's that shot from Tuthill.
No, not Tuthill. I'm sorry. Walnut.
Next person to
reach Eldon.
Eldon.
I named all of them in Flagstaff but Eldon. So it's going to be Killian Korth, who's been making his way up Sunset for a while, followed closely by Christopher St. Jean, who's been moving. I guess he's not fully in the climb yet, but he's been moving consistently.
Yep. Yeah, we saw him at Fort Tuthill. I don't even know what time, last night or early this morning, and he was like, I can't, you know, once you made it to Fort Tuthill, there's no way, you have to finish. So, yes, we hear.
Jamil is on potentially right now?
No. Jamil is not here.
Okay.
So, I'm not sure.
They're getting in my head.
Yeah, you see, they're trying to trick you, Bryce. You know, it's one of the keys to broadcasting here, Bryce. You gotta know when to trust the live chat and know when to not trust the live chat.
Trust but verify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So shout out to the live chat here.
We also have Matthew Kahn and Rachel Buzzard, neck and neck. First, second, and third place overall in Sedona Canyon 125.
And we do have, wait, was that a stand? Can you zoom back in on that for us, Bryce?
430. 438.
438. Stan Bailey?
Ryan Bailey,
sorry. Ryan Bailey, bib 438 there.
Sedona Canyon's runner.
Yeah.
Coming from Jerome. Rocking the Run Steep merch. Oh, thanks for the clarification, Matthew. It wasn't intentional, the trickery.
Oh, the trick. Wait, did they think I'm Jamil?
No.
Okay. I was getting excited. I was like,
this was a situation that came up earlier. It was a whole thing.
We'll leave it to that.
Yeah. What mile is this station? You're looking at Fort Tuthill, which is 37 miles from the finish line.
I believe it's mile 88 for our Sedona Canyons 125 runners.
Mike, apparently Mike's last pin had him going at 6.6 miles per hour down Eldon. Which, if you're talking Cocodona speed, that's flying.
Yeah, that is, that's moving.
Is that right? Yeah, it sure is.
Let's see, what do we have going on in the chat here? Actually, let's take a look at the live tracker. See if we can refresh.
Run Drew asks, Matt, should you not be sleeping? Yeah, he probably should. But he's here with us instead.
Yeah, so we should have Mika and Mike coming up soon. So if Brian can hear us, it looks like about 2 minutes ago they were about to cross the pipeline trail down in the Eldon Social Trail. So once they cross the pipeline trail there, they're going to have a little descent before they start to climb out into kind of Buffalo Park proper. So we should have eyes on them somewhat soon. we got Bib 65, Michael Bach there coming through, and shout out to Rob Martin for bringing us these shots, and to all of our volunteer filmers, all of our aid station volunteers and Aravaipa staff who are helping put this race on. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. Without the volunteers, whether it be for the in-person race or for the live stream, none of this would be possible. So, shout out to everyone who is helping make this happen.
Yeah, all the real heroes of this race.
And yeah, there we go. We're getting some stuff tidied up on the. Well, I am aware that I get made fun of every time I say I'm going to work on some stuff on the back end. Or I'm going to work on the back end.
It's very vague.
Yeah. Well, no, I think people are.
I think it's like a technical term or
well,
what?
No, I think people are trying to make it funny.
Oh. Do we have any idea which 250 runners are running without a crew? Am I mistaken in saying that
Mika and
Michael are basically running without a crew? Because
they're running with each other.
Are they each other's crew? They're each other's pacers?
Yeah, I wonder if they've been running together longer than what we've seen on the live stream, because apparently they do this. They've done this at other 200 milers too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think that's what Jamil was saying.
Here we go. Bryce brought Matt out of deep slumber because of the audio issues. Well, when I got here, there were no audio issues, so I think.
Did I send a desperation text to you? I don't think I did. I think I specifically avoided it to let you sleep.
I think it was like I think it was like maybe a low lit bat signal. You know, not a bright beam into the sky.
Just a whimper.
Yeah, it was just like it's like the light bulb is it's starting to die, but you still got a little bit. And is Stephen Park in the chat here? Shout out to
no kidding.
Shout out to Stephen Park.
That's awesome.
And again, it looks like now we maybe have eyes on some runners. Oh no, those are probably just Flagstaff locals there. But we will see if he gave us thumbs down.
Not them. Thanks, Brian. Good looking out.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Brian out here helping us keep the train on the rails as well.
# let Matt sleep.
I feel pretty good.
Do you?
Yeah, I'd have to ask Jeff maybe once he's a little bit recovered how he feels about my sleep strategy. I got probably somewhere in the range of like 60 to 70 minutes. That's got to be. Well, I mean, I'm sure that's more than a lot of these runners. And actually, if you think about it, I think that actually fits into Coop's recommendation for sleep.
Did you do that on purpose?
I didn't, but
it worked.
It worked. And wait, did I also miss? Did we have a shot of Finn and Brett on the live stream?
We sure did.
Earlier, did they wave at the camera? Did they say hi, Mom? Or did they just?
We weren't getting audio.
Yeah, audio in the field has been hit or miss. And I also didn't show Bryce how to fix that before I went to sleep, so I kind of set you up for failure there, Bryce. And I'm sure the wonderful people of the live chat didn't let you know too much about the audio. Looks like Sally is about 6 miles away from Walnut Canyon. And I don't think we have any Walnut Canyon feeds as of right now. Let me take a look here. It's I think it's Thursday today. And let's see here. Yeah, I don't think we have anything at... I don't think we have anything at Walnut Canyon, unfortunately. It sounds like we may have a Cocodona 125 runner who has come through Buffalo Park there and is making their way out. That might have been one of the runners that we saw pass by as we were trying to tweak some of our audio things.
Which aid station?
It was just coming through Buffalo Park.
Oh, really?
But there shouldn't be, because they should all be on the live tracker. Unless maybe it was Jeff Browning going for a cool down.
Yeah, I could see that. Doing a couple loops.
Stephen Park, thanks for the shout out, Serious FOMO. Stephen, when are we going to see you back out here? I know that we asked you this last night, and you definitely said maybe a return wasn't out of the realm of possibility. At least that doesn't mean it will be anytime soon. But yeah, are we gonna see you out here in 2024? And for anyone who is interested, the registration for the 2024 events is open. And so I will make sure that I try to pin that registration link in the live chat here in just a minute. And let me just take care of that. And there's that
you know what,
link
Matt,
there.
Sorry to interrupt you there. Sounds like you were right about a 125 runner near the hospital.
Oh, could it have been?
Is it maybe there's a tracker issue?
Yeah, it's Rachel Buzzard maybe? I know
Rachel?
that she's had a tracker issue. Have we seen her since?
Well, when did she last pinged? Because she's right. She pinged 2 minutes ago. It's
Okay,
not Rachel
so no.
Buzzard, and it's not Matthew Kahn, who I thought was in second place.
We will we'll have to see.
It sounds like Valerie might get us a shot up by the hospital. Is the rumor on the street.
Awesome. I'll be on the lookout there. I see Valerie now. Said someone saying maybe it is Matt Kahn.
When is his last ping? 13 minutes ago.
And that's where though? That's not even. Yeah, I mean that's a ways away.
That's not even the Walnut or
Well,
the water station.
They haven't even crossed. Yeah, anywhere. They just crossed Route 66 at that point. Hey. Let's see if I can.
Is the hospital off course? No.
No, the hospital is very much on course. Runners are going to come out of Buffalo Park, make their way to the roads of Flagstaff, which you can see here.
So here's what we're looking at. So over on the right side, you see the yellow one, which is going to be Rachel Buzzard, and the orange one, which is Matthew Kahn. And they are still quite a ways away from the actual Mount Eldon. So it's not one of those two, I wouldn't imagine. The next person we see on the tracker who will be coming down is going to be Mika and Mike, and most likely they're probably still together. Mike's ping was 10 minutes ago as compared to Mika, whose was 4. And it looks like Killian is getting close to topping out on Mount Eldon as of 3 minutes ago. So he's got a few more switchbacks, and then he'll be up and over that ridge. which I'm sure you talked about it, Matt, but this actually goes over the summit this year.
Yep. Yeah. So there's quite a bit of snow on the Sunset Trail side, to the point where Jamil last night said that we probably had 3 foot of snow where the aid station normally is.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because when you look at Mount Eldon from downtown Flagstaff, you look towards kind of the when you look towards the south, or towards the city-facing side or the town-facing side, there's not much snow up there, and it's just because of the way the sun kind of hits the mountain. The snow tends to melt off that face of the mountain a little bit quicker than the backside there, and that's kind of like, I believe that Pete Mortimer actually posted a photo maybe a week or 2 ago from the other side of the mountain, from some trails a little bit further out of town, and looking back, and there's just a ton of snow on that side of the mountain still. We got some word police in here. Chris After Dark. Chris After Dark has clearly never been to small towns in southern Illinois if he thinks we say, quote, 3 feet of snow. Because in southern Illinois, we definitely still say 3 foot of snow.
3 foot snow?
Yeah.
You say of? You just say 3 foot snow?
No, it's like 3 foota.
3 foot of snow.
Yeah, 3 foot of snow.
I see.
Shout out to Chris After Dark in the chat, though. Stephen Park in the chat. Thought about popping into the hospital last year. My feet were so bad, but I only had 3 minutes to spare.
It looks like we are starting to see some more of the Sedona Canyon runners come through Fort Tuthill and making their way down through the Walnut Canyon section.
It looks like maybe Brian has some folks on the feed here. Yeah, this is Mika and Mike coming through Buffalo Park.
Awesome. Still looking strong?
Yeah, still looking so strong. We'll see if we can pull in some audio here. There we go. They're both just moving so strong here as well. And Mika is going to be our 3rd place women's finisher. So on the ladies' side, we have Sarah Ostaszewski and Eliza LaPierre in 1st and 2nd. Mika Thew is going to be our 3rd place woman. And on the men's side, we had Mike McKnight, Josh Perry, Michael Greer in the taking up the podium spots, and then crowd favorite Mr. Kevin Goldberg was in 4th, Jeff Garmeyer in 5th, so Mike Groenwegen is going to be our 6th male. And I believe these are going to be 8th and 9th overall in the overall standings.
You guys are going to go right around the fence. Good. Been watching you guys for a couple days. Impressive.
And it's awesome to be able to just not only get to follow these runners here, but get to just listen in.
Then you just hug the fence left. Just hug around the fence to the left again.
Question in the chat. How come everyone's packs are so full? The remoteness? Yes, partly there is required gear. So they are required to bring, I believe on this section, jacket, beanie, gloves, emergency blanket.
Well, and Mike and Mika do not have crew.
Correct.
So they would be taking stuff from their last drop bag location, which
make that right,
I don't
like
know
through
where
that
that
rock
is.
and then down the hill.
Is there a drop bag at Fort Tuthill or at Walnut Canyon? I mean,
that I do
or
not
is
know.
Fort Tuthill the last one?
Fort Tuthill, maybe.
Fort Tuthill, I thought had drop bag.
Oh, yeah.
The aid station table doesn't have that I'm looking at doesn't have drop bags on it, unfortunately. But let's see if I can find. Yeah, and I've got that right here. So it looks like there was drop bags at Walnut Canyon. So.
Oh, there was.
Yep. Yep. So they were able to have a drop bag at Walnut Canyon. So they would have picked up all they needed for the last 22 miles, essentially, there. And so that's so they're just carrying everything with them. Again, they're now out of Buffalo Park. They are on the Switzer Canyon Trail, heading kind of down to the roads of Flagstaff. Really, really beautiful downhill stretch of trail right here that kind of links one of the kind of main roads on the north side of Flagstaff to Buffalo Park. We got Matt Halverson in the chat for you, Bryce.
Oh.
Bryce, I hope you're ready to do this again in October. Also, sign up for the Javelina 100K already.
One was on my list. One of these days I will. Matt is actually running Moab 240 coming up this year. He got in through the lottery.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. So Summer and I will be out there doing this again in the not-so-distant future. Excited for it. Getting a little sleep deprivation training in for it now.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to just dial in your sleep strategy, Bryce. I don't know what it was, but is there a chance maybe it was too much sleep? I mean, I'm feeling good after.
I got more than 70 minutes. I'll say that in the last 24 hours.
I think there's a sweet spot. We'll have to do some research, some testing.
Maybe you slept too much even.
I think I slept apparently just the right amount. We'll see how long the energy level lasts.
There was a comment in there earlier asking us if we have any input on training for a race like this or even a 100-mile. And I don't know that we're the most qualified people to talk about it, but
I mean, I'm probably the least qualified person.
But hopefully we are able to talk to some of the finishers throughout the rest of the week. Being up in Flagstaff, it wouldn't be too inconvenient, I wouldn't hope. So hopefully we're able to bring some of those people who actually did it on and would probably have some more sound advice.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely love to get some advice from experts instead of two schmucks sitting in the studio who watch people run this far.
And are talking about how tired we are, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a beanie bopping performance by these two. Solid, Matt.
I will say it is a little chilly out there.
Oh yeah.
And especially, I'm sure you're really cold if you've been running for, 3.5 days at this point.
Temperature regulation just gets pretty wonky, even after, like a hard 50K effort. Like, you sit down and for 30 seconds and shaking uncontrollably for me. Bryce is a schmuck. All right, Josh.
just scrolling through the chat here. 318 runner in the chat being trolling a little bit there. I think we've seen him or her in and out of the chat, blessing us with some wonderful comments. We appreciate you tuning in nonetheless.
Natalie, I can confirm pacers are mostly guiding runners at this point. I know it's a strategy of a lot who are not familiar with this area, is to put the pacer in front and let them navigate, especially through the night sections. And I mean, that's what they're there for.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're having a spirited debate in the chat on a pretty non-issue in this sense, in terms of the cameraman helping direct runners through construction that is on the trail.
Right.
So, at the end of a 250-mile race. So, yeah, I think we're all good. I think we can probably head on to the next chat topic.
Yeah, I agree.
This is actually a good one, though. Pacers also carry the beer. That's the other thing Pacers are for. Well, in some cases, maybe they carry the floata.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that way it doesn't explode when you open it. It's perfect.
Yeah, it took us a while some of us, I guess, to realize what floata actually was.
Oh, yeah, I got to try it. Have you got to try it?
Yeah.
You got to try it, good.
Yeah, I got to try it. Courtesy of Rob Martin, our wonderful volunteer who helped get some floata up here.
I have to check something real fast.
Oh, yeah, someone was asking us to just check a camera feed here real quick. Yeah, so we do have the camera feed back up at Munns Park here. And we also are still on Mike Groenwegen and Mika Thews.
And shout out to drone operator Jason Peters for fixing that camera for us.
Yeah, huge shout out to Jason.
It's been all over this week. I mean, all the drone operators have. Troy, Q, Enzo.
Yep. And let's I think we lost our Brian cam, but we should have runners coming up on the Shad cam here momentarily. Oh yeah, they're just coming up the hill here still, so we should see them in just a matter of moments.
So there was an ask in the chat for an update on Sally. She is at mile 222, so she's about 6 miles from Walnut Canyon Aid Station. Current speed 2.4, so the next hour and a half.
Yeah, so
2
this
hours.
is an interesting question. Chris, what makes you say that the streets aren't well marked, I guess, would be my question. I believe every single turn at a bare minimum and every probably major intersection has a kind of Cocodona sticker on the ground that showcases whether you're going straight or turning.
Yep. And
but if there's maybe missing pin flags or things like that.
I mean, there is one visible there on that corner, and I imagine there's a sticker on the ground somewhere nearby with a directional arrow pointing across.
But I mean, you do have a fair point here. I think that trying to navigate any section through here,
right,
when you're tired is hard, and I think we saw that last year as well. I know that we had a runner who ended up missing this turn, going straight down the big hill there, turning left, and then coming back on course a block or two later. So he actually would have run a little bit longer there, if anything. And yeah, Chris, so you wouldn't probably see some of the markers because they're going to be down, like, stickered onto the sidewalk. That's kind of how they try to mark, I think, a good majority of the course through towns, just to avoid kind of any sort of real disruption.
Right. You'd have to spend some effort peeling that off of the ground as opposed to pulling a flag.
You know, I can support this from Chris After Dark. We might need Cocodona footprints, like Western states, or better yet, painted colored donuts on the ground that lead runners in.
Like Cocodonuts?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, maybe we've got some people out cheering there near the hospital.
Love to see it.
Okay, so Bill, in Colorado, according to the tracker data, looks like maybe they started running around the Prescott area.
Oh, okay. Oh, so they didn't start running together?
Correct.
I see. I got it.
Yeah, and here we go. Love to see them coming by the hospital. We just got to see on the kind of delayed stream that's going that you're seeing. We got to see the fist bump there. I think I missed that in real time. I just saw the folks out there.
Yep, me too.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like they just team up together whenever it naturally occurs. They ran 70 miles of the Tuthill 200 together. So once they link up, they're probably very comfortable.
I mean, it seems like, earlier even their strides were matched up for quite a while. Like, it seems like they're pretty compatible on their pacing, and I'm sure in other ways as well if they've spent that many miles together at this point.
Well, yeah, they're probably just comfortable with each other's personalities and probably at this point know when they want to talk to each other and when they don't. They can probably really get that feel.
That's important. And you don't have to worry about all the pacer logistics. You don't have to worry about shuttling, transportation. Just go all the way together, Simplify it. How many runners are there? That's a good question. It was in total, there was a little less than 400, I want to say, between all three distances.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think around 200, just over 200 in the 250.
Yeah.
And here they are at the intersection going past Beaver Street Liquors here. You can see right there the yellow marking that they just ran over at their feet. You'll have to look real closely. That is one of those. Stickers. Let's see. It looks like, yeah, including Canyons, Glazes. Andy Glaze is about to be at 280 miles. Yeah, the inaugural Coca Canyons 350 participant. He did say, I believe when we chatted with him at Mingus Mountain aid station on social, that he's going to do the double again next year. And if anyone else wants to sign up for the challenge, that he will make them a free shirt.
I heard that. I heard him say that in at Dead Horse, actually. So
I don't know. Do you think a free shirt is
it's a pretty cool shirt.
Is worth the investment?
I don't know. It's a pretty cool shirt. I mean, that's just. I mean, this whole thing is monumental, but imagine running 100, flying about the day before, getting 1 day of rest. Hats off to him.
Yeah, and we will be keeping our eyes and ears open on kind of the next cutoff, which is going to be at Sedona here in about 50 minutes or so. I don't think we have a camera feed out at Sedona right now, but at a bare minimum, we will keep our eyes glued, and we'll stay in constant contact with our race command for updates there. Do we know whose feed this is, Bryce?
It's probably Mandy. I want to say that's Mandy.
If Mandy has her feed up and can hear me, if she can turn her orientation lock off on her phone, I might be able to pull her feed in a little bit. If you're just tuning in here, we are following Mika Thews and Mike Groenwegen. This is our third place female finisher and our sixth place male finisher, as they are now just 1 block away. Once they get through this little construction here, this will be Cherry Street, so they're going to keep going straight at Cherry Street here, and the next street they pass after this, or the next street they reach, will be Birch Street, where they'll make, Bryce, the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports.
I've been waiting to hear that like the whole event.
Oh, I've said it a handful of times.
Sure.
This is, it obviously comes across as a bit, but it is serious how monumental this left-hand turn is.
Yeah.
It kind of culminates the this incredible journey for all of these runners. And I did just get a message from Jason. He was actually asking you, but I'm in the chat as well. Yeah, the Munns Park static cam does look great. So thanks for getting that set up. And here we have Mika and Mike. I assume they're gonna run it in together here.
That would seem appropriate.
It would seem on brand for what we've seen, and it has to just be so cool for these two who have just shared so many miles to be able to finally put a stamp on this incredible journey.
Just imagine. I mean,
and it looks like we're going to go the alternate way to the finish here. So we'll have Shad stay on them. Sometimes runners have to turn right here and then cut through to the finish right here because they, I believe there is some sort of government building there where they lock the gates in order to transfer. I don't know what they're transferring, but they have a vehicle. And so here we are, Mika Thews, Mike Groenwegen, finishers of the 2023 Cocodona 250. That is your third place female, ladies and gentlemen. Just such an incredible race from Mika Thews.
What an iconic left turn.
And we have Brett deciding to scream across the place here about the iconic turn. I think he just can't wait until the mic is his. He's getting the vocals warmed up. Mike Groenwegen, sixth place male. Such an incredibly strong run from both of these individuals, and a lot of teamwork on display there. Yeah, everyone's laughing. Of course, you could hear Brett in the background.
Brett's ghost.
And again, we do have, and it looks like, let me try and see if I can get, yeah, it looks like we may have Jamil tuning in here in just a minute, so no, once we get Jamil's feet up, we may be able to chat with him. You can see him to the kind of just off out of frame to the right of the screen where that iMac is set up.
I think that's the jam audio right there.
Yeah, we don't have any video. Is there no video?
No video.
Oh, no video. Audio only.
Matt,
Jamil,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sorry, I didn't know that was audio only. My bad.
I think we might need to click
No,
that.
all good. We're
they
just,
can hear
I'm
us.
driving back from Phoenix, so I just wanted to pop in if you want to figure I could chit chat.
And if the chat could let us know,
Did you get
can you hear
some
Jamil?
sleep?
Yeah, I got a good 70 minutes or so of sleep. I'm following the Coop philosophy here. I believe 70 minutes is the lower end of the recommended window. I believe the top end's around 100 minutes. So, you know, I'm actually feeling quite great, I might add. You know, I think I'm feeling a little bit better than Bryce is because he's been sleeping maybe too much for what you need. I don't know.
I got 2 hours, so I think that is on the high end of the spectrum.
And we are. I am
seems like
trying
we
to
need to
wait on confirmation from the chat as to whether they can hear Jamil here. Chat is being a little quiet.
I'm here. Someone says loud and clear, so I don't know.
Excellent.
If someone says loud and clear, then we're going to be pushing forward. Jamil, how are you doing? Have you been able to stay up to date on kind of the happenings of the race so far since you had to, or since you left to head down to Phoenix?
A little bit, yeah. Bryce and I was joining Bryce for a bit. I could sense he was feeling a little lonely. So I jumped in with him for a brief period. We got to see Jeff Garmeyer pass Eliza right, basically almost in the finishing alley, the reroute alley, alternative alley.
Yep.
And then, yeah, but other than that, I think in the last half hour, I'm a little out of the loop.
Yeah, so I think since then, these are our two newest finishers. So we did just have Micah Thews come through, our women's our women's third place finisher, and she finished right with Mike Groenwegen, who is our men's sixth place runner. So those two started running together at about Whiskey Row, or coming into Whiskey Row somewhere just before Whiskey Row. And so they shared, 175 miles of the race here. Neither of them are crewed, I don't believe. So just relying on drop bags and aid stations and each other's company, I think.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Jason, our pilot, one of our drone pilots, says that they do that at a lot of the races together. So,
yeah,
so both of them came in, or was it just Micah?
No, they both came in together. I think
okay.
Mike
Okay,
Groenwegen
nice. Yeah.
took a step back just so that Micah could finish in front of him. But, yeah, they came in right together.
Cool. Well, I'm on my way back up to the finish line area, Matt. So hopefully, we can keep chatting for a while, but hopefully we can get, maybe some interviews with some of the finishers as they come in. And I can maybe man the commentator booth for a while once I get back up there.
Yeah, it sounds like a plan. It looks like we, based on the tracker, and again, we're at the mercy of the updates here, but it looks like we're going to have a little bit of time before we have eyes on our next runner at the finish. We have Killian Korth, who has kind of rallied back from the depths of the underworld here. He is basically at the summit of Mount Eldon. So from there, it's all kind of gravy, and then Christopher St. Jean, he hasn't updated in about 27 minutes, and he was just starting kind of the climb up Mount Eldon. So we should be seeing those two runners in a little while here. But yeah, we will. Jamil, how far? What is your ETA to up to the finish line, so that we can give our viewing audience maybe a general expectation of when we might be able to get some finish line stuff up and running?
Yeah, let me check that out real quick for you. And I did see that. I think Jason cleaned up our Munns Park feed. I was going to do that on my way up, so that does save me a few minutes, which is great.
Yep, that feed is nice and clean now.
So I'm looking at about a 1:30 arrival.
Awesome. So you're on. You're still down in the desert heat, making your way up to the cold temperatures of Flagstaff here.
I mean, it's 75 down here right now, so
That's
I get
not
to
bad.
drive. No, it's actually pretty nice. I get to drive the whole course basically. Look out to my left. It was a bit surreal when I drove down this morning, just going right past the Rock Springs Cafe where everything started Monday morning, which was not that long ago, actually.
Yeah, and it probably looks like nothing has happened there. You know?
Yeah.
The start
exactly.
of the Cocodona 250 comes, and then it goes, and life returns to normal there at the Rock Springs Cafe. And we are going to, I think, switch camera feeds here, maybe over to Fort Tuthill with Rob, just to check in. And did it looks like maybe our static cam at Fort Tuthill is no longer up. So we will see. Did that go down, Jamil, or did we take that down?
You know, I hope not. Maybe I can check that on my way up.
Yeah, I can keep you posted on the status of that as well. We got bib 50.
My intention was that. Yeah,
we got bib 50
Sorry,
in
go
there.
ahead.
Sorry about that, Jamil. And bib 50 is Kevin Hadfield, and I believe that is bib 50. Yep, it looks like I got a thumbs up there, and that would make sense based on his tracker. He's right around that Fort Tuthill aid station there. So if you're just joining us, we're tuned in at Fort Tuthill here. This is around mile 211 on the course. I believe the aid station table says 211.3 for the 250-mile runners, 86.1 for the Sedona Canyon's 125-mile runners. And we do have race registration for for all of the Cocodona races open. So Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyon's 125, and the Eldon Crest 36, which starts tomorrow morning. All three of those registrations for 2024 are open, and you can see them at the pinned comment in the chat here. Ooh. And I think on the Fort Tuthill static cam, we're going to see if we can just get that feed refreshed, maybe from a volunteer, and see if that on the static cam will help get that back up, just so that we can kind of bounce back and forth from Rob and our more wide static cam shot. But huge shout out to Rob Martin for being at Fort Tuthill. I believe he signed up to be there all day today. He will have to have a little reprieve to go to the runner meeting for the Eldon Crest 36.
Yes.
Because Rob is going to be towing the line there. And Fort Tuthill is the starting location for the Eldon Crest 36. So maybe maybe we'll be able to check in with Rob a little bit later and just, maybe when we get later into the day, we'll be able to check in with Rob and just see how he's feeling about the Eldon Crest 36. So he's pulling double duty in a lot of ways. He's a live stream volunteer and a participant.
Rob is all over the place, and he got the floatas up here.
And yeah, he is the reason we got floatas up here. So shout out to him. And we did just see bib number 50, Kevin Hadfield, leaving the aid station here. We've got some more runners in, getting some feet taken care of, and we have noticed that a lot of foot care this year. And Jamil, if you can still hear us, with all the water crossings, how important do you think it was to make sure you're taking care of your feet, you're keeping your feet as dry as possible throughout the course of this run? We got bib 27 there, Alicia Jenkins. She's been having a really strong run from the get-go. It's just been real consistent.
I don't know if we're seeing the real chat there.
Yeah, let me... Yeah, this over here needs a refresh, I believe. And we do have some questions in the chat. Is there a feed at Walnut Canyon Bend? There is not, unfortunately. We don't have a feed at Walnut Canyon right now. It sounds like Sally is about 3 miles out from there.
Which means...
Would love to see how she's doing, which means Bryce is going to be on his merry way, as Bryce is also pulling double or triple duty right now. You've been the Uber driver for some of Sally's crew.
Oh yeah.
You've been you've helped film during the live stream, and now you've helped commentate. So you're doing it all.
I appreciate it, man. We're staying busy. It's a big week for everyone involved. I don't think anybody gets out of Cocodona week unscathed, to be honest.
That's true. So we are going to let Bryce Brooks go. A huge thanks to Bryce for relieving me for a little bit to get some rest. I hope the chat didn't beat you up too much. They're lovely. They're really lovely people.
They were good to me.
But a huge shout out to him. So everybody in the chat, say goodbye to Bryce.
Thanks for all your patience. I'll be back producing later today with some guest commentators, so I'll be on the sidelines.
Yep, Bryce will be back a little bit later this afternoon, probably closing out the Finn and Brett show, and then starting off the Chris Warden Aravaipa, the Aravaipa After Dark, hosted by Chris Warden.
Love it. All right.
See you, Bryce.
We'll see you in a bit.
Bye, Bryce. Yep, we're getting some love in the chat here. Browning and Mortimer's cow. Imagine paying $1,500 to sleep in dirt all week. You know, you're not wrong. There are some nice sleep stations along the course, but that was a good one. I like that one. Let me see if I can. Curious what happened to Killian. Yeah, aid station fireball in the chat, I think, sums it up pretty nicely. He maybe flew a little too close to the sun, burned it a little too hot early on, and just, he shot a shot. And sometimes when you do that, you're, maybe successful isn't the right term, but you don't maybe crash. And sometimes when you do it, you do crash. So he took a lot of time to regroup at Walnut Canyon. And I think the amazing thing is that, he could have called it a day there. That's a crewable aid station. He hasn't. It's before you have to go up Mount Eldon, but he took his time. He regrouped, and the last time we checked him on the tracker, he was basically at the Eldon summit. And so we'll see if we've got an update there. Yeah, it looks like he would be, at this point, he's off the summit and coming down Lookout Road. So once runners, I will see if I can pull this up on the iPad here for you. And so once runners hit the summit here, there's kind of this little loop right at the summit. Runners are going to descend kind of down into this little notch before they have like a gentle little climb up. And then they're going to make kind of a veer to the right and have start their descent down Eldon Lookout Road, and they'll be greeted with the aid station. The Three Amigos, as we're now calling it, since it's not just Pete Mortimer who makes all the meat. They'll be greeted by the wonderful aid station at Mount Eldon there. So, he's once you're up to the summit, it's got to feel pretty good, and there's got to be a weight lifted off your back there. And we are here in just 1 second. We're going to send it over to Munns Park for a little bit and check in over there. We are currently tuned in. Oh, Eric J in the chat. The windiest spot in all of Flag is in the bottom of the dip between the summit and the aid station. Yeah, I think you're right. It's pretty exposed, especially on one side there. It is super windy. It's super windy in a lot of places up there, but you are right. That little notch or dip there is pretty windy. And if you're just tuning in, we're at Munns Park, which is mile 191.7. And let's see, the cutoff at Munns Park is tomorrow morning at 1 a.m. So runners have a little bit of time to get through there. And yeah, Matt O'Brien in the chat. Killian tore his hamstring here last year, so no matter what, this is a redemption run. Yeah, I completely agree. And it is so impressive, you know, to just see his mental fortitude and willingness to continue going, you know. It's got to be tough when you lead for 200 plus miles and then you start to hit a low patch. But for him to take the time to kind of regroup and continue on, I think is pretty amazing. And it looks like we do have that Fort Tuthill static camera back up, and I believe Rob Martin went and refreshed that feed for us. He's just doing a little bit of everything for us here. And in just about 10 minutes or so, we're going to be joined by the angelic voices of Finn Melanson and Brett Hornig of the Single Track podcast. So they'll be joining us in about 10 minutes, and maybe they'll be able to share a little bit of their experience from being up on Eldon earlier today. And it looks like we may have a shot from Eldon here. Let's see if we can get the camera feed turned horizontal there if they can hear us. But regardless, we've got runners coming in here. And that is Killian Korth and his pacer coming into the Eldon aid station there. And we will... You know, he's looking like he's in pretty good spirits there. We are going to check back in here at Fort Tuthill. We'll see if that camera feed cleans up at all. That Eldon aid station is a tough spot. I'm glad that we were able to just get a brief visual on him there, and we'll keep our eyes on you know, on that camera feed to see when he's about to leave that aid station as well. Yeah, in the chat letting us know Chris is not far behind. Yeah, Chris should be coming up there pretty soon. It looks like his tracker updated 13 minutes ago, and he was still on the Eldon climb. He's probably getting close to that like final push up the Eldon climb. And we did have some folks ask for an update on Hector Rodriguez. It looks like he DNF'd or was pulled at the Deer Pass aid station. So that was the last mark for him. We do have, let me see. Let me see if I can get a feedback out at Eldon here real quick. We do have a feed out there. If the filmer out there can hear me, I'd love if we could turn the camera horizontal, but we do have a nice shot here. Yeah, there we go. That's amazing. We've got a nice shot here of Killian Korth up at the Eldon aid station, getting some food from old Pete Mortimer. And it looks like Chris Warden has put the headset back on.
I have to admit, I'm absolutely blown away by the fact that Matt, when he came up to the streaming house, looking all refreshed and chipper, and I thought to myself, what kind of man is this that can do this? And I realized that 'tis no man, 'tis a remorseless streaming machine. Killian Korth, another man who has made a relentless effort in this race at the Cocodona 250. His struggles the last 18 hours or so have been well documented. We've seen it from the time he actually approached Sedona to now, nearly 80 miles later, as he's partaking in Pete's Meats. I know that a lot of people were looking at things as a foregone conclusion that Mike McKnight was going to catch him and run him down, which happened. I wanted to reserve judgment, but at the same time, I think that we'd be selling Killian Korth short if we said his effort out here was anything but astounding, because he led this race until about mile 220 or 215. So, I have to commend Killian Korth for his efforts. And he's only 27 years old. And what this tells me is that he's got several years ahead of him where we can expect, if he decides to come back to the Cocodona 250, where he will unlock things. We've seen that with a couple of athletes, most notably this year's champion on the women's side, Sarah Ostaszewski.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he had an overall enjoyable experience. But, I'm impressed, obviously, with all these runners, but Killian here in particular, again, for him to just, have the mental fortitude to just say, I'm gonna take my time, but I'm still gonna keep pushing on, despite maybe not being in the position that I once was. We talk about it all the time. This race is about more than just trying to win.
Yes,
it's about trying to push your limits as to the kind of the deepest boundaries that you can, right? And I think if you do that, you've kind of gotten everything out of yourself, and you're super, super proud of that and the experience. And I think that Killian has to be incredibly proud, to have torn his hamstring last year and dropped at the Jerome aid station, to now having led 200 plus miles and been able to kind of rise like a phoenix from the depths of despair to make his way up and over Mount Eldon here. It's just so incredible.
I think that he definitely had the scent of Pete's Meats in his mind as he was heading up Eldon, because you can see right now he is chowing down. And that's one of the fun things about doing this ultra coverage, is that more often than not, a lot of our really intimate shots of these runners involve them basically hanging out and eating. It's pretty amazing that we catch all of the coverage that we can through our drones and our follows, but we really don't get to peel behind the scenes until we see the runners, as you can see Killian Korth interacting with another athlete who has unlocked the way to succeed in this race, 2021 runner-up Pete Mortimer.
Yeah, it's just so cool to see, how many runners, past and present, kind of try to stay involved in this event in whatever capacity. You've got Pete out there every year at the aid station. In fact, he went back out to the aid station after he finished in the inaugural year. We've had, Stephen Park and Kerry Ward and Cole Crosby all in the live chat. We've got runners who return: Jeff Garmeyer, Brian Janzik, Sarah Ostaszewski, runners of all ability levels who keep coming back. And it just makes the overall culture and feel so much more exciting, that the participants, when they leave this, they feel like a true investment. We even had Eric Sensman, who had maybe not the experience he wanted at Cocodona.
But we can all see the experience that he had.
He comes back and commentates and helps coaching and pace athletes and things like that. So despite him, swearing off the race as a participant, he's back as a volunteer and as a coach and as a pacer, which is really cool.
Yeah, and one of the other things about the Cocodona week now, not just the 250, there are several runners who have run the 250 who have come back for a different experience. Andre Lee last year or 2 years ago was the final finisher in the 250. Elected to come back this year to run the Sedona Canyons 125, and part of that, what from my understanding, was that he wanted to have a different experience in the fact that. By the time he got to Sedona, he was feeling pretty ragged and wrecked. So he thought that if he runs the Sedona Canyons this year, he'll be able to enjoy the second half of the course far more. Same with Lisa Kravitz. Lisa ran the Cocodona 250 last year and elected to run Eldon Crest 36. And I asked her why, and she said because I don't remember the last 36 miles, and I want to savor it and I want to remember it. So shout out to two of our locals, Andre Lee and Lisa Kravitz, for coming back and running the shorter distances simply because they wanted a different experience. And one of these years, you and I will get out there in some form or fashion. Maybe for the Eldon Crest 36, we'll have Finn and Brett come in and commentate and point and laugh at us as we struggle to get to the top of Eldon.
Well, and that was one thing I was going to mention is you also have Rob Martin, who's going to get an entirely different experience tomorrow.
I can't
with
wait
the
for
Eldon
him.
Crest 36. He's been involved in the live stream side as a volunteer, and now he's going to be involved as the on the athlete side as a participant. And I'm super stoked for Rob, and I think we are going to have a commentary switch here.
Yeah, you can see
just a matter of moments.
You can see Finn and Brett making their way into the studio and getting things set up with their various preparation. I see that Finn has brought some liquid energy here into the studio. He's got not only one drink but 4. He's ready to rock here. So. And he won't have to use the bathroom once because he loves sitting down in his chair for an extended period of time. He was speaking so fondly of his experience and kind of finding his groove in the chair that I'm sitting in right now. He's going to be hanging out here for the next few hours and can't wait to listen to the Single Track Pod guys give their take on what's happened so far and what's yet to come.
Yeah, and so I think we're going to send it to Fort Tuthill for a minute. We will keep it locked there. Just as we swap commentary teams here. And we appreciate you all and love you all in the chat.
Freedom costs $1.05.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm moving over to the producer side of things, so if we don't switch camera feeds for a while, I probably just fell asleep again. We'll have Brett hit me, but we are joined by Brett Hornig and Finn Melanson of the Single Track Podcast. Boys, take it away.
Don't worry, Matt. If you fall asleep, I'll just start pressing buttons over there, and we'll just see what happens.
For those of you in the chat that have been following since Monday morning, there have been multiple ultramarathons going on, both on the media side of things and on the course side of things. And producer Matt is in the midst of a legendary producer performance these last 3 days. I believe he's had 70 minutes of sleep, and the guy looks honestly great.
Maybe even better than when he started.
Well, Finn, I know that you or Brett probably know this. Can you confirm what Coop's recommended window of sleep is in terms of time?
90 to 120 minutes.
Oh, it's 90. So I'm on the low end. I thought it was 70 to 100 minutes. I'm gonna probably crash hard at some point.
It's pretty close.
You look fantastic, though.
Yeah, this has been. This last night was pivotal, kind of as we were definitely alluding to, and we saw, what was
we can't hear
probably going to be unfolded.
We can't hear me, Matt, apparently.
Are we both are we muted, unmuted?
Testing. Okay. I think we're good. Sorry, Brett, I interrupted you there. My bad.
Yeah, kind of as we were talking about when we were signing off last night, there was a whole bunch of different moves that were about to happen right around 6 p.m. when we signed off, and it ended up being, I feel like it was everything we kind of hoped for and more. Michael McKnight made that epic pass, one of the greatest ultra running comebacks in the history of the sport, went on to win. And then, I guess probably to my surprise, we did not predict this, was Sarah Osazuski absolutely raging the last 50K.
Amazing.
We didn't think, she didn't look like she was in a bad spot by any means when we signed off, but I didn't see her making up that much ground and then winning on the women's side by that much.
Yeah.
Third time's a charm.
Yep.
That was actually something that I was thinking of when we were running. Both of the winners of this race are repeat finishers.
Yeah. It sounds like our audio is good, so I don't.
Yep. Yeah, Brett, with Sarah, I'm both surprised and not surprised. We were both commentating the last couple days about just how good she has looked at every single moment that the camera has been on her at aid stations and on course. And I think maybe in this case it was just Eliza LaPierre fell off, hit a wall. And when you're in a position like Sarah was, where you're just consistent all day over multiple days, you just keep going at the pace you were going the whole time, and you make up ground. So. And then with Michael McKnight, for all you basketball fans out there, I'll use this reference. He gave John Stockton a run for his money with that pass on Killian Korth at mile 209, or 212, I should say.
Yeah,
so.
I feel like that one happened so quickly. That might have been like a on your left kind of moment. Those are someone in the chat asked if Killian made it to Eldon. The last images that we had seen from the Eldon aid station, he was in the aid station, fueling up. Looked pretty decent.
Yeah, I don't have a shot from up there right now, but he did look really good.
Yeah. Speaking of looking really good,
you got to tell the story.
So Finn and I this morning, we ran from the studio here up to the top of Eldon and then followed the course back down off of Eldon for about 4 or 5 miles. And we were actually going in the opposite direction on the course just by Buffalo Park, which is roughly 3 miles from the finish. And we're running up, in the opposite direction of the course, and 2 runners come towards us. And Finn's like, "Hey, Brett, do you think that's someone in the race? And I look ahead and I'm like, oh no, absolutely not. There's no one would be running this fast in the 125 or the 250. And then my eyes aren't great, but then as he got about 100 meters away from us, I noticed the pink skull cap. It was Kevin Goldberg himself, absolutely flying down the trail.
It was amazing.
It was incredible.
Dropping his pacer.
His pacer was getting dropped. He was running down like this technical section, at least 8-minute pace, maybe even quicker. And it was one of the most incredible feats of like human movement and motivation I've ever seen. Even still had enough coherentness to give Finn a high five as he went by.
Yeah.
And yeah, like my mind was just blown seeing that interaction. And that was just by chance, you know, where we're on the course and we got to see it. And that was really special. That was so cool to see live out on course.
And you hit this riverbed, and I don't know if we're going to have a chance because Brett actually captured some video of Goldberg running, it's incredible. It's on his GoPro. We might try to upload it into the live stream. Not sure if it's possible, but not only is Goldberg ripping this descent, he crosses the riverbed there before Buffalo Park and starts to do that 1 mile climb up to the Buffalo Park entrance. He ran like half that climb. It was incredible. I mean, jogging it. So yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. We also saw, Brett, you want to talk about the Eldon aid station as well?
Matt, what do you think about our experience?
No, just this section of trail is one of my favorites. Basically, the section that you just showed me the video from when you get off of Eldon Lookout Road until you kind of wind your way back to Buffalo Park.
Yeah,
there's just so much kind of beauty in that section. So hopefully we'll be able, if Brett can try to send me the MP4 file of that at some point, we should be able to play that into the live stream at some point. So
yeah, and then I also took a couple of videos up at the Eldon aid station because we got up there right as Mika Thews and Mike Groenwegen were entering the aid station.
What a cool storyline from the race, right? Apparently someone said that they saw those two come in together at Whiskey Row, which was mile 78. So according to the trackers, they think that they were running together since around mile 75.
Even earlier
and not just that. Brett, what about the multiple?
So I've learned this is not the first race that Mika and Mike have run together. They've done at least
They ran
Tahoe.
70 miles together, I think someone said, at Tahoe.
Yeah. So as far as I know, I don't think they train much together, but when they sign up for these races, they just happen to link up and do a very good job of feeding off each other's energy. And it sounds like they also do a great job of accidentally only having one of them through a low point when the other's feeling great, so then they keep towing each other along. And it was absolutely incredible to see them at the Eldon aid station, which, yeah, I'm going to try and send Matt some of those videos, and hopefully we can put it up on the stream. And we'll also be able to get you'll be able to hear the wind, and as a result,
it's wild.
You'll be able to feel the cold.
It's wild.
From up on Eldon.
Christy in the chat asks, did we ever get a burger count from K Money? That's a great question. I don't know if there was any overnight accounting of K Money's aid station stops or any word from his crew. But when he crosses the finish line, if he hasn't already, we can hopefully do some accounting with him at the finish line. That would be a great finish line interview if the initial question is, K Money, we're heading straight to your nutrition plan here. We are dying to know from the level setting you did in your questionnaire, how many burgers did you put down in this event? And did you ever pivot?
Matt, what would be the best way to get these videos to you? I have a micro SD card, but it doesn't look like the computer has any free plugs. I have a little USB hub as well that could plug into your computer that could do that. Yeah, because I could just... Okay. I don't have a Mac. I'm making this difficult.
Yeah, if you just put them on a USB, we will figure out a way.
All right. I'm going to grab that real quick because the world needs to see some of this behind-the-scenes footage with me being way overly excited. So apologies in advance for all the yelling and screaming that I did in the video as well.
I want to give a shout-out because I know that he has had fans in the chat this entire week, but the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Chad Wright. Chad is at mile 211.5 right now, so he's got, roughly 40 miles to go. Chad, just from what I've seen on this live stream the past couple of days, is one of the toughest individuals I've ever seen. Brett and I saw him way back at the Crown King aid station, which was mile 37, I believe. Seems like a whole lifetime ago, and we just saw Chad sprawled in this chair. He had that 1,000-mile stare. We didn't know how it was possible for him to get out of that situation and continue on down the trail, but here he is closing in on a really impressive Cocodona 250 finish. Just goes to show it doesn't always get worse.
And we did just have eyes there on bib 12, Jimmy Strayhorn at the Fort Tuthill aid station. So Jimmy is looks like right there with the bucket hat on. He's having himself a strong run here over these last few days. So shout out to Jimmy. And again, for anyone tuning in, the next cutoff that we will see is right now we don't have a feed up at Sedona, but we will work with Race Command to get you all an update on the cutoff at Sedona, which was at 12:15 right now. The next one after that is going to be out at the Munns Park aid station, which is right here, and that'll be at 1 a.m., I guess technically tomorrow morning, so tomorrow morning. And then Fort Tuthill, where we just were, will be cut off at 3:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Maddie in the chat asks, what mile is that aid station at?
Which one? We were at Fort Tuthill.
Fort
for a
Tuthill,
minute,
yeah.
And then we were at Sedona.
Yeah,
not Sedona.
Fort Tuthill. Fort Tuthill.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Fort Tuthill is a 211.3. So it looks like Chad Wright should. What was his tracker at?
211.5.
Okay, so maybe he left just a little bit ago. And as an update, it looks like Christopher St. Jean has made it to the summit of Mount Eldon there as well. As I work on getting an update here.
So we've got Chrissy in the chat apparently was able to ask K Money's crew what he's on for burger count. K Money has put down 23 McDonald's hamburgers over the course of this event. As many of you know from the Single Track podcast, I do not do public math, but I'm going to attempt to do public math here. He is averaging about one burger per 10 miles right now, maybe a little bit more. Maybe like 1.1 burgers per 10 miles. Josh Bowles in the chat asks an excellent question. What was the tipping point for Killian to stop and sleep? Did his mindset switch from podium to finisher? That's an excellent question. Josh, I'm going to make note of that. And we'll see if we can talk to Killian at the finish line. I think a finish line interview would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and we do have Jamil on his way back up from Phoenix to help do some conversations at the finish line there. That would be a really great question. To ask. That'd be just like such a great conversation to have someone who, led 200 plus miles, was kind of hitting a low point, but still was able to kind of bunker down, regroup, and continue pressing on.
Yep. Master Slacker asks if they were plain burgers or Big Macs, quarter pounders. I believe these were the dollar menu type burgers. It might have been a double cheeseburger type thing or a single burger, but it was like the dollar menu ones, if that even still exists. Actually, am I so old that the dollar menu at McDonald's doesn't even exist anymore? Is that a thing?
I think it's still a thing. It's just smaller. I think it's way smaller than it was back in the day.
Can anybody in the chat provide an update? 'Cause I haven't been to McDonald's recently. Does the dollar menu still exist?
As if there wasn't enough things for Matt to be doing, I've now given him 2 videos off my GoPro that we recorded on our run this morning. See if he can get those on the live stream, just so we can have some, I don't know, just some raw footage and something to see from this morning. Tracker update. Yeah, I will say that for those, early this morning, late last night, who were spending a lot of time at the Eldon aid station, that aid station is amazingly protected, but at the same time, it's still outside. There's a tent that has 2 walls to help protect you from the wind, but in terms of the temps, you still are exposed to all of it. So, if you absolutely have to, nap or spend a significant amount of time in that aid station, all there really was there for warmth was a couple of propane heaters. Definitely one that if you're able to, you want to just get in and out of and keep moving. There's actually a super inspiring sign right on the way out of the Eldon aid station, and what it says on it is next aid, finish line. And that's probably one of the first times you see the words finish line actually pop up on course. Yeah, looking at the trackers, it looks like Christopher St. Jean he's right on top of that Eldon aid station. Haven't seen Killian Korth's tracker update yet. It's been 14 minutes since it last updated. Let's see, and then in terms of hey Matt, on the live tracking, the numbers that are yellow, because there's blue, yellow, and orange. Who's yellow?
Yeah, orange and yellow are both going to be Sedona Canyon's 125 runners, and so orange would be, without looking, it'd be one of the genders, and yellow would be the other gender.
Okay, so orange is the men, and then yellow is the women. Okay.
We should have Rachel Buzzard, I think.
Rachel is approaching the ascent up Eldon.
Yep.
Followed shortly by Matthew Kahn. And then behind them is 250 miler Jason Cannon. And those are all approaching the Eldon climb, which I ran it on, freshish legs this morning. Run. I did not run it. You're not running that trail. It's very steep. I was having a hard time wrapping my head around what getting up this trail, after 235 miles would be like. And what a punch in the gut to have this be one of the last climbs of the course. See, I will do my best to find a Chad Wright update for everyone. A couple people asking in the chat. Chad Wright was last checked in on the tracker at mile 212, which puts him past the Fort Tuthill aid station and making his way towards, so yeah, between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Creek, or Walnut Canyon, it's a tough section. There's a lot of windy trail that's you can move well on, but there's a very lengthy amount of time between aid stations. There's a water stop aid station, and then there's the Walnut Canyon aid station. So from like a food rest standpoint, all of the all of the extras, this is a very long stretch between aid stations. Kind of a similar situation when you leave Walnut Canyon. The next spot you get to is just a water station, and then after that it's the aid station at the top of Eldon. Sally McRae's tracker last updated at mile 226, and that was very close to the Walnut Canyon aid station. We actually had the pleasure of talking to one of Sally's pacers, Summer. She was here at the studio, gearing up and getting ready to go meet Sally at this Walnut Canyon aid station, and they were getting prepared for battle to make that final push to the finish.
I'm really excited to hear a finish line interview from Sally McRae, but also I'm sure if you follow her YouTube, she'll have some sort of post-race breakdown of what she learned and what she's applying to her next objective, which is the Triple Crown of 200s this summer. I just find her to be so thoughtful, so self-examining, and the way she talks about her objectives in this sport, it's very generous in the sense that, her delivery, you find that you can pick things out of it that you can apply to your own training, and just very, very excited to see what she has to say.
And if you want Brett we can try one of these videos. I need to pull it into the stream in real time before I know what I need to fix, if anything. So.
Oh, there's nothing to fix. It's perfect.
Well, on my end.
Oh.
So we will pull.
Probably the shorter one.
Yeah, we will pull the shorter video that Brett got up here first. I want to see if we have a bib number on the runner right here, and we will send it to, let's see, Rob.
46.
Logan Zeigenmeyer. So shout out to him in the Fort Tuthill aid station, getting some food in, and we're going to see if this video works, and if not, I will send it back here and try to fix anything that needs to be fixed.
And it should be a video of me trying to chase down Kevin Goldberg for just a few seconds after he blew by us on the trail. So this is not live. This was recorded a couple hours ago, just so everyone knows. This is Kevin Goldberg on the way to the finish. He is absolutely flying right now. This is insane. He's running faster than we are by like 5 minutes a mile. Oh, what a teaser.
Yeah, so it looks like we had audio but no video there, so let me try and see what I need to do on my end to make that happen.
Yeah, we saw that that the video was not pulling up. We'll continue to work on it. Yeah, the audio is pretty funny. I get really excited when I run, and well, we've been talking about all these people for so long, but I've never seen any of them in real person. So it's like meeting your heroes, and there's always that saying, don't meet your heroes. In a 250-mile race, that's like 100% wrong. Every single one of these heroes that I've met, it's been amazing. And I like them more as a result.
Me too, yeah. You often hear the phrase, don't meet your heroes, they'll be disappointed. I was, whatever the exact opposite of disappointed was, I was further awestruck of Kevin Goldberg. Everything they say about him is true. We were actually talking about this, Brett, like if you could apply individual Madden scores and what people's highest Madden scores are when you deconstruct their running.
Made so many good ones.
What is Kevin Goldberg's like particular attribute that you give a high Madden score to?
So we concluded that Kevin Goldberg's Madden ability was that he gets like a +5 to like speed and morale. That's the word I was looking for when we were running. It's the morale boost. He gets the morale boost and the speed boost and endurance boost whenever he's smiling. So if Kevin Goldberg is smiling, he gets the boosts.
Yep.
And then we figured, we've heard that Mika Dews is a pretty quiet runner, which nothing wrong with that. I tend to not talk that much when I run, as hard as that might be to believe. But, we figured her special ability was like the silent assassin. The more hours that Mika goes of quiet, she gets extra boost for like speed and endurance. And then, of course, there's the K-Money cheeseburger boost. I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. He eats a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
And he gets like superpowers for a bit.
Couple bits of information here about Logan. Is it Zaidmeyer? Yeah, Logan Zeigenmeyer. He wrote here in his questionnaire. He was born and raised in the town of Sutter, California, currently living in Chico. Went to college at Butte Community College. I went through the welding program there. That's super cool. I got into running about 5 years ago. Does a lot of his training in Bidwell Park. We have a lot of mutual friends, Brett, that logged many a mile in Bidwell Park.
My half marathon PR is down in Lower Bidwell Park at one of the races there.
Wow. And he says he's very good at making post-run smoothies. He's also yet to DNF a race. So,
oh man,
from what we saw here on the commentary, on the live stream, I should say, he's in a pretty good spot. He looks good. And I want to know what's in that post-run smoothie.
Oh, sweet. Little update on Killian Korth from the chat. Yeah, I just updated my tracker as well. He's pinged, and he's probably a mile and a half down the road from Eldon now. So Killian Korth is the next runner on course to finish, tentatively. There's nobody else in front of him for the finish line, before the finish line. So as it lies on course, he is going to be the next expected finisher.
Plate as it lies.
Yep.
Yeah, John McKay asks in the chat, remember yesterday when I suggested that Killian stop and nap when he had a 4-mile lead? My idea was poo-pooed. I wonder if he had done that, had he might have rallied and stayed in the top 3. I feel like there was pretty good debate about what he should do.
Yeah, but I do remember definitely saying, like, well, he's gone this long without sleep. I feel like he's probably all in on it and should just go for it, because I thought that just the way like his body looked in terms of stiffness, that if he took an extended break, it might just totally lock up. I did get some further insight from some of the drone pilots that were out on course. They came into the studio because they had to recharge all their devices so that way they could get out there early this morning. A lot of them had said, oh no, when Killian leaves the aid stations, he looks like garbage. But then when I would see him coming into the aid stations, he would look great. So he might just be one of the types that takes, an hour or two to get the body rolling again.
Yeah.
Which then, going back to what John said, maybe it would have been okay for him to stop and nap. And sure, maybe it would have looked bad coming out of the aid station, but perhaps that would have opened up the opportunity to rally even more. What I would love to ask him that question, later on when he finishes, to see if he, who knows if he's going to be able to give a coherent answer here in the next few hours. But at some point, I would love to know what he thinks looking back at his sleep strategy. Good, bad, change anything.
Yep.
I'm curious if he sees that as one of the weak spots of his race, or if it's, something else that we might not be able to pick up on just by watching. Maybe there's something else that he thinks he can improve on more.
And, Brett, what's interesting about, you take Sarah O, for example, who just won this race on her third attempt. We know that Killian last year had to DNF the race at mile 100 due to hamstring issues. So no matter what happens today, I think a finish is a success. It's no questions asked, no debate. It is a success. He got over that hump. And maybe Killian is like a lot of these other runners who return year after year, and third attempt is just building upon this year's execution. One thing interesting in the chat here, Kevin, our good friend Brett, Kevin Lara says for Logan, who we were talking about, Logan is apparently good at making post-race smoothies. Kevin says he's most likely putting pale ale in that smoothie. Kevin, I love you, man. That sounds disgusting, though.
What happens when you put a beer in a blender? That just sounds like actually, such an explosion of nastiness.
Maybe Kevin knows something we don't know, because I do know Kevin worked for Sierra Nevada Brewing, I think, at one point. So maybe they had some sort of secret concoction that works.
Yes, a classic Chico brewery, Sierra Nevada. Matt just popped open the Flota equivalent of liquid death. It's flat water, flotter.
So let's see here. Someone in the chat wanted to give a shout out to Sean Gibson, and a lot of cool things. Sean is a cancer survivor.
Damn.
He's a scuba diver, and he's a believer in doing hard things. He ran 100 miles in February, this past February, at the Rocky Raccoon 100 in Texas. He says he trusts the Aravaipa team to put on a safe and challenging adventure. We certainly did that. They certainly did that. He went through 2 years of chemo treatment the summer after high school. He's gone back to mentor other chemo kids to show them that they can survive and thrive after going through such a tough time. Moved to Phoenix in 2014. What a background. Fell in love with trail running and scuba diving at the same time. He says here that he learned to scuba dive in the desert. Are there places you can scuba dive in the desert, like lakes and stuff like that? I guess that's cool.
I mean, I'm from southern Illinois. I don't know.
Ben, if it has water, you can scuba dive in it.
That's true. That's true.
Which also reminds me of that classic Meet the Parents quote.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
If it has water, you can scuba dive in it. That is a pretty amazing story. And now, that's hugely inspirational.
Yeah, awesome. Way to go, Sean.
Could you imagine an underwater trail race? Like weight vests and scuba gear, and you have to run along the ground like, Pirates of the Caribbean style with the boat.
Yeah. Well, they have the
You know who's winning that race?
Who?
Chad Wright.
Chad Wright is winning that race.
He did do like a 300-mile run with a boat one day.
That's right. Well, they have those swim run events out there, which I know like Rich Roll has kind of put on the map a little bit, where you go between islands and then you run a little bit on trails. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm talking about running underwater.
I don't know.
With the scuba gear. Dude.
Hey, Samantha Nowicki is from Central Illinois, Matt.
Yeah, either last night or early this morning. I don't recall exactly when it all kind of blends together at this point, but there was a large contingent of Central and Southern Illinoisans in the chat. So shout out to all of them. Southern Illinois is not another planet. That is, in fact, true. However, it is kind of another planet all at the same time. And then while we're talking about some of the athletes, I wanted to highlight our men's third place finisher, Michael Greer. He's a two-time Cocodona charity bib entrant. And after winning the Zion 100 in 2022, Mike was super stoked on his final training runs for Cocodona. He had a misstep on the trail that ended with a broken pelvis.
Oh.
So he broke his pelvis just before
this race,
the 2022 Cocodona 250, after having just won, the Zion 100, so being in kind of peak shape. And so with the support of his family and kids, he was able to rehab and show up to the 2023 race, taking the podium. Last year, he raised money for raising money to fight hunger with youth in Utah. He brought awareness and funds to his community about the reality of hunger for many of us in the for many in the U.S. And then this year, he was running for Trails and Tribulation Endurance Hiking and Running Foundation. They work to raise funds for kind of those in significant need. So shout out to Mike Greer, not only for such an incredible performance and showcase on the Cocodona course, but also for fighting adversity last year after having been in top shape, and then to come back and for raising money for such great causes in order to show up at the starting line here.
Yep, amen.
I think it definitely helps to have a large why like that for a race like this. Like the motivation to get it done is it's just so much deeper rooted. That would have to be one of them. Like, I would like to think I would have, I feel like I would have to follow a route, like a story like that.
Yep.
To finish, something as massive as the Cocodona 250.
Matt, we're still getting some northern versus central versus southern Illinois banter going on in the chat here. I got to say, as a basketball fan, I was a big Southern Illinois Salukis fan. Numerous Sweet 16 appearances in the mid-2000s. They had some great runs.
Did they? SIU did have some great runs, and the fact that you're giving a Saluki shout-out on air, I love it. Oh, it's because Chris Warden is saying Northern Illinois is better than Central and Southern Illinois. See, Chris is over here starting it. I mean, you're just but Chris, you're like comparing a slice of pizza to like corn on the cob. Like you're comparing two different things, and that's I think one of the interesting things about Illinois is when you get south of the I-80, you are in farmland, very rural Illinois almost immediately. When you get north of the I-80, you are in suburban Chicago.
Yeah, I've only ever lived on the West Coast, so I'm bowing out of this one. That's for sure. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. I mean, the main thing that I'm thinking is like I don't even know if I know how to spell Illinois. Like,
yeah,
it's like it's just
Illinois.
like all I do is just like slap the keyboard on the right-ish side a whole bunch of times.
Hey, Matt, Brian in the chat asks, we're consistently between like 1.4 and 1.6K viewers for this live stream at any given moment. He wants to know how many unique viewers this coverage has so far for the week, and if it's larger than Javelina or Black Canyon so far.
Those numbers are confidential. We cannot share that kind of data.
In terms of unique viewers, I haven't looked at kind of the unique viewers yet across the streams, but in terms of just views, because that's probably the easiest metric to just look at kind of in real time, the views for this stream have been, or for Cocodona have been better than Cocodona in years past, better than our prior Javelina streams, and they kind of fall in between like our Bandera coverage earlier this year for Tejas Trails and our Black Canyon coverage this year. The interesting thing over the course of the event, like Cocodona will have. Our Cocodona live stream will naturally have more views than all of those because you have 5.5 days of streaming, right?
Yeah.
But like any singular stream, like our day one, stream one, kind of falls right in between this year's Black Canyon stream and this year's Bandera stream in terms of views. I think in the weeks after the event, when we have a little bit more bandwidth, that's when we'll look at some of the, we'll sit down and look at some of the other metrics that maybe require just a non-fried brain to to just like interpret a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess to spark notes that a little bit, very good.
Did they surprise you? Did those numbers surprise you? Or were you expecting them?
A little bit of both, probably. Like I think when
the day one numbers were surprised. That surprised me, but I didn't have any like prior expectations.
Well, I think that the day one numbers were maybe a little higher than we maybe had thought, but I think that when you spend this much effort and bandwidth and energy to try and produce a live stream to the best of your abilities, you like come into it thinking that it's going to be good, right? And hoping that it's going to be good, but you really don't know until you kind of hit the go live button whether people are going to tune in or not. So I think we thought that we had a good plan in place and that the event is compelling and growing in interest. But yeah, I mean, maybe the numbers surprised us. When you talk about day one, stream one, at one point was like 4,000 or 5,000 views behind Black Canyon's like kind of main stream. That to me is maybe a little crazy because you're comparing Black Canyon, which is this premier distance event, to 250 miler. You don't have the same name recognition with the athletes, but I think you have maybe some interesting stories that make people want to tune in.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're kind of crossing two different types of viewers. Because this race it's been very competitive and very close, but as with Bandera, Black Canyon, some of those other shorter races, the stream's done after the top 5 men's and women come on. Like, this stream's going to be going for a couple more days, and we now get to talk about everyone who's coming in and making their way to the finish line. And as we've learned over the course of the week, reading through the runner questionnaire and doing a little bit of sleuthing on who these people are, what are they doing. I mean, I know Finn's had a LinkedIn tab open this whole time, seeing things like, what do these people do? It's been really cool to learn about all these people.
Yeah, one of the things that I think we'll try to do today, especially when you have as clear a picture like this, we can start to see bib numbers better. And as we mentioned yesterday on the live stream, there is a 2023 Cocodona runner questionnaire where they tell us about themselves. They tell about what inspired them to do this race, any fun facts, etc. And as we come across these runners, we'll start to tell some of their stories from the questionnaire.
Yeah, and for everyone in the chat who has been absolutely inspired by this week of racing, the pinned chat at the top is the registration link for next year's Cocodona events, the Cocodona 250, the 125, and the Eldon Crest 36. Registration is open for those, and I heard that 5% of all registration fees will go towards the blimp.
I heard something similar, and I don't know why Matt's rushing to
unmute my mic.
Right
unmute my mic.
Well, I'm just trying to avoid a Pat McAfee, Brett Favre situation over here, where we're liable for fraud or anything like that.
Sources say the blimp is going to get funded.
Oh wow! So I do just want to update people on
the blimp.
No, on the registration numbers. We have 29 people registered for the 3 various race distances as of right now. So I believe that's 10 people who have signed up today. So shout out to all of you who are registering. Again, these are early bird prices. These are the lowest prices you will see. They're good through May the 15th, so 2 weeks after, or a week after the race. So, runners who ran the race can spend a few days contemplating their existence, and then they can sign up again for next year.
We should do one of those Billy Mays commercials, like Billy Mays here to let you know the Cocodona 250 is open for registration. Billy Mays here.
Will you let me take that idea and use that as part of the marketing campaign
I
for
love it.
2024?
Do it.
Maybe it can be a collab effort here.
Can we
between
make
the
an
three of us.
infomercial?
No, we should make a series. Of
for
one
all the
for
races.
each race distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking through the entrance list right now. I see Travis Longcar signed up for the Sedona Canyons 125. And then our very own Aid Station Fireball is signed up for the Eldon Crest 36. Have the opportunity to take down two of the greatest media people in our sport.
Wow.
I mean, if that doesn't motivate you to sign up for this race, I mean, you could say, I beat Aid Station Fireball. I mean, that's easier said than done.
And I will say this, I am a bit disappointed, now that both Kevin Goldberg and Jeff Garmeyer have both finished the race.
They haven't signed up yet.
Neither of them are signed up. So, in fact, neither of them signed up while racing. However, I did receive a text from Jeff before he finished this morning saying, wait, so I can sign up for the 2024 Cocodona while I'm in the 2023 Cocodona? I was like, yes, you can, buddy.
Eric Prelog, next year's Cocodona is not sold out yet, but you need to act now. You need to act in the next 30 minutes. You need to act now. Sorry, I'm trying to do my best infomercial.
But wait,
language.
There's more. If you go off course, you'll get bonus miles.
4 easy installments of $3.95 will get you entry into next year's Cocodona.
10 easy installments of 25 miles will get you a Cocodona 250.
8 easy installments of Flota will get you entry into next year's Cocodona 250.
Can we confirm? I'm seeing the link pinned in the chat on our end, but if someone can confirm, I guess I could also.
I see it in the chat.
Right, it's pinned at the top of the chat.
Yeah.
Matt, there's a couple people.
Yeah, it's pinned at the top of the chat. So, I just logged in on my phone to view here. So, top of the chat, register for the 2024 events. There's the link, my good friends.
That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, if you're behind Aid Station Fireball, you are chasing Fireball. What are you chasing Fireball with? I know my answer. It's absolutely nothing.
Okay, it's pinned. Thank you.
It's pinned. It's pinned. Here, Matt, I'll text it. I'll type in the chat, too, that it's pinned.
Demetrio, it's pinned, all right. Practically screaming at me. Okay.
Matt, there were a couple
I was
people.
worried for a second.
Matt, there were a couple of people in the chat that were actually asking. We've talked about this festival type rollout of the Cocodona 250, how Sedona's involved and Eldon Crest is involved. Do you have any insight on why for like Javelina, for example, the 100K and the 100 mile are so closely attached to each other in terms of start times and finish times? And is there any value in potentially having them on separate days?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is the atmosphere, right? I think having kind of all 3 race distances at Javelina, there is the Jackass Night Runs, 13 mile. I apologize. I forget the exact race distance of what it is. But Jackass Night Runs also starts during Javelina. And I think it's, to create what has become the Javelina kind of atmosphere and experience. Now, the question would be could you possibly still create that with a little bit more of a spread amongst the races or anything like that? I don't know. If the races were spread out, there are probably advantages to that as well. More people would be able to participate, right? Our permitting cap would likely increase to a larger number because we're spread over multiple days. But I think that, there is a chance that you would lose some of that Javelina vibe and some of that Javelina feel. And I think that ultimately that is the most important thing for Javelina is that experience that you get. It's like Burning Man meets trail running in the middle of the Sonoran Desert, and there's nothing really like it. And so it becomes like like a tough thing to kind of weigh, right? Because you want to keep that as priority number one, but there are maybe some advantages to spreading the races out a little bit more in terms of like being able to increase participant numbers, because the Javelina races sell out every single year. There's wait lists every single year, and so you're always kind of turning people down in a way year over year who maybe want to participate but aren't able to or don't get in. But in turn, I think there is probably a pretty significant risk of kind of losing that Javelina vibe if you aren't careful about it, I guess.
Sometimes more is not always better. So like a Cocodona 5,000 mile would be better or worse than a Cocodona 250 mile.
Yeah, K-Step says Burning Man meets trail running is a pretty good summary, and I agree.
I don't think Matt's too keen on the idea of a Cocodona 5,000 mile.
No, but just to give credit where credit's due, I believe Jubilee Page, the race director for Javelina, was the first person I'd heard kind of use that analogy, and I was like, Jubilee, you are 1,000% spot on. So I want to make sure we shout Jubilee out for that.
What is this presidential speech from AJW?
AJW was on as a guest commentator virtually for a little bit of time last year, and talked about his experience at the Crown King aid station where he volunteered, and he went just on this absolutely magnificent speech. It is in one of the live streams. It would have been in our day 3 stream 2 stream in the last in between the 7 o'clock and midnight hour. So in the last 5 hours towards the beginning of that. And he talked about how he said that he's retired from running trails or racing. But he did say that this is the first time he's felt like that itch to get back out at a race was at Cocodona, and so he specifically said that he doesn't think that it's a matter of if he will do the Cocodona 250 at some point, but when.
So President AJW basically just made his announcement to run for Cocodona 250.
What will be the trail running equivalent of the primaries that he has to go through and win? What is his general election? Is it Cocodona?
They just send him straight into it.
Well, no, I think that maybe it's that's a good question. I don't know. Maybe he starts with the Sedona Canyons 125. As the early primaries.
Yeah, perhaps.
And then the following year, we got a general election coming. Not referencing an actual political.
We don't have to vote
election.
for AJW.
Yeah. No, he automatically is voted if he
gets
up.
AJW gets to vote for himself, and that's the only vote that matters.
Chasing Cutoffs podcast, AJW's speech brought me to tears. I think that we are probably going to have to clip that for YouTube.
Yeah, I agree, because I need to hear it now too.
Yeah,
I gotta ask AJ.
Might see if I can do that actually.
This is an interesting topic. AZ Ultra. I would love to know. Have you been to Chamonix before? Have you been to the UTMB events in Chamonix? I'm really curious.
I can't read as fast as you, Finn. What sparked the asking of that question?
I pulled it up on the.
Oh, okay.
Got a little sizzle to it.
Oh, yeah, that's because it had the word debatably. Debatably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
It's an interesting conversation for sure.
It is. I think that, when you look at some of the stuff they're doing to move the sport forward, I think that they're doing a lot of things that is good, right?
Yeah, and I think it's hard to. I mean, I think the answer is almost different if you look at UTMB as an entire organization, like all of the races that they put on, or just the UTMB race in Chamonix. I feel like the production and how they've done UTMB in Chamonix has been incredible. And of course they envisioned we will take that and we will apply it to every single race that we have. And that hasn't worked yet. But, it's so early. Like they've really only been going at it outside of, UTMB Chamonix for like seriously like a year now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's referencing more as an organization, so as an overall umbrella versus just the race in Chamonix. I think I'm with you, Brett. I think it's just too early to really know the impact that it's having on the sport in general, because like whether you agree with it or like it on a personal level or not, I think that you need to look at, not you specifically, but like we need to look at what is just the net impact on the sport, because with anything there's going to be positives to things, there's going to be negatives to things, and I think that it's maybe just a little bit.
They're having some growing pains for sure, and they know that too. Like they know that they're having growing pains, and a lot of the ideas and like ways that they were going to move forward with some of the races in the States, it didn't carry over. Like the equation for the races in Europe, they thought it would be similar, and you could just take it, put it in the U.S. and it would work. We're now learning, like everyone's learning in real time. That's not the case. My big question is like next year, what adjustments will they make to, change some of the things that are not going right with a lot of their races in the States this year?
There's a really good, and Brett, I think I agree with basically everything you said. There's a really good book that I just finished reading. I think it's going to press in month, in June. It's by a guy named Doug Mayer, who is the CEO of Run the Alps over in Chamonix, but he is an American native. He grew up in the White Mountains of New Hampshire, and he had an opportunity to write a pretty unbiased book about the Palettes and about UTMB and about their business model and their plan to do things over here in the U.S. And I think it's a pretty unbiased view. I think there's valid points on both sides of the debate here about influence and stuff like that. But if you're looking for somebody who has like boots on the ground experience, interacted with all of the agents in this process, that I think that's going to be a must read. And I won't say anything more than that, but excellent book.
Can pre-order now wherever you pre-order books.
And it looks like we do have our runner cam heading back out, maybe looking for runners in the Buffalo Park area. And we have a drone up kind of
sweet
at the bottom of Eldon here.
I'm doing a little tracker update. We will see. So Christopher St. Jean has been on the move and has left the Eldon Mountain Aid Station. He's about maybe 1.5 to 2 miles down. Can't tell if he's making ground on Killian Korth yet, but we'll have to see in a couple more tracker pings. Maybe we'll get a visual on one of them momentarily as they make their way out of the kind of the foothills of Eldon and on their way towards the famous Buffalo Park, which it's roughly a 2-mile loop in Buffalo Park, and the Strava segment for that 2-mile loop is absolutely nutty. I think it's about 4:30 pace, and I mean, it's held by a very elite runner, but I think it could be lowered even more because some of the Olympians that live here are still just working out on it, not doing a full race effort.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know that a lot of the elites do workouts out there, so I'm not overly surprised that there's some stout Strava CRs on there. I still think the descent off Eldon Lookout Road descent by Jim Walmsley might be one of the be one of the nuttiest.
Well, that's what I thought until I went up the Blue Dot Trail today.
And Jim's Blue Dot run?
I think I might be more impressed by Jim's Blue Dot run than his downhill, because his downhill descent off of the Eldon Lookout Road, it's actually about what I believe Jim could run for a 5K on the track. You know, it's about 13:20, 13:30. I think if Jim pursues track instead of trail out of college, he's a 13:20, 13:30 guy. Jim did the Blue Dot Trail in 19 minutes and 50 seconds. Like, you like, that's insane. And I was looking at, like, Finn and I did it at like not a leisurely pace, but like a brisk hike. We did it in 34 minutes today, and we didn't really stop that much. We maybe stopped for 2 minutes. Jim's done it in 19, and the who's who of ultra running has done this trail. Nobody's within 2 or 3 minutes of him.
Yeah, every time I go up Blue Dot, I typically take a number of breaks to sit down and cry and contemplate why I decided to go up Eldon this direction.
Yeah, and then even further looking at Jim's Blue Dot, he ran every step of it.
Oh man,
I'm so glad.
Classic.
I'm so thankful that Cocodona doesn't go down the Blue Dot Trail to finish.
Well, I don't know that it's a like a Forest Service like marked
it shouldn't
like
be
map trail. I think it's like a local.
If Cocodona had decided we're going to come down Blue Dot and then head to downtown, that would have been the last year of Cocodona.
Oh man, there are a few of those ways to get down Mount Eldon that are just like super steep and gnarly.
Yeah, looking at the Strava heat map, you could absolutely do like a Ginger Run or Tiger Claw style race up and down Eldon, where you go up it in the 3 different ways, and then every time you come down like the service road. I bet it would be somewhere between 35 and 45 miles for the full 3 summits, and then wrapping back around. But that would be a fun race. I would come do the triple summit Eldon challenge. Brought to you by Aravaipa Blimp Corporation.
Yeah, Mount Eldon, just a classic mountain town, local mountain.
Like Chris here says, like, yeah. I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna say anything.
One thing I will say is I'm enjoying a Liquid Death. The flavor is convicted melon. Oh, 'cause like felon.
Oh my gosh.
Melon. Oh, I get it now. Now that I'm reading it out loud, I understand. I also, much to my surprise, I didn't know it was sparkling, and I'm really glad that it is. Yeah, convicted melon.
Are there any good runner names out there? Like I just came across this term today called nominative determinism, where people who have people gravitate towards work that sounds like their name. So like Usain Bolt, of course, makes sense for the track. Are there any good ultra running names out there?
Oh yeah, I mean my friend Fasty McFastfast, really good runner. Yeah, I mean like Wile E. Coyote.
Ooh,
that's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's all I got, actually.
Chris, what do you got?
Yeah, like who are some of the best names in ultra running in terms of just like, damn, that's
Hayden
a cool
Hawks.
name.
Hayden Hawks is a
Hayden
sick name.
Hawks.
Hayden Hawks is a good
cool.
one. You got some alliteration there.
I mean, it doesn't like necessarily go to the point you're making. But
Mike Foot.
Mike Foot.
Mike Foot is.
Yep.
True Heart Brown is just a cool
Yeah,
name. It's not
amazing.
necessarily the same context you're looking for, but it's just shout out to True Heart Brown. Canyon Woodward.
Canyon Woodward's
Ooh,
amazing.
Canyon's a good
That's
one.
a good one.
That's such a good one.
Yes, we Canyon.
And we're going to go back to Fort Tuthill for a minute here. And once our camera operator Brian has eyes on our runners, we will take it back. Who do we have here? Bib 40, Jeremy Epley.
Okay. Let's see. Jeremy Epley.
He's in the Sedona Canyons 125.
And we're at the Fort Tuthill aid station.
Yep.
Okay.
Jeremy found ultras through Rob Steiger's Training for Ultra podcast. He does ultimately want to run the Cocodona 250 one day, but he feels like he needs to build towards it, and he thinks that if he can finish the 125 and maybe another 100 later this year, will give him the confidence to sign up next year.
And we also have Bib 415 there. And that is Sharon Mosley.
Oh, no, I know Sharon. She lives in Ashland. Sharon Mosley is like a silent ultra trail crusher who has done some like insane personal projects that are so cool. Like there was one, I think multiple summers, Sharon did, I believe it was the Pine to Palm 100, the Mountain Lakes 100, and Rio del Lago 100, which all fall over the course of about 8 weeks. And Sharon has always gone no crew, no pacers for, I think, all of her races. And I see her, every race that she's not running, I see her volunteering and working at one. So big shouts to Sharon Mosley. I am a Sharon Mosley fan.
That's awesome. Great context. I've been hearing all these great things about Jeff Pelletier's YouTube channel. I'm going to go check it out after this week. Jeff, it sounds like you need to sign up for Cocodona and make a classic film about this race. Keep the momentum going for great filmmaking.
Lowest prices you'll ever see available now until May 15th.
Ooh.
Who was Sharon has signed up for? Like most of the races.
I wish you could Pine to Palm. Nice.
Most of the races that are on Ultra sign up, Sharon Mosley is signed up for this year. So there's a whole series in Eugene of Emerald City trail races that are all shorter ones, but Sharon's also running the Strawberry Fields Forever 100-miler in June. Is signed up for a couple of the local Eugene Trail Series races. Siskiyou Out and Back 50K in July, Waldo 100K in August, Pine to Palm 100 in September, Mountain Lakes 100-miler the week after Pine to Palm, and then our very own Javelina 100 at the end of October. How is that for a race lineup?
That's pretty stout.
I want to know her race registration budget. That's amazing.
And we're going to see if our follow cam Brian can refresh his feed for us in a second here. And we do have eyes on some runners as they're starting to make their way towards Mount Eldon here. Again, our drone is going to do his best to pick up what he can, but it looks like that signal may also be dropping out. So
a little bit of context on Richard Plum, bib number 459 that we just saw. He says, last year I found the Cocodona live stream by accident, and I was hooked. Watching Stephen Park finish last year and seeing the crowd form a tunnel for him was epic. I decided right then that I had to do this race, even though I wasn't a runner. He came very close to running the full 250, but decided Sedona Canyons would be a good trail run.
Yeah, and shout out to Stephen Park, who has been in the chat off and on throughout the last few days. And Chris and I talked about this briefly, but it's so cool to see, people with some sort of experience at Cocodona, coming back year over year to either get a different experience or to just come and see what they can do on the course and be surrounded by the community here. And
going back to the nominative determinism, totally makes sense that Michael Pollan writes about plants.
And probably has allergies. Well, I mean, Finn Melanson, I would just assume that you're a competitive yachter or something like that. Or a dolphin.
I could definitely be a dolphin.
Or a British royal.
But Melanson is French.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure there are French people who live in England.
That's true. Finn is Irish and Melanson's French.
You wouldn't probably be able to be a royal, but that's a whole nother conversation that we don't want to get into.
Not be a royal.
What would Brett Hornig be?
Hornig's German, and it's just slightly lost in translation over the years to the word honey. So, interestingly though, my dad was a beekeeper for a number of years. So I guess it checks out.
What's the next major cutoff? The chat's moving so fast I can't click the right comment. That is a great question. The next major cutoff is going to be Munns Park, which we are tuned into at 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. And I do want an update to give everyone an update on the cutoff at Sedona. We did have 2 runners who are they're still making their way to Sedona, or were at the time of this text. So they have been timed out. It is bib 55 and bib 179. So they will be Jeremy Nicolosi. Sorry, these were not ladies. Our back of the Packers are two women. So that was Jeremy and Derek Kirkman, who have been timed out at Sedona. So our new back of the pack, our new final 2 finishers are going to be 2 female runners.
Francis asks, would you guys consider covering some Quebec ultra races like Ultra Trail Haricana?
If I get to go.
Yeah.
If I get to go and be there in person, 100%.
I love
Absolutely.
Ultra Trail Haricana. It's an amazing course. It's just north of the border where I lived for many years in Maine. I highly encourage anybody that wants an East Coast adventure to go check out that race. It's fantastic. It's very tough too.
Yeah, and our sorry to steer it back. Elizabeth Russ and Ginny Dolek are our current 2 final finisher or our final runners on course after Jeremy and who did I? Derek both get timed out here.
I heard a rumor that all the sweeps on the course are dressed as Grim Reapers. Is that true?
I don't think so. We've seen sweeps earlier in the stream, and they were not, in fact, dressed as Grim Reapers.
I feel like that if there's ever to be...
That would be terrible.
If there's ever to be one rule that's established across all trail racing, I think it's that the sweeps should be dressed as the Grim Reaper.
Love that. I love how we just talked about UTMB taking over the U.S. and we have the question, when is Aravaipa taking over the East Coast?
What happens first? Aravaipa takes over the East Coast, or Aravaipa gets a blimp?
I don't know. I don't know. I think that's where the odds are at on both. It's
that's the 50-50 right now.
Yeah, it's a pick 'em.
All right, cool. I'm feeling pretty good about that.
And it looks like Brian is going to be going back out. We do have his camera feedback, and it is cleaned up a little bit. So
All
we're
right.
here in iconic Buffalo Park.
All right, outsourcing this question to the chat. So Aravaipa partnered with Tejas Trails to do the live stream for the Black Canyon 100K. What race? Oh,
for the Bandera 100K.
For the Bandera 100K. It's a lot. It's the same letter. For the Bandera 100K, what race would you like to see Aravaipa partner with to put on a live stream of next?
Leadville.
Well, Finn says
Or
Leadville.
do they call it Leadville?
Leedsville. Shouts to who is our Leeds finisher.
I just feel like Leadville would be very approachable because it's an out and back 100-miler. So you wouldn't have to have so many points on the course to pivot the teams to for coverage. And it's just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I think more importantly, I think that it has the history of being like an iconic 100-mile race on the U.S. race calendar, right? And I think that would be one of the things that would be cool about it is that, like, it's the first 100-miler I ever heard of because I got introduced to the sport through Born to Run, like a lot of people did, right? And so
yeah, totally.
It has, I think, a lot of value in the space. Still, obviously, there's challenges with that, but that was a good one.
A lot of votes.
Gosh, Wasatch would be amazing, Liam.
A lot of votes
Same
for
thing.
Hard Rock. Yeah, I would say right now the overwhelming most voted upon is Hard Rock.
I would love Hard Rock, but it doesn't seem like from what I understand, they have very strict policies that would not allow this to be possible.
Well, I guess yes, that may be true. But my question would be more for like the community. Like, would a live stream take away from like what like Hard Rock is about? You know, that would be my question to the chat. It's like, what do you guys think? What do they think?
I think it's a great question. I think that these live streams are great because they just allow more people who don't have the ability for whatever reason to be there live. Like, I think it's always a good idea for the most part when you can make the viewing experience, the spectator experience, more accessible. Like, this is incredibly accessible right now, you know?
No, I agree. I think though that there are probably like counterpoints to it, right? Like, does like Silverton and that community, do those trails need exposure that's going to drive more, like more hikers to that area in an area that's already like super heavily hiked? Like, what does that do to the trails and to the ecosystem out there? I don't know. I'm not saying that that's my stance by any means. I'm saying
I think we have an incoming runner on our ground cam making their way into Buffalo Park.
No, this is Fort Tuthill now.
Oh, you're at Fort Tuthill right now?
We're still waiting. We're still waiting over at Buffalo Park, but we do have our eyes there.
Oh, I guess I'm only half wrong. We do have an incoming runner. It's just to Fort Tuthill. Wasn't quite able to get a bib ID.
Yeah, we'll see if Robert can get it once they're in, and
yeah, we'll let them get going.
Oh, right, yeah.
2.
Yeah, bib 2.
My search isn't working.
Yeah, no.
I don't have a bib 2.
What happens if I filter by bib? Oh, I may have just.
Okay, here I found it. Dawn Greenwald.
That makes sense because she was second in the inaugural Cocodona 250, and her pacer is wearing the bright green shirts that they are, or bright yellow green shirts that they're known for. last time I saw Dawn, she was wearing like a bright pink shirt. So I think maybe that was why I should have been able to identify her, but maybe why I couldn't. So shout out to Dawn. She's making her way home to Flagstaff.
Yeah, and for those mentioning that Christopher St. Jean has overtaken Killian Korth, we can't confirm that yet because Chris's tracker's update is only 1 minute old. Killian's is 19 minutes. So we'll have to wait for Killian's to update. They could very well be getting much closer and closer together, though. I'm here for that sprint finish.
And Dawn, I believe an ambassador for Squirrels Nut Butter, getting a big hug there from Mr. Thornley, the co-captain or assistant captain of the Squirrels Nut Butter Fort Tuthill aid station there.
Assistant to the regional manager?
Yeah, essentially. We do have some more drone shots of the area over near Mount Eldon, where I believe this is after runners cross the 89A and start to make their way towards the final climb up to the high point on the course, up the Eldon Lookout Trail. When you were up there this morning, Brett, did you guys kind of take in the views at all, or were you guys all business up there?
We tried, and we had about, you look at it for like 15 to 20 seconds before the wind starts to get you, because it was ripping up there.
And I guess this is my next question. Did you guys go all the way over to the proper summit after you came up Blue Dot, or did you just take the road straight to the aid station?
We did that. Yeah, we didn't.
Yep.
I didn't know there was a proper summit, so I just
so it's interesting because
it's
like one mountain, right? Like when you look at it, but you've got Devil's Head, which is where Blue Dot comes out, and then you've got TV Hill, which sits kind of in the middle there, where a lot of the TV towers are kind of on the inner side of the mountain, and then to the right you've got kind of this one distinguishable tower that is kind of the Eldon summit. But the reason I asked is because there's like a little dip in between the Eldon summit and the road there.
Yes.
So it would have been off to your right when you were kind of getting ready to veer towards the aid station.
Yes. That would have been the true summit.
And yeah, and in the middle, in that little dip there, apparently it's like the coldest place on the mountain.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and you could definitely feel too, even coming out of the aid station, some of that wind, it covers over. There's a lot of snow not on the road, but just off to the sides, and that definitely cools the air down as it rips down the mountain.
Yeah.
So like, a little air conditioner, but definitely something that wasn't really needed up there.
For folks that are just interested in some of these runners that are still in the thick of it, one runner, Aaron Wagner, is at mile 1, I believe 87.5. His next checkpoint is Munns Park.
What's his bib number?
His bib number is, oh gosh.
All right, let me see if I can find it.
I'll get that in a second. 101. Bib number 101.
Yeah, bib 101.
Aaron has a website dedicated to this race. It's called runningcocodona.com. The tagline is training, eating, sleeping, and dreaming about this race since 2020. He has a really great blog series dating back to December of last year, just providing updates on his training, logistics, his analysis of the course. I clicked into a few of them, his why. Very well done. So for any folks out there in the chat that are looking for the behind-the-scenes look into some of these runners' preparations, Aaron has a great resource out there for you to check out.
do love the idea of just a nice written training blog. Just like, it's kind of cool to just read the updates of what people are doing. And I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm sure at times it's boring, but at times it's like very fascinating just to get their insight on like what this week of running was like. Because like I put most of my stuff up on Strava, but it would actually be kind of nifty to write a little bit more about it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it does appear that Killian, Korth's tracker, has updated. He's still ahead of Christopher St. Jean. I bet the gap is probably less than a mile, though. So it will be interesting to see which team Gravity is on. Is Gravity going to help or hurt Killian? Same for Chris St. Jean.
Chasing cutoffs, I think, has an interesting point of discussion here. He says for the back of the packers, it's physically impossible to chase cutoffs throughout the race and still have time for sleep. Fascinated by these back of the pack strategies for finishing this epic race.
Yeah, because the cutoff it's linear. You know, it's just it's a line that keeps steadily moving. You know, they don't have a cutoff that then accounts for your own stoppage time. That's your responsibility to have to factor that in. And if you're already fighting with that invisible line, the Grim Reaper, so to speak, it adds so many different elements of difficulty and new types of strategy. Like for example, like Killian Korth, he was able to just hammer the no sleep, but then he spent 8 hours at the Walnut Canyon aid station. If you're fighting every single cutoff, you don't get that. I don't know if it's called a luxury, but you don't get to do that.
Yep.
That adds a whole other layer of stress to the race.
Yep. Yeah, AZ Ultra, that's a great comment. Killian is leaving everything out there on the course. It's very impressive. I have a feeling that this is not the last time we see him at Cocodona either. It would not surprise me that Killian maybe even enters the chat later today and sees that Ultra sign-up link and registers for 2024.
Oh, yeah. He's going to sign up again. I can feel it.
$113. Thank you for that. Let's see here. 113. That is Wes Plate, who has gotten many shout-outs in this live chat over the last couple days. Wes Plate, a great YouTuber, I believe. Wes has created a lot of content around races like this, and certainly people have used Wes as an excellent resource in their own preparation. Love the sunglasses inside strategy too. It's like you're not going to see the eyes, you're not going to see the game face. I'm all business.
He wears his stunner glasses at night.
Yep.
That was a freaking presidential handshake right there. Jeez Louise.
I think we're getting Jeff Browning on the live stream at some point in the next couple days too, right? Isn't he coming in to talk if it's tomorrow or Saturday?
I think there's the possibility of that being the case. That's the hope, I think.
Yeah, plans immediately after a 125-mile race can get completely thrown out the window.
Well, Brett, after Pete Mortimer finished in the 2021 Cocodona, he was back up at the Eldon aid station helping cook meats.
Yeah, it's messed up.
That's
amazing.
The meats.
What a legend.
Does anyone actually go to Arby's?
I mean, yeah.
Have you been to Arby's?
Well, I mean,
like ever?
Yeah, what? Have you seen the Truman Show? Wait, Finn, have you never been to an Arby's?
I've been one time.
I've been to Arby's like probably 3 times.
I wouldn't say a frequent Arby's, but I've been to Arby's on a number of occasions. They also make kids milkshakes at Arby's, like kid size, like actual kid size.
Oh,
so
that's better than like.
How could
made
you?
So instead of
children.
spending $5 on a milkshake at Dairy Queen for my kids, I can get them a $2 milkshake.
Yeah.
That is actually probably the right amount of sugar for a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old.
Dollar soft serve at Wendy's is one of the best kept secrets of the entire world. They put it in such a massive cup.
Yeah.
So good.
I just don't know how you can go to Arby's when you had Waffle House.
Finn, when's the last time you've been to Southern Illinois?
I thought you were in Georgia.
I lived, when I was in Georgia, we had Waffle House.
Yeah.
Is
I grew
Waffle
up,
House?
I spent,
That doesn't sound very fast.
Waffle House is amazing.
Is Waffle House fast food? I mean, I would consider Arby's fast food. Does
It's
Waffle
like
House have a drive-thru?
So I would put Waffle House on the same wavelength as like a Steak and Shake.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Okay.
but some Steak and Shakes do have drive-throughs, so maybe it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
But like Steak and Shake isn't fast food like
Yeah.
a McDonald's.
Okay.
But it's
I
not
got
an Applebee's either.
We're gonna tie this back into the race. If you are climbing up Eldon Mountain and you were to come across a fast food establishment at the very top in the final 5 miles of your race, which establishment are you hoping to see there?
Five Guys.
Five Guys.
That's a pretty good one.
That's
After a lot of like my ultras back when I was healthy enough to train for ultras, Five Guys in Atlanta was a routine stop following the race.
How about you, Brett?
I mean, I'm on team In-N-Out.
In-N-Out solid.
I mean, I love me some animal style.
One animal style.
Animal style fries, animal style burger, and a shake. Dunking those fries that didn't get animal styled, dunking those in the shake for sure. Taco Bell's a hot take. I love that because I love Taco Bell, but at the same time that also terrifies my insides.
Oh, yeah. Seeing some love for Chai Pottle out there. Gotta love Chai Pottle.
Oh, Chipotle.
I believe it's Chai Pottle.
My mother-in-law calls it Chipotle.
That's like a mixture of Chick-fil-A and Chipotle?
Yeah.
Chipotle.
Well, and the first time she had Chick-fil-A, she pronounced it Chick-a-filla.
Yeah, that's a common one. I've
when
heard
you don't have those things, I don't blame her. Shout out to Mama Mitchell. She's been tuning in off and on, so yeah, shout out to her.
Is it possible, Chris, for us to talk to Wes Plate right now? Could we turn on the volume and say what's up?
I would just need.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, unmuted on Rob's end.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Let me bump up my volume a little bit.
Pump up the volume.
Okay, that's the best we're going to get. So.
Hey, Wes, this is Brett Hornig and Finn Melanson on the commentary team. You have a lot of fans in the live chat here today. If you could describe your Cocodona experience in one word so far, what would it be?
One word to describe your Cocodona experience.
One word to describe. It's been blessed.
Oh, I like that word. That's a great word.
Mm.
You're doing fantastic.
Great
Yeah.
Well, it's really hard to hear.
There are so many.
Here, so it's hard to hear you guys.
So many people in the chat are just excited they're so happy to see your face. Give everyone a little wave.
Yeah.
It sounds like it might be hard for them to hear us, but we just wanted to say, Wes, you got a lot of fans in the chat, so they're all wishing you good luck, and we'll let you keep getting at it.
Thanks, Wes.
Yeah, thanks. It's been a real great couple days, and the yesterday and today have felt really good as I've been moving across the course. So I'm just trying to, use that good feeling as long as I can. I'm going to eat some food here, and then I'm going to head on to Walnut Canyon, probably take a nap there before I do the last push towards the finish. So thanks, everybody, for your support. I certainly feel the encouragement in my heart. And, yeah, it's just really great to be here and be experiencing Cocodona again. And I look forward to seeing people at the finish line.
We'll see you at the finish.
Thanks, Wes.
Thanks, Wes.
Wes Plate, fan favorite here in the live chat. Excellent documentarian on YouTube, modeling the way to get through this race with a smile on your face, with persistence.
You can unplug that. Oh, it was just that camera. Yeah, we've got the man who's been all over the course. He's just popped into the studio. We got Jamil Curry.
Jamil? Do you wanna give the people a little word here on the producer mic?
Proof that he's real.
Hi, I was in the chat a little earlier. What's up, guys?
What's up,
Yeah,
Jamil?
but from behind a keyboard, no one knows for sure.
I'm just an imaginary. I'm not real.
It's actually just a deep fake.
That was hologram Jamil. I haven't gotten chewed out yet about the blimp, so that's good.
I was just trying to. I actually was using Midjourney to come up with like blimp images of what it might look like.
Did you see what
TJ Gardner did some designs for us?
I'll show you guys real quick.
Wait, we gotta get Mike on Jamil now. This is
yeah,
too
we
good.
gotta get Jamil mic'd up. He's been. I'm not fired, so that's cool. He's been thinking more about Aravaipa, Blimp Biscuit. Images.
No, so I was typing this into Midjourney real quick to just see what we would come up with if we did blimp used to live stream a trail running race across Arizona. And this was the first attempt.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, freaking AI generated blimp photos. It actually looks about like everyone's envisioning, except maybe even better. When you put it to scale with the course, blimps are really big.
Well, and then it gets weird because then I told it to try again, and then it did this. Like it made it into like an 18-wheeler blimp.
Oh.
That was like driving down a single track.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the second version of the blimp on the trail, it's like literally the blimp on the trail with wheels. Yeah, got a little bit confused about that part. That just looks downright scary. Cool. Well, I'm glad the wheels are turning with that one.
Travis Longcar in the chat says, I knew Jamil would be mid-journeying the blimp.
We haven't gotten a camera on Killian yet. We will.
We do have a runner cam trying to go back out further into the social trails. Once you start to get the further you get away from basically the entrance gate to Buffalo Park, the spottier that cell reception can be. But at a bare minimum, we're going to see if we can get eyes on Killian, and then we will have another runner cam. It looks like the great Corinne Chauvoy is at the basically the location where they're going to start to get onto the roads.
Oh, that's awesome.
And is going to follow in from there.
Hey, Brett, there's a really good discussion point here in the chat. Chris Herbst says, do you think that Michael McKnight's relatively slow start due to the nutrition issues, the logistical issues, did that actually end up helping him in the back half of the race, just having more energy to finish strong?
Yeah, so we were talking about that a little bit on our run, and that was this somewhat mega conservative day one, kind of like an accidental blessing in disguise, because one thing that his crew had said was that yesterday, everyone was running on day 3 energy. Michael McKnight felt like it was day 2 because he took day 1 so easy and then slept quite a bit that he felt like day 1 never even happened, whereas he was definitely the only one out there at least towards the front of the pack, who felt that way, because everyone was really going on like day 3 of no sleep, where Michael McKnight, and like we saw the pictures, it really did look like he was only on day 2. So, and I guess no one that good has been willing to like sacrifice a 200+ mile race to try something like that. So this was a very interesting like social experiment with Michael McKnight to see what happens. And now it has me like I wonder if it has him rethinking too the entire approach of the first day. Of just like, what if you did give yourself a hard cutoff? Like, I will go 80 miles or 75 miles, and then I will sleep until 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And then after that, we will race.
The hard cutoff, I like that.
He could have potentially just like changed the strategy
paradigm
of 200 milers as we know it right now. Because you're right. That was super, super fascinating to see.
Great discussion point there, Chris. And yeah, Brett, I totally agree.
Gosh, yeah. I mean, it kind of goes all the way. It goes back to the Nick Curry theory and belief of even or negative splitting your races.
Liam in the chat says lots of people on Twitter confusing the early race mishaps as intentional race strategy.
No,
we were laughing about that.
We've confirmed that with his crew. It was not intentional to start out at mile 75 in 62nd place. That was not intentional at all. Michael McKnight had a horrible first day with electrolyte issues, some nutrition issues. His back was really bugging him, and then he just took that whole first night as a reset. He almost dropped. It's pretty. I would say that's a bold strategy, Cotton, to drop out in day 1 in hopes of winning the race.
Yeah.
That's like probably not going to win if you drop on day 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sometimes strategy happens accidentally.
Well, it's like the guy that discovered penicillin, right? He was trying to find some other compound to see if it worked for something totally different.
Yep. Michael McKnight just accidentally figured out an entire different race strategy of 200s. This was the penicillin equivalent of 200-mile pacing.
Michael McKnight, if it hasn't already been extended to you, we are so grateful that you created the penicillin equivalent in the 200-mile scene of a sustainable race strategy.
And we should have eyes on our next runner here soon. Per the tracker, they should be coming up. So you can see kind of the foothills of Eldon in the background. There's a little valley kind of down below there, which I know, Brett, you and Finn ran through before. The tracker shows them kind of starting this climb as of the last time they pinged. So that was current for Christopher St. Jean, and that was looks like just about 3 or 4 minutes ago for Killian Korth. So we should have eyes on them in just a matter of minutes.
Who are we going to see first? I think we're going to see for Christopher St. Jean first.
AZ Ultra says there are so many coaches that will use McKnight's win at Coco 23 as evidence to go out slow.
Yeah, and one of the other things that it got said in the chat, I'm trying to find it because I'm losing my train of thought. I need that reminder. Where did it go? It's gone. It's gone. Now I have to scroll up.
And it's gone.
And we do have eyes on our next runner that looks like Killian Korth. Moving with a purpose here.
Yeah, John P. says it's very hard to let 60 to 70 runners go past you and still have that first place goal in mind.
All right.
I wonder what his goal was.
We got Killian Korth. Yeah, frame rate's a little low, but that's better than 0.
And things will continue to improve here as we get closer and closer to town.
Yeah. Yeah, Killian looks good. Killian looks better than 24 hours ago when we saw him. That extended rest at the Walnut Canyon aid station definitely has rejuvenated him a bit, and absolutely at this point, like you're smelling the finish line.
Can Killian pass Chris St. Jean?
He's ahead of Chris St. Jean.
He's ahead of Chris St. Jean.
Oh, I gotta refresh this.
Yeah, I think that Killian's tracker was just like I wouldn't be surprised if Chris St. Jean is like right behind Killian.
I was gonna say, yeah, I got them both at.
The trackers are right on top of each other. Killian's was just a little bit older in terms of the last ping. So I bet Chris St. Jean is hot on the heels of Killian Korth, which is why Killian's running pretty fast right now.
Looks like they're at basically the same spot, but maybe about a 4
Oh my
minute.
gosh!
Oh wow, there was the pass.
We
just got the pass.
Oh my gosh, that was the pass.
That was the pass.
Oh,
wow.
Oh my goodness.
He was going so fast. That was like Ricky Bobby post crash getting back on the test track, being like,
slingshot.
Were those the other drivers?
Look at how fast he's running.
He wanted to take down that Strava segment from Kevin Goldberg.
That's
right before the cattle gate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. That was epic.
I can't believe we got to witness that pass. That was an insane pass. So
I was literally just saying, I think there's about a 4 minute gap based on they pinged in the same place 4 minutes apart.
I'm glad that I got people ready. I was like, I think Chris St. Jean might be right behind him. That was dramatic.
Yeah.
Oh my
I can't
gosh.
believe we got a blip of high frame rate at the exact time we needed it. Like now we're gonna go back to a little bit of a low frame rate, but for the moment we needed, we got a little bit of it.
Hammered down.
Does anyone in the chat know who is pacing Chris? Because she also has to be running really, really strong now
and
too.
I'm sure that at this point, that's not what you signed up for.
Yeah, yeah. Probably like, we're gonna walk jog it in.
Yeah, and instead we're going, 7 minute pace straight through Buffalo Park, racing it home. Oh my gosh! Yeah,
that was perfect timing. I was literally mid sentence of trying to say I think there's a 4 minute gap.
That was unreal. He looked back. He's looking back to see if there's any counter moves.
Yeah, and so I remember when we had Rory on the live stream on night one, or maybe it was Peter. They were saying that Chris is a younger guy with a good amount of leg speed at some of these shorter events, and I would certainly believe it at this point. Obviously, to have this kind of leg speed.
He looks incredible.
At the end of this, he's flying.
Yeah, I mean, normally I would have said leg speed absolutely doesn't matter in a race like this. But I guess when it comes down to a kick finish, you want to be able to have a little bit of turnover.
Yeah, and shout out to Austin Corbett in the chat. That's his girlfriend, Joanna. I apologize. She's a beast, too, is what Austin said. So
yeah,
shout out to her
clearly.
because they are both just absolutely hauling right now.
Yeah. And the thing, too, to remember is, we're at 7,000 feet. Like, we're running fast at altitude.
Gosh, that pass was epic.
Kudos to the pacer for keeping pace, too.
When we saw him at Fort Tuthill last night or early this morning, whenever that was, he was saying he was going to sleep there. That was his strategy. He was very coherent, but he did tell Jamil, he said he's glad to be here. To him, when you get to Fort Tuthill, you know you're going to finish. Like you're not going to drop after Fort Tuthill, and so it sounds like he has he's been running really strong since then. I mean, this section he's just been fueled by competitive spirit, I guess, at the end of a long race.
Smell the barn. Matt, does that, not dropping after Fort Tuthill, does that run pretty parallel with like actual drop rates? Like there's a stat for Western states. I'm going to botch the actual number, but it's something like 95% of the people that cross the river at mile 80 make it to the finish. Is there an equivalent of that yet on this course?
I don't know the exact data points, but I know that Whiskey Row is a big, or on this course has been a big, like a big cutoff point. Like typically most people who get past Whiskey Row tend to make it.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that the percentage of people who drop or get cut or like timed out after Fort Tuthill, is pretty minimal.
Can't believe we're watching images of the finish of a 250-mile race. Had I just tuned in and someone said, guess how long this race was? 250 miles definitely would be one of my last guesses.
Brett, who looks stronger?
Watch your head.
Brett, who looks stronger, Chris St. Jean or Goldberg from earlier?
I think Chris.
Yeah.
Goldberg looked like he was working really hard, but Chris is a little bit more fluid in terms of his stride. Like he's got some knee drive and some back kick. Like his hamstrings are still activating, whereas like Kevin Goldberg was like all toes.
Yeah.
Chris Warden saying last year 5 or fewer drops after Fort Tuthill last year.
Nice. Okay, yeah. So I think I like Fort Tuthill as kind of that you got it type aid station to get out of.
You're so far in, you might as well.
And he's now out of Buffalo Park. He just turned onto the Switzer Canyon Trail.
Brett, we were just there.
We were just there a couple hours ago.
A beautiful trail that
it's nice. Just slight downhill gradient.
Winds you down before you kind of make a left-hand turn to cut through some of the pines to make your way out to the roads of Flagstaff.
Yep. Once he hits that pavement, it's what, a mile?
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah. Running by the hospital.
Shout out to Cliff Pittman in the chat. I'm fortunate to coach both Chris and Joanna. Incredible athletes
That's
and
awesome.
humans. Chris really put in the work for this performance.
Yeah, I mean, Chris.
This is formerly Van Life Chris, for those who were watching when Pete Mortimer was on. He used to reside in a van, live that van life, but now he has a house. So he's formerly Van Life Chris.
Chris St. Jean has clearly been doing his strides in this build-up.
Yeah, and so have our runner cams too.
Yes.
For Brian to be able to just instantly, turn it on when the pass was made and catch right up there. Shout out to Brian.
Yeah, part of your camera volunteer application is like, would you consider yourself a predominantly fast twitch runner? If yes, then you are hired for this camera job.
We can, I think, get maybe some audio there.
And, Chris St. Jean is fighting for the 10th overall spot here. A little bit of pride here. And he's also running home to Flagstaff.
And I think Chris will, let me see. Yeah, we will have Corinne Chalvoy will pick up Chris from just up here and take him to the finish. And we will let, once Chris hits Corinne, we'll have Brian loop back for Killian there. So we should be able to have eyes on both of them soon, as Chris St. Jean is nearing kind of the left-hand turn to make his way through the pines over there to the roads of Flagstaff.
We can hear them. You just gave like a pretty celebratory holler there. That was cool. He's stoked on life right now. I bet they're nearing like. I bet they're around 8-minute pace or low 8s, just based off of what we were running about that on this trail not too long ago, and that looks about right.
Yeah, and right here is that turn to start to head into the pines. And they'll get picked up by Corinne Chalvoy in
Thank you.
just
I
a
like
moment.
getting smoked by guys. I'm at like 100 or 248th mile, trying to keep up.
For those asking in the chat, the temperature widget is not accurate to Flagstaff. It's probably about
he killed it.
50
Nice
or
pass.
52
She's going
degrees.
to take over.
Yeah.
I'm going to catch him. You guys did great, man. Great.
Much cooler out there today.
And
Wow,
here we
look
go.
at that. New camera angle.
Yeah, new camera. Here we've got Chris St. Jean and Joanna.
This is so cool.
We won't have audio here anymore, but we will enjoy this this crispy follow shot. And Brian is going to loop back to see if he can find Killian. So once we have eyes on Killian, we'll be able to bounce back and forth between those two shots.
Someone asked in the chat, who do we contact if we're interested in filming gigs in future races?
You can shoot me an email, probably matt@aravaiparunning.com. And that's 2 T's.
2T gang.
Matt with 2 T's.
All of our names end with 2 letters. 2 of the same letter.
Wow. Huh.
Cool.
Yeah.
How about that?
You know whose name? You know whose name doesn't end with 2 letters? Chris St. Jean.
Chris.
Just what a 24 years old.
Yeah, and for those who are just tuning in, I know some people are popping in and out. We're watching Chris St. Jean approach the final mile of the race, and we originally had runner cam on Killian Korth, and just the way we were looking at the updaters, we were talking about, hey, I think Chris St. Jean is approaching Killian. As soon as that got said, Chris rips around Killian right before a cattle gate at 6-minute pace, it seemed like. And it was one of the most epic passes I've seen in ultra running, and we were lucky enough to see it live. So now we're following Chris St. Jean. He just exited the Switzer Canyon Trail and is now on the road making his way to the finish of the Cocodona 250. Oh, Brett in the chat asks about, was there coverage of Jeff Browning's finish? I don't know, because I was actually out running. We saw him running with a mile to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was off air at that point, getting my 70-minute nap in. Bryce was on the ones and twos of production, so
it would have been about 8:15, 8:20 a.m. So.
And we do.
So that'd be about 6 hours ago in the coverage. You'd have to just rewind 6 hours.
And here we have Killian Korth. He's making his way down the Switzer Canyon Trail here. So in just a little bit, he'll be making that left-hand turn. So we will make sure that we're kind of bouncing back and forth between these 2 camera feeds.
Yep.
As I believe, at the next stoplight, Chris is going to make a left-hand turn onto Beaver Street, and from there it will be mostly downhill to the finish.
For those, I know like the going back and forth between these 2 cameras, I would say Killian is the one with a much more expected stride biomechanics at the end of a 250-mile race. Chris St. Jean he's doing something different.
Yeah, what he's doing right here, I'm not sure. We do have audio from Corinne now. I will just have to do something real quick here. But you can see Chris is getting very pumped up there. I don't know, looks like maybe I should do this unmute. Looks like maybe we don't have no, it looks like we don't have audio levels here, so we will just have to enjoy the crispy footage, as I said. And again, we will bounce back and forth over to Killian Korth. The early race leader faced a tough patch, regrouped. It looks like he is going to be our 11th place male finisher, and it looks like he is man, what just a strong mental showing from Killian.
Eighth male, 11th overall.
11th overall, eighth male. So awesome.
Yeah, Killian. We've been following his race. His journey over this Cocodona has been electric because he's been leading the race nearly the entire time, and like he went for it. Killian full on went for it. Like,
yeah.
And he flew just a little bit too close to the sun and ended up having to take a pretty extended sleep/rest at the Walnut Canyon aid station. But it's awesome to see him.
He just looks so good.
Going to the finish.
Like so strong.
Yeah, Chris just looks like he's going for a run. He's been paying attention to the Michael McKnight keeping the quads and hip flexors loose strategy.
In a lot of cases, when you see race leaders fall off from the leader, the pace that they were setting, they DNF, they go deep into the 20th places, 30th places. Killian only fell off 10 places.
Yeah, and he's still running right now too.
Yeah, and we got some
past some fans.
Yep, some fans out there. Love to see it. Oh, and this is a good. Oh, Killian's pacer Blake ran 70 miles with him through the worst of it. Kudos to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, kudos to all the pacers here for getting their runners to the finish. Pacing's a tough job. You got to know your runner really well to know whether, to know what to say, what not to say, what to force upon them, what decisions to still let them make. It's a tricky one for sure.
Like if you were passing by in the cars right there, if you didn't see their bib, you would think like, oh, they just came from they probably just ran up Eldon or hiked up Eldon and are coming back.
Yeah,
coming back into town.
Thursday
like that's how
morning,
good. Yeah,
Eldon
that's how strong Chris looks right now.
I really hope Killian comes back for it next year.
Yep. Yeah, to get this close to victory this year.
Well, and we've seen now Mike McKnight and Sarah Ostaszewski, third time maybe as a charm, right? Mike McKnight getting the win on his third run. Sarah O getting the win on her third run this year. Might be something to having a couple years of experience.
There's only so much you can do in practice, but spending a year or two doing this race, experiencing it, learning, and then adjusting, it really pays off.
Oh, Chris not happy about that.
Chris had a little pissed about that car.
Chris had the walk there.
He had the right
Chris
away.
had the right away, and the car decided to cut in front of him.
And it's pretty amazing Chris even noticed that. Like, his head it's together. Like,
well, he looked like he wanted to tell him off.
I know. Like, he was ready to get into a full-blown verbal and or physical altercation with that driver. So kudos to Chris for, like, really being all there.
And just to check in on Killian here, he is making his way up to the hospital here. So we will keep our eyes on Chris St. Jean as he... the road, so you get a nice dip down initially from the hospital, then the road kind of flattens out a little bit here before runners are going to get a nice final descent down to the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports, the left-hand turn onto Birch.
We talked about Chris St. Jean roughly 2 days ago on the live stream. For those that weren't there, Chris is a Flagstaff local, moved here a few years ago. He's a software developer, and ultra running specifically is his great passion outside of work. And I believe he moved to Flagstaff explicitly to serve that purpose. So,
wasn't there a term to the lifestyle he had as a software developer, like a roaming software? What was
digital nomad?
Digital nomad.
Digital nomad. Chris is a digital nomad.
The digital nomad. I feel like the digital nomad would be on the set list for Coachella. I would pay to see the digital nomad.
Sounds like it could be like a musical, a Broadway musical as well.
Liam says almost smoked by a car, almost smoked by multiple cars, actually. We're seeing Chris put his life on the line at some of these intersections.
Every second counts.
They just crossed Fine there, Fine Street. So the next road they'll cross is Elm, which then puts them just 3 blocks away from the left-hand turn on to Birch.
Are you saying Elm or Elm?
Elm.
Elm?
Elm. E-L-M.
Like comb.
Elm.
Like a tree.
Like a tree.
Elm.
Elm.
Name that movie.
I can't do it.
I'll let that one marinate for a little bit.
This is just so awesome to see. I wonder though if once we hit the left-hand turn, are we going to see a full-on block and a half sprint from Chris?
I feel like at this point he's earned the right to soak in the finish and, take his time through it. I'm sure he knew that there was one more person in front of him to catch coming off of Eldon, and he has now done that.
But selfishly, I want to see like a sprint down Birch. The bottles come out of the pack as he's coming to the line, and he spikes them as he crosses the finish line.
Yeah,
here.
that would be sick. Let's see a spiked soft bottle.
Yeah.
Matt,
thrown to the ground, not like full of alcohol.
Matt, do you know if we'll have a chance to do finish line interviews with Chris or Killian?
I'm not sure. I think Jamil at some point was going to go try and get stuff set up down there. So at some point we will hopefully have the ability to do some finish line conversations. And it looks like they are passing Cherry Street here. So the next street, 1 block away from the iconic left-hand turn onto Birch.
How long do you need until something becomes iconic, Matt?
Well, it's not a time
1 second.
Thing. It's not a time thing.
How do we determine what's iconic?
The fans decide.
Happen.
Do you think that I decided that this turn was important for the in the North American ultra running community? No, I didn't make the decision that this sport is the most important turn in.
What is the genesis of that?
Year 1 live stream.
Okay.
I will say that pass was
that
was one of the more iconic 250-mile race passes I've ever seen.
That might be the most iconic.
Yeah, also
that might
just
be one of the more iconic passes.
How often do you see someone pass another person on the live stream of a 250-mile race?
Yeah, that to me is up there with the pass at Black Canyon in 2021 when Justin Grunwald
pass.
Yeah, that was right at the finish, which made it a little bit maybe more impactful.
I think that was Justin Grunwald and Ben Koss duking it out.
And here we go.
It was another cattle guard pass.
Yep, and he is now just a half block away from the finish of the Cocodona 250. Chris St. Jean, ladies and gentlemen, in Flagstaff zone.
He's got the bounce.
He's all too familiar with these streets. Yeah, here it is.
The right turn.
Oh. So cool.
Way to go, Chris.
The knee drive has gotten even higher.
Chris is going to finish 10th overall here at the Cocodona 250, following a decisive pass in Buffalo Park. Way to go, Chris.
And a doggy.
And greeted by the dog. Love to see it.
We're seeing a redefining of a lot of things in a 200. Did not think that was possible, that people had that much gas left in the legs with 5 miles to go, but Chris showing what is possible. Goldberg this morning too.
Yeah.
Goldberg and Chris opening our eyes to what's possible late in a 200.
And we are going to send it back out. We'll get some of the ambiance and atmosphere at the finish line, but I want to give this man his due diligence here.
Yep.
Having led for, over 200 miles of the race.
In the Tour de France, they always, every stage they give out a most aggressive rider award.
He would have had it.
Killian Korth absolutely gets the most aggressive runner award of the Cocodona 250. Absolutely went full send from day one and just hoped that it wouldn't burn up. And it was just ever so slightly miscalculated. He was so close. I mean,
he'll be back.
I hope he's back. Yes, I did see it in the chat as well. When I was figuring out the Elm Street, it was Step Brothers when they're in the interview and they're like, "Are you saying pan or panned? Pam.
Pam.
Oh, like
Pam.
comb.
Pam.
Comb.
Pam.
And she's like, "Get out of my office." It was, that one was
That's
deep
awesome.
in there because.
That's awesome.
But we are watching Killian Korth. He will be the 8th male finisher, 11th overall.
And I think, like you said, Brett, this is to be celebrated. I love when people go for it, no regrets.
Well, the boundaries of the sport don't get pushed if there aren't runners like Killian. It has to be, there has to be Killians in the sport. And we're lucky enough to have 2 epic Killians in the sport.
Yep. Yeah, Killian, thanks for what you do. Thanks for making this race exciting. And
so good. So good.
If you love what you do, and I'm sure he does, it's just a blip on the radar.
Yep. Killian Korth is still rocking the orange Ultra Olympus. Oh, we've got a finish cam. Oh, no, Matt's not here.
Brett Hornig saving the day from a production standpoint in real time. We're going to get a finisher camera here, I think.
Oops, that was too early. Who's the other finish cam on him right now? No, she just finished. Now I know.
Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen. I step away. 40 seconds later, Chris Warden comes sprinting from the other room as he's watching on the live stream, and Brett Hornig with the fix. So,
ish.
And we got the Shad cam back up and running, which is always a live stream crowd favorite. Shad from the hospital to the finish last year, just this section. 83 miles of following runners.
No way.
Not kidding.
Oh my gosh, that's an amazing
He was signed up
statistic.
for one volunteer shift, and he just stayed. He's like, "Oh, there's more runners coming. I'll stay. I can stay." Shout out to Shad, one of my favorite people in the entire world for saving us and allowing us to follow in so many runners last year.
Wow. Shad cam. The volume hog. Oh my goodness. All right, if we have to switch cameras, Matt has just stepped away from the studio. I'm feeling a little bit more confident about switching cameras. I don't believe we will need to for a while.
Killian has a fun summer ahead of him. According to Ultra Sign Up, next on the docket is the Bigfoot 200. So he'll have a little bit of downtime here, I imagine, in May, and then there'll be some processing from this event. And yeah, we're going to get to see him step to the line of another 200-mile race quite soon.
So, are you able to see Killian's history with the Cocodona 250?
Yeah, so for folks that haven't been following the live stream, this in and of itself, I believe, is redemption for Killian. He was running the 2022 version of this event a year ago, had to DNF at mile 100, I believe. That Satisfy running aid station from this year did, I believe, a hamstring tear. So he went from DNF hamstring tear to leading the race for 212 miles to finishing just outside the top 10. There's always a victory in finishing an ultra, but I think this is a massive step forward for Killian.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and yeah, it takes some cojones to, DNF the first year, and then the second year be like, I'm not just going to go for a finish. I'm going to try and go for a win as well. And to go for it and to still be able to rally and get this finish, that's going to be a huge kind of mental burden has been lifted for Killian. I do really hope that he tries this race again in the near future. If anyone does want to try this race, registration for the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, and Eldon Crest 36 is open with special early bird pricing. So you could head over to Ultra Sign Up. The link to it in the chat, if you're on a computer, is pinned at the top. So let's see. Spots aren't going to be there forever.
I think I want to get Killian on the podcast. I want to see this finish line interview, but we got to see a whirlwind of statuses in this race and emotions. And the last time we got him to talk with us back at, what was it, the 209 aid station?
Tuthill,
Fort Tuthill. He had said something to the effect of, I have been in the box, so to speak, for the last 8 hours. I have been in the pain cave. I've been excavating in that Courtney DeWalter patented pain cave.
Absolutely. Yeah, Billy, we'll get a little Sally update for you. Sally took off out of the Walnut Canyon aid station maybe an hour and a half ago, and actually has been moving really well. Sally's with Pacer Summer, and they're approaching a water station, fill up those bottles, and then the next full aid is at the top of Eldon, which is then the last aid before the finish. So Sally is probably 4 or 5 miles out from that Eldon lookout climb.
And that Eldon aid station is actually a great place to reset. We were up there earlier today on a run, and you're out of the wind. You're not in the exposure there. They've got it nestled into a bunch of trees. Sally can sort of reset there and then make the final 8 and change mile push to downtown Flagstaff.
Yeah, and I would say if possible, get in and out of Eldon.
In and out.
Yeah, you get in and out of there because
In and out.
it was windy and it was cold up there, and my body just started to kind of lock up, even just standing up there for a couple minutes. They had a couple propane heaters, and it's a protected aid station. They had a few walls set up for their tent, but that was it. There's great food. On the menu, I haven't done a menu shout out, but the Mount Eldon aid station, we got barbecue, burgers, soup, and pancakes. Pretty much nearly the makings of a McGriddle.
Amazing, which we both agree would be a fantastic singular food to take start to finish at Cocodona. Brett, we got to comment on these shorts that Killian is wearing. I love this fashion choice.
Yeah, the jorts with the compression tights underneath. I haven't seen that since 2008 high school running, so I love to see it coming back. Let's see. So Killian's approaching his final, half block?
Yeah, he's got about a half block now before he makes the right-hand turn down what we're dubbing Cocodona Alley. And from there, he will be just a matter of steps away from the finish of the Cocodona 250. And what a gutsy performance here as we see him make the turn. And
way to go,
the finish
Killian.
line.
This is a victory. I love people that go for it.
Yep, every sport needs people like that.
Courage. Killian Korth finishing in 11th place. Killian Korth led this race for the first 212 miles. Emotional hug, I believe, with his partner there or family member. There's a chair if he wants it. No, he's going to stand. Nice. Some people embrace the chair. Like at Western States, they always embrace the chair.
Anytime a chair is presented to me, I'm sitting in it. I mean, I'm like a professional sitter. That's Scott Rokas with the photo of the watch. Looks like Killian's rocking a Coros Vertex, which means there's a good chance that the entire race is going to be on one GPX file.
Amazing.
Sharing some words with Chris St. Jane. I'm sure it's nothing but positive. Ooh, we got some volume.
Oh yeah, but mine's like arguably more.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
Way to go, Killian.
Yeah, let me get my actual glasses.
He sounds pretty good.
So I don't feel cold. I really want to see what
We will let him enjoy his moment here, and we'll send it to our static cam to kind of catch the whole scene here at Heritage Square as you're looking at the finish line. And Brett, do we have a tracker update on maybe where our next runners?
Yeah, I was just getting ready to chat about that. So our next runners, there's actually a pretty good sized gap right now. The next runner on course en route to the finish is Rachel Buzzard, who is in the Sedona Canyons 125, followed closely by Matthew Kahn, who's also in the Sedona Canyons 125. They would be the two expected finishers as per the tracker updates. They are probably both at the Eldon Mountain Aid Station, so we don't have anyone on course between the Eldon Mountain Aid Station and the finish. The next 250-mile competitor is Jason Cannon, who appears to be just approaching the top of Eldon Mountain. And then they will be making their way into the Eldon Mountain Aid Station before making their way to the finish. So we've got a little bit of time before we'll see our next finisher. Pretty rare that we just see two of them come in so close together.
That was awesome. That was really cool. Brett, do you want coffee? If I made a pot of coffee, would that be good?
I would drink a cup of coffee for sure. I bet Matt would love
Matt,
a cup of coffee.
you want a cup of coffee? I'm going to get a pot started here. I'll be right back.
So, Brett, if you had to just describe maybe what some of your key takeaways are now that we have 11 finishers in, maybe any sort of commonalities or just interesting insights or takeaways that you might have from there, what do you got?
So the biggest commonality is that you have to be really, really tough to finish this race. I don't believe you have to have any like magical physical gifts or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like if you've got a body and it works and you want to get that finish bad enough, you can will it to happen. As we've seen people who looked like seemingly dead, 100 miles ago, now are at the finish.
Yeah.
So much of that is mind power, and that's definitely something I continue to learn as I pay attention more to these longer distances. What's that Little Giants quote? He's like, football's 60% mental, 70% physical.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. But so that's kind of that's one of the big commonalities that I've learned. The other one is that like the better that you can be at not letting external factors influence your race decisions, the better off you will be. So like the better you can just do you up until, probably a certain point around Eldon when you can start thinking about racing and getting to the finish. All of these people had very different approaches to this race, but what was most similar was that they all bought into their approach, and they were like, I got to do what I think is right and not, change things around. But one of the biggest differences, though, was just entire race strategy. Like across this top 10, they were all pretty different in terms of like how fast they were running on course, how hard sleep, even a lot of the nutrition, diving deeper into their training. They were not all training the same. They're all training very different.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, especially with the the mental side of things. But while we have a slight lull in the action here, we are going to go to a quick commercial break to hear a word from some of our sponsors, and we will be back in just a moment.
We created Gnarly Fuel 2.0 for endurance athletes or people that spend long days out in the hills. It has both sucrose and dextrose, easy to digest carbohydrates in it. 25 grams or 100 calories per 12 ounces. Has a full range of electrolytes, 250 milligrams of sodium, and then also chloride, potassium, magnesium, calcium. One of the things that kind of distinguishes us from other fuel products is that we have HMB, the metabolite of the branched chain amino acid leucine, which helps you recover while you're running. So it's an all-in-one fuel, electrolytes to replenish, and HMB to recover.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
And thank you all for listening to the wonderful words from our sponsors. Shout out to all of our sponsors for helping make this coverage possible. We're going to keep it locked, I think, out at Munns Park. We'll bounce back and forth probably between Munns Park and Fort Tuthill for the time being, just because we are going to have a little bit of a lull between finishers. So we want to make sure we're catching as many of these like mid to back of the pack runners as we can here.
Yeah, I'm looking at people like Jason Cannon, who is right around the mile 240 marker. His tracker shows him moving at about a mile an hour. Jared Bird moving at a similar pace. It's hard to judge or to estimate when these folks are going to be moving through and getting closer to the finish. Andrew Smith, similar pace. Kevin Tiffany moving well at 3.5 miles an hour.
Can you imagine doing this race in a day, like in a world pre-GPS?
Oh my gosh!
Like if I had to carry a map and follow course markings, but like navigate all on my own without the assistance of like my watch, that would be one of the things that I would have to practice the most in my training.
Oh, I know.
Because at this point I'm pretty reliant on just following the routes on my watch.
Yeah. One other thing I was thinking about too, which we could talk about, is with like Killian Korth, for example. He had to run this entire race with the spotlight on him. Like we had our cameras on him at various aid stations. This is a pretty new phenomenon in ultra running where, in prior years, I mean, really the entire history of our sport, you would only be getting updates through Twitter or like these ultra live tracking things. Now the camera is trained on you for the entirety of the race, and everything is being monitored at all times, and that definitely must have
it's a different dynamic.
It's a different dynamic for sure.
I would probably I mean, it's not that common in ultra running, but it's more common in some of our 50K to 100-mile distances. Like a lot of those elites who are competing across like the golden ticket races and then Western states. Like there's cameras in their faces for most of those races, but for a 250-mile race, that's pretty new. And it does take a little while to kind of tune that out. They're kind of, they are distracting.
Yeah.
And with time, you get, I guess, less distracted by them. But it's kind of weird because then you're like thinking about where that picture's going, and it's like, oh gosh, now there's all these people watching me, and that can get in your head. That's a new element, and then also at the same time, like that's a new part of the sport that's here to stay.
There's some people that love it. I mean, I think Mike McKnight's crew really enjoyed being on the show. Kevin Goldberg loves interfacing with the chat. He was even in the chat during the race.
Yes,
which is wild.
Kevin
Wes
Goldberg.
Plate
Wes had an awesome interview from Fort Tuthill. Kevin Goldberg actually hopping in the chat mid-race to answer some questions and just check in with us. That's unique. I was not prepared for that prior to this race.
And then on the other hand, you have some folks who just, they want nothing to do with the camera, which I totally appreciate, and they want to just like be in the zone, and so.
Yeah. But at what point, like if you sign up for this race, you kind of sign up for, we will be filming you when you are in like the public aid stations, etc. Like you sign up for that now at this point.
Yep. You're a public figure. I mean, there's now going to be 1,500 people minimum.
Hey mom, on TV.
Hey Matt, could we talk for a second? I keep seeing the Aravaipa 10 here. You have Aravaipa rides. For anyone that's not familiar with Aravaipa rides, what's that all about?
Yeah, so that is like basically our mountain biking silo of events here at Aravaipa. So we have Aravaipa Running, Aravaipa Rides. So they put on a number of mountain biking events here in Arizona and also up in Colorado. And in fact, where the Fort Tuthill aid station is, we will have what I've decided to dub our Flagstaff weekend experience, which will start June 9th with blackout night runs, which is obviously a night trail run event at Fort Tuthill. The following day will be on June 10th, the Flagstaff Extreme Big Pine. And then on the Sunday, we've just moved one of our mountain bike events to that Sunday, and that'll be when Big Woody Rides is out at Fort Tuthill. So if you are an outdoor enthusiast and want to make a weekend of it, there's camping, there's tickets to the adventure course and ropes course and stuff like that, and it's a really good time and a great way for anyone who's living down in the valley to escape the heat that time of year. So that should be June 9th, 10th, and 11th over in Fort Tuthill. We're currently at Munns Park, but I know that we've seen plenty of footage from Fort Tuthill, and you can check out more information of that at aravaiparunning.com and aravaiparrides.com.
That's awesome.
Gonna do a little tracker update, see if anyone has left that Eldon aid station. We have movement. Rachel Buzzard has exited the Eldon Mountain aid station, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the lead lady for the Sedona Canyon 125 and second overall?
I believe so. Who else? Do you have the tracker pulled up? Who else is in the Eldon aid station?
Matthew Kahn.
Yep. Yeah, so she's in second then. Matthew Kahn would have been the second man.
And then halfway up Eldon is Denise Barassa and Tobias Wennergren.
Yep. And those should be your second female and your third male. And
Yes.
Eric Sensman is pacing Tobias.
Yes, that was... Hopefully Eric is giving solid advice going up this trail. I bet Eric can do this trail with his eyes closed.
Well, he may have done that last year. I'm not
you're
quite
right.
sure.
He probably was like, didn't even want to bother to try and look towards the top.
I think Eric, I can't remember if Eric paced Jamil up and over Eldon in 2021 or if he just paced him to Walnut Canyon, but Eric, obviously a ton of experience there.
Absolutely.
Rachel is the manager of Flagstaff Extreme, by the way, Rachel Buzzard. So if you're looking to do some zip lining,
yeah, that tie-in
area,
pretty
cool.
Yep, out at Fort Tuthill, and they are the title sponsor of Flagstaff Extreme Big Pine, which we just talked about. So look at how that comes full circle.
Fun ropes course, getting some zip lining. Heck yeah.
Booking.yeah.
See, how's our friend Dominic Grossman? He's at mile 236. So that is approaching. So Dominic Grossman is approaching the climb up Eldon. Kevin Tiffany is approaching the climb up Eldon. Let's see if I zoom in a little further. Jason Cannon is nearly at the top. Andrew Smith is about 3/4 of the way up. Jared Bird is about 3/4 of the way up. Nathan Williams is maybe a mile or two out from the base of Eldon.
See if we can do a little storytelling here on some of the runners.
Oh, good. That's a great opportunity for me to go take a bite to eat because I'm just past my 2:30 bonk.
If you can get could you pour a cup of coffee?
I'll pour you a cup of coffee.
This is snack time with Finn and Brett.
So Kevin Tiffany, who is Kevin's about 13 miles out from the finish. Kevin writes to us that last year he was glued to the Cocodona 250 live stream to watch my running coach Kevin Goldberg, who finished earlier this morning, cruised to a 5th place finish. It was amazing.
Your audio is not coming through right now. Finn? Yeah. Can you just take your hand off it? Yeah, there you go. Now can you talk?
Test.
Oh, that's why. Now.
Yeah, so a little bit of background on Kevin Tiffany. Last year he writes to us that he was glued to the Cocodona 250 live stream to watch his coach Kevin Goldberg cruise to a 5th place finish. Kevin, of course, finishing in a similar position earlier this morning. It was amazing. He said the Coco vibe could be felt everywhere through the live stream, on social, talking with folks out on trail, etc. There was just so much props, and he knew that he needed to experience it and also 250 miles was going to be his newest long run to date. Kevin went to school at Montana State there in Bozeman. He loves fishing, fly or spin, salt or fresh. Tight lines, my friends, tight lines. He's an Iowa Hawkeye fan. Lifelong asthmatic. So, again, huge props, not just for doing 250 miles, but with that condition. That's impressive. And coached by Kevin Goldberg, like I said. He says Kevin has helped this Flatlander Iowa boy learn how to get the 200-plus distance done. And he's going to be doing that today. Kevin's a small business owner. He says that being a small business owner has helped him train for sleep deprivation. There's a lot of sleepless nights in those endeavors, a lot of highs and lows along the way, but you must keep pushing, must keep exploring ways to keep going. So you love to see the parallels between people's day-to-day lives and what they're doing out here, and how when they go to these events, some of the purpose can be to get better at enduring, to become grittier for what they have to return to in their day-to-day lives. It's very interesting. So that's Kevin Tiffany. Let's see if we can find another runner here. Yes, we've got Jared Bird, who is in a similar position here to Kevin Tiffany. I believe 2 places ahead of Kevin. He's about 12 miles out from downtown Flag. He's been an ultra runner for about a decade. He's completed 4 races of 200 miles or more. Last year, Cocodona was his first DNF, and he's here for redemption. He's here to finish that journey. I think it's safe to say he is completing it this time around. He says, I spent the inaugural year watching online. Seriously, he says, my least productive work week. I think a lot of people can identify with that. Brett had mentioned earlier about the aid station fair at the Eldon aid station, and he says, hey, we get BBQ on Eldon, right? ? And I think you do. This is really cool about Jared. He married his training partner, so now he has built-in crew. I'd highly recommend it, he says. Let's see if we can find one more person here before we do a little bit more of an update. Austin Newblum, born and raised in Reno, Nevada. Growing up, never liked running. In fact, I hated it. I was always the slowest one during sprints that we would do during basketball practices. In college years, I started working as a wildland firefighter in the summers and decided I wanted to do that as a career. After my first fire season, I went skydiving and loved it. From that point on, I knew I wanted to be a smoke jumper. Right before the next fire season, I crashed a motorcycle racing a friend up the highway at high speeds. I broke my left leg and right arm and should have died at the speed I was going, but super fortunate to have lived through that. Recovery was going to take a long time, and I didn't know if I'd ever be capable of fighting fire or even exercising again. Fighting through the recovery of that crash changed the way I thought about pushing my physical and mental limits. And looking back on it now, that crash is one of the best things to have ever happened to me. I'll tell the rest of the story here. After a year of healing, I looked for hotshot crews to join. I remember calling the foreman of the crew I would eventually join and asked how fast I would need to be able to run. When he said to keep up with the rest of the crew, I would need to run 6 miles at a 7-minute pace, I realized I had never even run 6 miles in my life, so I started running. After a season on Silver State Hot Shots, I still didn't like running, but that winter I realized I could just hit the trails and go at my own slow pace, and that's when I started loving it and started trying to push myself to achieve farther and farther distances. In 2021, I finished my first 100-mile race and also got my dream job as a smoke jumper in Boise, Idaho. And now we're here. Awesome story, Austin. Thank you for sharing that with us. And It's an honor and a pleasure to read it aloud here on the live stream. Austin's 12 miles away from the finish.
That is pretty sweet. We're going to see if we can test some things with Jamil here in just a minute. He's working on getting us a setup at the finish here. So let me just try some things real quick, and we'll be with you in just a second, Jamil. Let me...
Austin's also going to have his wife by his side as a pacer throughout this race. You love to see family members mobilizing around their runners.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah, we will take that. And
we've also got Dominic Grossman, who is about 15 miles from Flag. Dom is an aerospace engineer, dad to 2 toddler girls, backcountry skier, husband from Wrightwood, California. That is a cool place to live. He's here because of the beauty and the diversity of the course and the magnitude of the challenge. He's done Cocodona back in 2022. He's done Hard Rock. He's done Angeles Crest, Badwater, Western States. He's done a solo Ragnar 155-mile relay. He says his favorite part of the course is Kasner Canyon if we can cross the river. I'm also excited for the entire first 35. He says his training used to be much more running focused, but as he's had kids and gotten into backcountry skiing, it's more diverse now with hardy, rough housing with my daughters, carrying them on hikes and running in the middle of the night.
Did Dom mention that he's a Pine to Palm 100-mile finisher?
He did not, but that's an omission because he should have put that on. That's a great race.
Yeah. Still spots for this year's 2023 Pine to Palm 100, finishing in beautiful Ashland, Oregon in September.
I feel like Wrightwood is a place that doesn't quite get enough love in the cool potential training hubs, but it's outside of Los Angeles there in the Southern Sierra, right on the Angeles Crest course, and I think you live at about 6,500 feet. It's a cool spot.
And we are going to have Jamil on here.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. How are you doing, buddy?
Doing well. Does this sound all right?
You sound great.
Are you picking up any of the background music?
No.
Or is it not in? Oh, that's perfect. God, I love these mics.
Gotta love the Shure microphone.
Yeah, SM58 all the way.
Let's get that Shure sponsorship.
One day.
We got a special guest coming over.
Awesome. I'm going to, yeah, there we go. We'll keep it here at Fort Tuthill, and we'll, that was great live audio there, Brett, of you slurping your coffee obnoxiously.
It's called ambiance.
I just burned my tongue.
Sure. We're going to chat with some of the folks in the studio.
Oh, Killian.
Congrats on the finish.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sure, that last part was a long one.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Killian, it's great to have you here. This is Finn Melanson and Brett Hornick from the commentary team in Downtown Flag. First off...
Can you hear him okay? Let me see if I can figure that out. Can you guys talk?
Are you guys able to hear us?
That's better.
Better?
All right.
Killian, it's great to have you here. We really appreciate this post-race interview. The first thing we want to say is just a heartfelt congratulations. I know last year there was a DNF at roughly mile 100. You came back and got the job done today, but there's a lot to talk about. Do you have any initial thoughts before we get into questions?
Yeah, it's good to be done. Right now, all I feel is relief that I just don't have to run anymore.
I can believe that.
Walk us through your mindset for those first 200 plus miles where you were leading the race and things just seemed to be motoring along so smoothly, and you just looked like you were taking care of business out there. So was everything going according to plan until that point?
Yeah, I mean, my plan was to lead from the front or go out relatively fast and then try to hold on. But I developed some kind of respiratory problem around mile 220 and had an asthma attack while going up from Walnut or up towards Walnut Canyon. And it was legitimately frightening. So that last 8 miles to get to that aid station was one of the worst 8-mile sections of anything I've ever done. So yeah, it's nice to learn how to solve some of those problems. And I mean, it's my first 200, so it's gotta be able to fix those in the future.
That's amazing. Were you by yourself during that episode, or did you have a pacer
No,
with you?
I had a pacer with me, thankfully, and he's an EMT too, so he
I was gonna say maybe there's not a lot they can do, but if he's an EMT, he probably can provide some sort of care for you out there.
Yeah, I had an albuterol inhaler, but it just didn't help that much. So I had to slow my pace down to a crawl just to keep my breathing under control. And then when I pulled into the aid station, it had improved a little bit, but my oxygen saturation was still only 82%. And so when it was at its worst, I bet it was much lower than that. It was not that fun.
Killian, when you think about the fact that this is your first 200-mile race, I have to imagine there were a lot of learning opportunities. What are some of the biggest lessons that you're taking from this experience into what looks to be your next 200-mile race, the Bigfoot 200 in August?
Yeah, sleep earlier and really pay attention to foot care. I was sort of caught up with racing in the beginning, and it made me want to get out of aid stations, I think, a little too quickly. And I could have avoided some blister pain and that sort of thing if I had just, washed my feet when I should have. And then there comes a point where the sleep deprivation just is a real problem. And so I think if you bank some sleep the first night, even though it feels like you're wasting time, it will probably pay off in the long run.
Do you know roughly about how either mileage in or hours in that you took your first sleep?
It was a Deer Pass. I don't remember how many hours that is, 4 miles, but it was I
think it's 145 miles.
148 is the Deer Pass aid station.
Killian, we had spoken with you. We had spoken with you very briefly at the mile 209 aid station, and you had said that the previous 8 hours were a dark place for you. And then you had just mentioned there how you suffered through 8 miles of an asthma attack. I have to imagine that mental toughness is something you possess. What strategies were you using to work yourself through those extremely low moments to come out the other side?
I mean, to be honest, with the asthma attack, I was pretty convinced my race was over. And so I owe just being here and finishing completely to my crew, convincing me that I could just sleep and then reassess. But for other times when it wasn't that specific of a problem, I don't know. For this race, I started repeating the mantra that I am the task. There is only the task. So I was trying to, convince myself that sensations didn't really exist and that I was just focused only on this goal. And that seemed to help for a while.
Yeah, that's definitely a great way to simplify, what you're doing out there and take it and strip it away to, really only focusing on the things that are in your control. And at that point, it's moving forward towards the finish.
For sure.
Kind of reminds me, I think Jared Campbell said it about Barkley once, where he compartmentalized the pain away. It's like, that feeling is no longer mine. I'm going to just put that back there, disassociate from it.
100%, yeah.
Killian, Brett and I, for the past 3 or 4 days, have been furiously taking notes about what it takes to be successful in these events. You mentioned that for the next time around, you're going to be reevaluating sleeping earlier and foot care. Are there any things that you believed heading into this event that would work, that did end up working in your race execution?
Oh, we lost him temporarily.
And like breathing through my nose is a way that I control my heart rate. And so I think that is a good strategy. I think hiking more of the smaller ups in the beginning would probably be better too. But yeah, I mean, the breathing through my nose thing, it sounds small, but that's a giant, like it's a really good way to maintain control over your speed and pace and effort level. And so I think that's a big one. I think my nutrition was really good. I've got my food down. I never really felt like my energy levels were sapping. Even during the asthma attack, I was really well hydrated. So I feel like all of those little incremental pieces, I'm doing pretty well with.
That's awesome. The first day of the race is oftentimes the warmest day of the race. And when we were, watching you come through some of the first few aid stations, we couldn't help but think like, dang, this guy looks like he's barely sweating at all.
Yeah.
It seems like you did an amazing job of managing the heat from, our point of view. How did you feel about, the weather on that first day?
Honestly, heat doesn't bother me too much. I spend a lot of time in the sauna for heat training.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, heat was not a factor to me too much. I think that like you get in a sauna at 160 degrees and you spend an hour in there or 45 minutes, then even moving around when it's high 80s or 90s doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah, there's definitely something to that additional heat stimulus, and it was very well noticed. We're like, dude, that guy doesn't even have sweat marks on his shirt.
Killian, one thing it strikes me in this interview, you seem incredibly upbeat and positive right now. This is a way too early question, but should we expect to see you at Cocodona next year as well?
Yeah, I would like to be here. One of my crew wants to do the 135, and so if she does that, it's possible that I'll just help her with her race instead of doing my own thing. But if she doesn't, I mean, I will definitely be back at Cocodona in the future. I still want to win this race and have a complete 250 miles go, not according to plan, because I don't think that's possible, but not so drastically wrong that I end up sleeping for 5 hours at an aid station that I didn't plan to spend that much time at. So I will definitely be back.
When you think about
go
ahead. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I was just curious what drew you into this race. Have you been following it since its inception?
Yeah, I'm not that fast, and so longer races appeal to me because I feel like I can be competitive without being like a speedy runner. And just the idea of traveling 250 miles on your feet is like pretty appealing, is a strange way to say it. But yeah, I mean, what really interests me long term is longer FKTs. So long stuff is what I see in my future, and yeah, I think it's definitely what I'm best at.
Would this be your longest distance effort thus far then?
Oh yeah, for sure. This is my first 200 that I have finished, and then before that I did a 150.
Yeah, that was what, Cactus Rose?
Yeah.
Nice. Do you come from a running background, or like have you done any sort of long hikes or anything?
I was a swimmer all the way through college, and so I think my hardest week of training for swimming was much harder than my hardest week of training for running. Swimming is the craziest sport of all time. And then like my parents kind of raised me to be tough in certain ways. Like when I was 8 years old, we bicycled from Fort Collins to Seattle. And so I don't know, I do feel like there were some being raised to do sort of things like this. Not that that was necessarily what they had in mind, but not necessarily. I haven't come from a running background. When I was a swimmer, I would have said I hated running.
What do you anticipate your next few weeks are looking like from, a recovery standpoint? I know you said this is the farthest race you've done, but how have you bounced back from, long events like this in the past, and what are you going to be doing for the next few weeks?
Well, the longest recovery process was for the Ure 100, which has a lot of climbing, and so I was running a week after, but going up and down stairs didn't feel normal until, I don't know, 2.5, 3 weeks. So we'll see. I mean, like you said, being the first one, I don't know exactly what the process will be like, but I'm definitely going to have a week of doing absolutely nothing. I'm normally pretty strict with my low carb diet. I'm going to eat a Mexican food dinner tonight and treat myself to enchiladas and chips and salsa and stuff. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Awesome.
Killian, 200-mile races are a new-ish part of the sport. You had mentioned that like these types of events, the longer the race, the better. Do you see yourself as building a career in the sport where you are a 200-mile specialist?
Yeah, I guess, like I mentioned earlier, I think FKTs are the things that interest me like the most out of any piece of the sport of ultra running. Just the idea of like, you're not even really in a race. You're in a race against time, but it's like you against the trail, So I don't know as a specialist, but I think I foresee myself doing some hundreds again, as long as they have lots of climbing. Like the reason I picked Ure was climbing's my strong point. So I would say I would guess I'd be more competitive at 200s, and I think like I would like to do all four of the big ones in North America. I'd really like to do Tour in Italy, so I do foresee myself focusing more on that for sure.
Do you have any FKTs in mind, or like do you have a progression of certain ones that you want to go after first?
Oh yeah, I'm thinking about the Colorado Trail next year, and then after that, I think next logical step is kind of the Arizona Trail, and then thinking about some of the longer ones. Like the one that interests me the most, honestly, is the CDT. I don't know why necessarily I'm drawn to that, but like I used to live in Grand Lake, which is on the Continental Divide Trail in Colorado, and yeah, I think that would be pretty cool.
So long stuff.
Yeah.
Killian, who are some of your favorite athletes to follow in the sport? Like you mentioned that you're very interested in this long trail FKT background. That has been a constant theme in this broadcast, the intersection of, ultra runners in the sport and people like Josh Perry, for example, from the long trail FKT community. Who are some of your favorite athletes to follow in these spaces?
I mean, honestly, Mike McKnight's been a huge inspiration for me. I modeled my diet after his and Zach Bitter's. So both of them have helped me in that regard. And then just like every time I've met Mike, he's been the friendliest possible person. So him for sure, I think, like it's always cool to even just like share a course with him because I look up to him a lot. And then, I mean, Courtney DeWalter, I think, is just a special person and athlete. And like hearing her, like one of the things that convinced me to get out of my car this morning and get ready to go again was that, she finished that 100-mile race when she was like blind for the last 10 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So
That, yeah.
I was like, all I have is like a little trouble breathing. Like I can do this.
Wow. Yeah, that's incredible. One of the big storylines of the entire race was, since you had been in front for so long and, Michael McKnight had a lot of issues on day one, was like, will Killian continue, will he end up being the first person to finish? And, when the trackers were showing you two overlapping, I'm wondering, was there any exchanging of words at that point on the course, or was everyone pretty quiet at that point?
Yeah, he actually passed me right after I had my like asthma attack problem. So I mean, all he did was show like genuine concern for my health and safety. So yeah, stand-up guy.
Wow.
Yeah, that's one of the recurring themes that we've seen on the live stream is, yes, this is a race. Yes, there is competition, but there also is so much concurrent camaraderie. And, we're seeing people at aid stations like passing food to each other, patting each other on the back. We saw, was it Mika and Joe,
and Mike,
who essentially shared all 250 miles of this race together, finishing, I think, in 7th and 8th place. That has been such a paradigm shift, at least from my vantage point, about these 200-mile races, where a lot of the strategies and attitudes you see in 50-mile, 100-mile type races, they're not as prevalent here, which is interesting. Did you feel that as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think the sport of ultra running in general is pretty supportive. There's not too many areas or sports in the world where someone will have some kind of record and then the next year go help their friend break their record. Like I'm thinking specifically of Carl Meltzer and Scott Jurek,
yes,
on the Appalachian Trail. But yeah, I mean, ultimately it's a really cool sport too, because like the person who finishes first is not so much more impressive than the person who finishes last, like everybody is doing something amazing. And the people who are out there for 5 days, like those people are warriors. It's the mutual respect is like it's not even something you have to try for, it's just there.
I love that.
Yeah, likewise. Killian, I guess the final question I have, I'm sure there's many more out there, but when you think about your overall approach to this race, some would say that it's a burden to lead a race for that long stretch of time. And there's obviously a lot of risk associated with it, but when you just look back philosophically about how you approach this race, are you happy? Are you at peace with the way you approached it?
100%. I mean, I think that had my asthma problem not surfaced, I think McKnight was going to catch me. He looked like he had run like 4 miles when he passed me and was totally fresh. So not much I could do about that. But I think I would have finished much higher in the pack had I not had this unforeseen issue that had never cropped up in my life before. So, not much I can do about that. There are things that I wish I'd handled better in that 8-mile slog to the aid station. I kind of had a mental breakdown. But, I would do it. I'm going to do, if when I come back, I will do the same thing again. I think trying to get through that first section before it's too hot is the way that I feel like makes the most sense. And, yeah, the only thing I would change really is the sleep. Other than that, I feel like, it was pretty successful for, 90% of the race.
Killian, you've got a lot of fans in the chat right now. Run DMS says, quote, pretty unselfish to do an interview right after that effort, end quote. We couldn't agree more. This has been amazing. Yeah, a lot of new fans of yours. I guess I got to ask one more question, because we're always trying to do marketing for the 200-mile distance. What is the elevator pitch to anybody that hasn't done this distance or this race yet? Why should they do it?
Testing your limits is inherently good.
Amen.
I love that. Yep. And couldn't be more truthful coming from someone who was leading the race for over 200 miles. We need people like you in the sport. So we were very thankful that we get to be able to chat with you afterwards and follow your entire journey over the course of this Cocodona 250. And yeah, huge congrats on the finish, and we hope to see you back here real soon.
Thank you so much, Killian.
Yeah, thank you. I'll definitely be back.
What a guy.
Love that guy.
Dude.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, someone in the chat was like,
that was legendary.
They were like, he's so coherent right now. I couldn't do an interview that well before a race, like ever. He's so much better at sentences after 250 miles than I am.
Finn, do you think we can maybe swap the two? Swap Killian for Brett for the live stream broadcast for the rest of the time?
No, I don't know about that.
No, next year,
Brett's my partner in crime.
Next year, we'll get Killian in the booth, and Finn can run the race from the front, and then we can commentate on what happens. The goal is you have to spend every step in first place as long as possible.
Well, the crazy thing to me is like Brett, and I should take fault for this because I was trying to get the interview to happen, but we tried to talk with him at mile 212, and he was just so far deep in the pink. He was like, I'm not, guys, like, take the camera off me, like, bug off. Totally understandable. And it's just amazing what, like, 5 hours of sleep can do, because he was riffing there. It was awesome.
And at that point, the job wasn't done yet.
Job wasn't done either.
Job wasn't done. Now the job's done. Yeah, dude, I'm a Killian fan.
Big Killian guy. So I think that what we need to do right now is we do need to start up another stream real quick. So we are going to close off this stream. If you were in the live chat, fret not. You will be redirected to the next stream. But if you just give us about 1 to 2 minutes, we will be back up and running here.
Jared in the chat asks, can we clip that interview?
I mean, we can clip anything, I think.
Yeah, we can export any of these videos.
I'll actually look at seeing if I can do that once we get the next stream up and going here. So I'm going to stop streaming now and give us, like I said, 1 to 2 minutes, and we'll be back up and ready.
Brett, we have like a long list of T-shirt ideas. Should we create a T-shirt that says